Chapter 1. After we broke up, I became a father? Let's break up. The sudden breakup took Jiang Yao by surprise. After all, they had just. Frowning, Jiang Yao got up from the bed, got dressed, and asked her why they were breaking up. Jiao Wenwen was the famous school beauty queen of the acting department. Not only did she come from a wealthy family, she was also exceptionally good looking and had a hot body. Such a beauty is naturally quite famous at school. There is no shortage of wealthy playboys and academic pursuits. But it was such a beautiful woman who actually agreed to pursue her and become her girlfriend a few months ago. Jiang Yao considers himself to be a bit handsome and has a bit of money in his pocket. But he was actually very surprised that such a beautiful woman agreed to pursue him. After all, Jiang Yao didn't really put his heart into it at the time. He just gave Gao Wenwen a bunch of roses as a token of his affection and invited her out for dinner. But he and Gao Wenwen had been spending time together for months, and now she was actually breaking up with him. Naturally, Jiang Yao wasn't happy about it. Gao Wenwen lazily got up from the bed, picked at the curls in front of her with her fingers, and sneered, "We were just having fun, you didn't really think I liked you, did you?" Jiang Yao didn't show any emotion after hearing this, and replied indifferently, "Miss, I don't like you either. Do you think I'm one of those dogs that chases after you? You're thinking too much." Gao Wenwen rolled her eyes, then absent-mindedly said, "In that case, we're over." "Ha, did I agree to break up with you? Although I don't like you, I have to admit that you're quite good at it, so I don't agree to break up." Jiang Yao smiled, teasing the woman in front of him. Gao Wenwen, on the other hand, said mockingly after hearing this, "You are probably too confident. To tell you the truth, before I got together with you, I was really looking forward to it. The reason I agreed to go out with you was also because my roommates in the dormitory told me that your family had some money and that you were good looking. And since I was single, I just wanted to have some fun with you. But don't be angry. You know how many men want to chase after me." Jiang Yao was not angry after hearing this truth. After all, he was not unattractive. So he calmly retorted, "Well, I'll be honest with you too. There are a lot of girls who like me. The reason I pursued you is because a buddy of mine told me that there is a beautiful girl in the acting department who is hard to pursue. So I pursued you to try, but you are not as hard to pursue as rumored." Gao Wenwen was amused by Jiang Yao's shameless words. She got up from the bed, got dressed, picked up her bag, and was about to leave. After all, she didn't want to stay here any longer. "Jiang, we're breaking up. If you dare to shamelessly harass me, I'll find someone to get you." Gao Wenwen said viciously to Jiang Yao, turned her head, and slammed the door behind her. The sound of the door slamming was like a bomb exploding in the quiet room, as if the whole room was shaking. "Dream on, I'll haunt you. I have plenty of beautiful women to chase." Jiang Yao shouted at her back. He and Gao Wenwen were just having fun, and there was no real affection between them. The most intimate contact between the two of them was probably that. Other than that, the two of them could be said to be no different from strangers. Now that they've broken up, it was only a matter of time. Jiang Yao was about to pack his things and leave the hotel when his phone suddenly rang. "Who is it? What do you want?" Jiang Yao asked, checking the room to see if there was anything he'd forgotten. "Hello, is this Jiang Yao? This is Yang Sweki's father. Do you have time to come over?" "Yang Sweki's father?" Jiang Yao asked in a daze. "Hello, Yang Sweki's father, what can I do for you?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "It's like this, I discovered that my daughter gave birth to your child. Can you come over to my house?" Jiang Yao froze in place like a bolt of thunder. Yang Sweki was his ex-girlfriend. She was the school beauty queen at the school next door, and he and Yang Sweki had also gotten together because of a friend's introduction. At the time, Jiang Yao fell in love with Yang Sweki at first sight, and it was only after a long period of unremitting pursuit that Yang Sweki agreed to go out with him. However, the two later constantly quarreled over trivial matters, and they broke up and went their separate ways. Now, a year after the breakup, Yang Sweki actually had a child of her own. He, too, could not believe it for a long time, and his heart could not calm down. "Hello? Is someone there?" Yang's father asked somewhat seriously. Jiang Yao pondered for a while, then tried to compose himself before replying, "Uncle, I'm listening. Could you tell me your home address? Otherwise, I won't know how to get there." 14th floor, Building 1, Hongjie Building, Number 2 Gondi East Road, Chaoyang District, Beijing. After giving the address, Yang's father was worried that Jiang Yao hadn't remembered it, so he repeated it. "Okay, uncle, I've got it. I'll visit your family in a few days. Well, that's it, uncle. I have some things to take care of. With that, Jiang Yao hung up the phone. Oh no! Did Jiang Shuiqi really have his baby? That's a pregnancy explosion. I haven't had enough fun yet, and now I'm going to be a father. Jiang Yao could see a parade of voluptuous beauties waving goodbye to him. After all, if you have a child, you have to take responsibility. Even though Yang Shuiqi is also a stunning beauty, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. A few days later, Jiang Yao appeared outside Yang Shuiqi's house carrying a gift box and fruit bought from the mall. Jiang Yao exhaled deeply and inhaled, trying to calm his inner unease and nervousness. Finally, he made up his mind and pressed the doorbell in front of him. Creak! The door in front of Jiang Yao's eyes was quickly opened, and a middle-aged man with a dignified figure appeared inside. You are Jiang Shao, right? Come on in. Yang's father looked at Jiang Yao kindly and said. Jiang Yao nodded with a nervous heart and walked in. Yang's father was sitting on the sofa at this time, waving his hand to indicate Jiang Yao to sit next to him. Jiang Yao walked in that direction and sat down on the sofa. Since you've come over, I won't beat around the bush. My daughter-in-law is in Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and she has already given birth. She gave birth to a daughter, and both mother and daughter are safe. I asked you to come over because I want to ask you, what is your attitude towards this matter? Yang's father looked into Jiang Yao's eyes and said somewhat seriously. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yao replied with a forced calmness, Uncle, I already made up my mind before I came. Since Shuiqi has given birth to my child, I will definitely take responsibility. Also, if possible, can you take me to the hospital now? I want to see Shuiqi and the baby. After hearing this, Yang's father nodded with satisfaction. Of course, you really are a responsible and good boy. Uncle was right about you. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll take you to the hospital now. After saying this, the two of them went out and hailed a taxi, and arrived at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. They arrived safely at the door of the delivery room, and Yang's father carefully pushed open the door. At this time, Yang Shuiqi was lying exhaustedly on the hospital bed. Her lips were chapped and bloodless, and her delicate and pretty face was still a little pale. Yang Shuiqi's eyes were tightly closed, and it looked like she was sleeping very deeply. In her arms she was holding a little guy, who was now lying uneasily in his mother's arms. The little guy had a rosy face and looked very cute. When he grows up, he should be as pretty as Yang Shuiqi. At this moment, Jiang Yao suddenly felt a little nervous inside. After all, this was his first time being a father. Although Jiang Yao had seen babies before, he had never been as nervous and a little overwhelmed as he was at the moment. This made Jiang Yao sigh a little. Life is like a play. A few days ago, he was still in a relationship with Gao Wenwen, but they broke up later. And now, he actually has a child with his former school beauty, Yang Shuiqi. Originally, he planned to live a carefree life and be a playboy in the love arena, but now he is heading down a different life path. Chapter 2. I won't let you go and leave the daughter behind. Jiang Yao and Yang's father stood quietly in front of the hospital bed, neither of them making a sound to disturb the rest of the mother and daughter. After a while, Yang Shuiqi suddenly woke up. Dad, why are you here? And Jiang Yao, why are you here? Yang Shuiqi stared at the two in front of her with wide eyes, shocked, and then asked. Well, do you want some water? Jiang Yao asked kindly, seeing that her lips were cracked like autumn leaves, devoid of moisture and lacking nourishment. Yang Shuiqi was indeed very thirsty at the moment, so she nodded. She took the water Jiang Yao handed her and, after taking a few sips, smiled at Jiang Yao and said, Thank you. Yang's father, who was standing nearby, saw that his daughter was pale and very weak at the moment, and his heart ached. Yang's father sighed and said slowly, Silly child, you're pregnant. Why didn't you tell your parents? You're going to be so helpless giving birth to a child on your own. Later, I went to your school to look for you, but your classmates told me that you had been on leave for several months. No one knows why you took so many days off, and Daddy was really worried about you. Yang Shuiqi frowned when she heard what her father said, and said, Daddy, if you know, why did you bring Jiang Yao here with you? Yang Shuiqi had originally planned to raise the child on her own and had never thought of letting Jiang Yao, her ex-boyfriend, know about her pregnancy. After all, she was the one who had never been willing to abort the child after discovering she was pregnant and the one who had decided to give birth. But now Jiang Yao was in front of her, and he already knew that she had given birth to the child. Yang Shuiqi suddenly didn't know what to do. Jiang Yao also felt a slight shock when he saw that Yang Shuiqi didn't seem to welcome him. He said, I came to the hospital to see you myself. Don't blame your father. As the father of the child, there's nothing wrong with me visiting you, is there? Hearing Jiang Yao say this, Yang Xueqi's eyes flickered, and she suddenly didn't know how to reply. However, Jiang Yao was somewhat unexpected. He is more responsible than I thought. Yang Xueqi nodded, and she looked down tenderly at the baby in her arms. Yang Xueqi slowly said, "The baby is very healthy, weighing 4.6 pounds, and was born at 1 o'clock in the morning." Then Yang Xueqi looked at her father beside her, and explained with some guilt, "Dad, don't blame me, I didn't want to hide it from you either. I was afraid that you and Mom would worry, so I wanted to wait until after I gave birth to tell you about it." Yang's father naturally understood his daughter's intentions, and couldn't bring himself to scold her. "I'm very worried about you, and your mother is still traveling abroad, so I didn't tell her about your situation. Your mother will be home soon, and I'll tell her about your child then." Yang's father looked at his daughter with kindness, and said with concern. Yang Xueqi's heart was instantly enveloped in a warm rush of emotion. She tried hard to control the tears in her eyes so they wouldn't fall. After a while, Yang Xueqi recovered her good mood, nodded to her father, and then said, "Dad, can you go out for a while? I have something to tell Jiang Yao." After she watched her father walk out the door, Yang Xueqi turned to Jiang Yao. Yang Xueqi let out a long breath and said, "Jiang Yao, I realized I was pregnant only after breaking up with you. At the time, I was actually quite scared, but once I thought about having a baby in my belly, suddenly I was not afraid of anything. I decided on my own to give birth to this child, and it has nothing to do with you. You can pretend you don't know about this." After Yang Xueqi finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yao with a face full of sincerity. Jiang Yao was surprised. She dared to try to leave her daughter with her father. "That's not going to work." Jiang Yao quickly said, "I disagree. The child will be raised by both of us. After all, I am the father of the child. How could I let you raise the child alone? Besides, it would be too hard for you to raise the child alone." Jiang Yao spoke with absolute certainty and in a tone that left no room for discussion. Jiang Yao was very confident, and Yang Xueqi had no reason to object. After all, wouldn't it be good to have an extra pair of hands raising the child? Sure enough, Yang Xueqi did not immediately refuse after hearing this. She was seriously considering whether she could raise a child together with Jiang Yao. After thinking for a while, Yang Xueqi nodded and agreed. After all, Jiang Yao was the father of the child, and it was only right to let him shoulder some of the responsibility. Moreover, with Jiang Yao's help, she could also feel a little more at ease. Subsequently, Yang Xueqi suddenly blushed and looked at Jiang Yao, stammering, "Jiang Yao, can you help me wash my body? I haven't bathed for a few days, and it's a bit uncomfortable." After she finished speaking, she felt that her request was a bit excessive and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Yao's expression. Jiang Yao was slightly stunned after hearing this and went outside to fetch a basin of hot water. After having a child, there are definitely many difficulties to face. Jiang Yao has also thought about it seriously, as this is also the first time he has become a father. If there is anything he doesn't know, he can try his best to learn. In addition, he can also ask his mother to help take care of the child. His mother will definitely be happy to know that she can bring her granddaughter. While waiting for the water to be poured, Jiang Yao went out and called his mother. "Mom, are you free these few days?" "Yes, there's something I need you to come over for. The address is Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital." "Don't ask for details, it's quite urgent." "Okay, then as soon as possible." After the phone call, Jiang Yao returned to the ward to continue taking care of Yang Xueqi. He had just asked Yang's father to go home. After all, only one person needs to stay here to take care of Yang. Yang's father is old, so it is more appropriate for him to stay and take care of her. "I have already told my mother to come to the hospital. I haven't told her about your pregnancy yet, so I'll surprise her." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Xueqi and the baby in her arms and said happily. Jiang Yao quickly entered the role of a father, and he was quite happy and proud in his heart. He had originally been a bit lost in life, but now he suddenly had more expectations and yearnings. Yang Xueqi's eyes widened when she heard this, and her mind suddenly went a little blank. "You want your mother to come over? What if we have a conflict? You'll definitely side with your mother. You'd better not let your mother come. I can take care of the baby myself." Jiang Yao tapped Yang Xueqi's head with his finger. He really didn't know what she was thinking. "My mother is very nice, and even if we do have a conflict, how could I not side with you and the baby? You don't watch enough TV dramas, not everyone has conflicts with their mother-in-law," Jiang Yao said with a serious tone. And after Yang Sweki heard the words conflicts with her mother-in-law, she immediately retorted, I'm not your wife, so there are no conflicts with my mother-in-law. Okay, I was wrong. Jiang Yao was also a little speechless at Yang Sweki's reaction. The baby was already born, so sooner or later she would become his wife. Yang Sweki felt slightly relieved after hearing this. After all, Jiang Yao's attentiveness and consideration for her were not fake. She could feel Jiang Yao's seriousness and responsibility, which made her feel even more at ease. At this moment, the baby in the crib suddenly started to cry. The sound broke the tranquility in the room. Chapter 3: The baby's rations are too generous. The two Novice parents immediately became nervous. Reminded by the family in the next bed, they realized that it turned out to be that the baby was hungry and wanted milk. Yang Sweki was suddenly a little overwhelmed. Feed the baby milk? She doesn't know how, she has no experience in this area. Jiang Yao looked at her 30D breasts and was not worried at all that her baby would not have enough milk. Yang Sweki finished feeding her baby, and there was definitely still some milk left. Yang Sweki thought about it for a while and decided to ask Jiang Yao to call the nurse over, otherwise she really didn't know how to feed her baby. Soon, the nurse came over to help. The nurse looked at the two young parents and congratulated them, saying, "You are really blessed to be parents at such a young age. Our obstetrics and gynecology department delivers many babies every day, but parents as young as you and as good looking as you are still very rare. Your child will definitely be very good looking in the future, after all, both the child's parents are quite good looking." Jiang Yao was a little embarrassed by the praise, but what the nurse said was also true. Yang Sweki is beautiful, and her daughter will naturally take after her mother. Yang Sweki's face twitched slightly, and she didn't say anything. After praising her, the nurse remembered her business and had to help the mother release her urine and check her physical condition. "Handsome, help me open the baby's quilt later, I need to help the beauty urinate." After reminding Jiang Yao, the nurse turned around and went out to prepare the disinfection tools. Yang Sweki, who was in the hospital bed, covered her face and felt very embarrassed. Most girls have thin skin and are easily embarrassed. After a while, the nurse appeared in the ward. Yang Sweki, who was in the hospital bed, covered her face with the quilt and was afraid to face what was to come. "Hey, why is your wife covering her face with the quilt? It'll suffocate her. Handsome, go help her lift it," the nurse said to Jiang Yao, who was standing nearby. She guessed that the new mother might be embarrassed, but she still had to face it. Then Jiang Yao helped lift the quilt, revealing Yang Sweki's somewhat pitiful face. Yang Sweki was wearing hospital room clothes, which were blocked by the clothes, but you could still see her amazing bust. That said, Yang Sweki is one of the few beautiful women that Jiang Yao has met with big breasts and a slim figure. She is famous as a beautiful woman at the school next door, and has been on the school forum. What's more, Yang Sweki is also an academic, and can be described as a goddess with both inner and outer beauty. At the beginning, Jiang Yao was also attracted by Yang Sweki's appearance, but after spending more time together, he felt that this girl was quite motivated and hardworking. The young nurse saw that Jiang Yao was unable to help, and the baby was crying, so she said to Jiang Yao, "Handsome, you'd better buy some milk for the baby to eat first. The beauty can't eat yet because she hasn't yet passed her water." After hearing this, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was lying on the hospital bed. Yang Sweki's face was flushed and she turned her head away, afraid to look at him. He nodded to the nurse and then went out to buy baby supplies. After Jiang Yao left, the nurse pulled the medical curtain to separate everything outside. She gently rubbed Yang Sweki's abdomen with her hand and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Sweki nodded and said, "A little. I feel weak all over, and my stomach is bloated." The nurse smiled and reassured her, "These are all normal reactions for pregnant women. I will help you pass gas first. After the gas is released, you can eat again. Later, you can eat some porridge to help with digestion." The nurse continued, "Next, I need to help you expel the discharge. This way, the baby can also drink milk, but it may hurt a little, so you need to bear with it." Yang Sweki nodded, her pale little face looking somewhat pitiful. After all, girls are afraid of pain. The nurse then disinfected her hands with alcohol and carefully massaged Yang Sweki's breasts. A bead of sweat ran down Yang Sweki's face as she clenched her lips and closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes, tears would fall. Even though the nurse's technique was already very gentle, she almost cried out because it was really unbearable. After half an hour, the nurse finally stopped. She took a towel that she had told Jiang Yao to wash in boiling water and patiently wiped the sweat from Yang Sweki's face. "You are the strongest girl I have seen today. I have helped several girls to pass urine today, but most of them could not bear the pain and cried. It is really good to have a beautiful and strong girl like you. Your husband is really blessed. The nurse sister said with a smile. Yang Sweki smiled and quickly closed her clothes. Fortunately, she was wearing a hospital gown, which was also convenient. She didn't want Jiang Yao to see anything she shouldn't. Jiang Yao had just finished buying milk powder and, with the help of the kind aunt in the next bed, had prepared some for his baby. At the moment, he was supporting his baby's body with one hand while holding the bottle with the other in feeding his child. He looked like a good father and a good father figure. Jiang Yao had a strong learning ability and quickly got into the role of a father. Jiang Yao also heard what the nurse said, which made the two new parents feel a little embarrassed and didn't know how to reply. After finishing, the nurse packed up and then reminded Jiang Yao again that before the handsome guy feeds the baby, he should cover the beautiful woman's breasts a little so that the baby won't drink cold milk. Jiang Yao nodded vigorously, indicating that he would definitely remember. After the nurse finished reminding him, she left. She left Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki alone, looking at each other, the atmosphere a little awkward. Chapter 4, Jiang Yao's gaze at Yang Sweki was so intimidating. The two were both a little awkward at this moment. After all, they had broken up for a year. The past was still vivid in their minds, and the fragments of the two of them getting along were played over and over again in Jiang Yao's mind. If it were said that Jiang Yao didn't like Yang Sweki at all now, that would be a lie. Because who would not be tempted if they had a girlfriend who was the school's beauty queen, and not only was this girlfriend beautiful and moving, but she was also obedient and sensible. Who wouldn't be tempted and never forget? After all, who doesn't love a pretty sister? The reason for the breakup was also because the two of them were not mature enough and could not solve problems, so the conflicts became bigger and bigger. Now Jiang Yao thinks back to the scene when the two broke up before, and he also finds it quite funny. At that time, Yang Sweki cried and said harsh words, and after the breakup, they would never see each other again. But fate is so strange, because the baby and they started to get back together again. After a while, Jiang Yao could no longer hold back, and said, Sweki, since you have now given birth to my child, I am also responsible for it. I have already asked my mother to come over to help take care of you. You are a young girl, and you have just become a mother. If you need anything, just let us know. Yang Sweki nodded with a blush, and Jiang Yao was quite manly. Seeing him take care of people, he was actually not bad. It has been a year since they broke up, and the man in front of her has already become more responsible and more responsible. She was originally prepared to be a single mother, planning to study while taking care of the baby. If she was too busy, she could hire a nanny to help. After all, she could never spend all the pocket money her parents gave her each month, and raising a child was not a difficult task for her. However, now the plan is changed, and Jiang Yao wants to raise the child with her. Judging from the current situation, Jiang Yao is actually quite reliable. Before the two of them knew what to say, the baby was already cooing. They had just fed the baby formula, so the baby should not be hungry. Now, both of them had cast aside their embarrassment and concerns. Jiang Yao took the lead and walked towards the baby, about to carefully observe the baby to see what was wrong. An unpleasant smell hit him in the face, and the aunt next door also noticed it. You haven't changed the baby's nappy yet, have you? The baby is still young, and it's not good to hold in the urine and feces for too long, otherwise the baby will be uncomfortable. Thank you for your reminder, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Jiang Yao picked up the nappy he bought for the baby apologetically, and planned to change it. However, after changing the diaper for a long time, he still couldn't get it right. Seeing this, the aunt in the next bed kindly helped Jiang Yao change the baby's diaper. I can tell you are new parents, having a baby for the first time, right? If you have any questions, just ask me. I'm taking care of my daughter-in-law next to you anyway. We're in the same ward, so just let me know if you need any help. Jiang Yao replied gratefully, I've already asked my mother to come over and help take care of the baby, but she's still on her way. We really are new parents and don't know how to take care of the baby. Thank you for your help, Auntie, you've really troubled yourself. Auntie Zhang smiled and waved her hands, it's nothing, my son and daughter-in-law are having a baby for the first time too, they don't know anything either. I was also called in by my son to look after my daughter-in-law. It's only right for the elderly to look after the children a bit. By the way, I saw the nurse draining your wife's breasts earlier, you can let your wife breastfeed the baby afterwards. Formula milk is not as nutritious as breast milk, it's better for the baby to drink breast milk. Auntie Zhang kindly reminded him. Jiang Yao nodded and thanked her repeatedly. He turned his head and looked at young Sweki lying on the hospital bed. She was weak and had closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep again. Yang Sweki had just finished pushing out the placenta, and she was very tired after giving birth, so it was normal for her to feel drowsy. Once she fell asleep, she slept for 2 or 3 hours before waking up. When she woke up, it was already dark. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Jiang Yao sitting in a chair in front of the bed, watching a TikTok video. But where was the baby that should have been in her arms? Where is the baby? Jiang Yao, where did you take the baby? Yang Sweki anxiously asked Jiang Yao where the baby was. Jiang Yao's attention shifted from the TikTok video and he looked up at Yang Sweki, who had just woken up. Jiang Yao replied, "My mother is here, and she took the baby out. He should be somewhere in the hospital right now. Don't worry, my mother just took the baby out for some fresh air." Yang Sweki's heart sank a little after hearing this. Then, a loud fart sounded in the hospital room. Looking for the source of the sound, Yang Sweki saw that she was blushing with embarrassment. Yang Sweki was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and jump in. Jiang Yao laughed and said, "You've passed wind, so you can eat now." At that moment, Yang Sweki's stomach suddenly grumbled. Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao with some embarrassment and asked for help. "Jiang Yao, can you buy me something to eat? I've been asleep for a long time and I'm a little hungry now." Jiang Yao smiled, and fortunately, he had prepared for this. He pointed at the stainless steel lunchbox on the table next to the bed. "My mother guessed you would be hungry when you woke up, so she asked me to go to the hospital cafeteria and get you some preserved egg and pork congee. It should still be hot, so eat up. We've already eaten." Jiang Yao stood up and opened the stainless steel lunchbox, and a strong fragrance spread. Yang Sweki licked her lips and took the lunchbox and spoon Jiang Yao handed her. She looked down and took a mouthful with the spoon, until her stomach couldn't hold anymore. Yang Sweki then looked up at Jiang Yao, who was brushing up a TikTok video. So she curiously glanced at the content playing on Jiang Yao's phone with her eyes. As a result, to her surprise, Jiang Yao was watching a popular science video about parenting tips. Jiang Yao looked up at Yang Sweki, and their gazes just happened to meet. Yang Sweki was already a beautiful woman, with the perfect kind of figure. Although she looked a little weak after giving birth, she was young and had a good foundation, so with some time to recover, her body would definitely be as energetic as before. But why did Jiang Yao's gaze on her seem to have become a little hot? Yang Sweki couldn't handle Jiang Yao's gaze on her, so she turned her head and looked away in another direction. "Jiang Yao, can you get me a glass of water? I'm a little thirsty." Yang Sweki has not been feeling well recently and cannot get out of bed, so she can only ask Jiang Yao to do it for her. Jiang Yao nodded, got up from the chair, and went outside to get the water. Yang Sweki watched Jiang Yao's departing back and let out a long breath. Jiang Yao's gaze just now was so terrifying, it was as if he wanted to eat her alive. Chapter 5, Zhang's Mother's Assistance. After answering her son's call, Zhang's mother immediately drove to Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Along the way, she was both shocked and scared. She was shocked that her son had actually asked her to go to such a place to give birth, and she was scared that it wasn't her son who got a girl pregnant. Although she usually urged Jiang Yao to find a girlfriend at school and get married after graduation. So she arrived at the hospital with a worried and anxious heart. Zhang's mother called her son to find out the room number. Then she looked for the room one after the other, and finally found the door and pushed it in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a beautiful girl like a doll lying in the hospital bed, and her own precious son was sitting next to her. Seeing this, Zhang's mother didn't understand anything else. Zhang's mother suppressed the idea of wanting to beat her son up. After all, she didn't expect that this kid would actually give her a surprise. Because Yang Sweki was asleep, Jiang Yao was afraid of waking her up if he spoke too loudly. So Jiang Yao took Jiang Mu's arm and the two of them went out of the room to talk about it. After Jiang Yao and Jiang Mu had talked about the ins and outs of the matter, Jiang Mu sighed deeply. "When you were dating that girl, why didn't you use protection? Now it's fine, but someone else's beautiful girl has been ruined by you. Someone else worked hard to give birth to your child, and you must repay them in the future, be devoted to her, understand? You're going to be a father now, so you need to grow up and stop being so playful like you used to be." Jiang Yao, after listening to his mother's lecture, said he understood, and quickly changed the subject to his child. "Mom, Yang Sweki has given our family a daughter, so you have to help me take good care of the baby. Sweki and I are both first-time parents, so we don't know much about taking care of a child. Mom, you can help out more often," Jiang Yao said to his mother with a proud expression. "Oops, how could I forget about my precious granddaughter? You don't need to tell me to take care of the baby. Mom's business is not important, just let your father do it. It's more important to bring up the granddaughter. I want to enjoy being a grandmother too. After saying that, Zhang's mother joyfully came into the room and looked around, only to realize that her precious granddaughter was asleep in young Sweki's arms. Zhang's mother looked at her granddaughter with excitement. Her baby's little face was rosy and cute. Next, Zhang's mother waited for the baby to wake up, then carried her out into the fresh air. Oh, you have a daughter. Zhang's mother beamed. Yes, a daughter. And you? Did your daughter-in-law give birth to a boy or a girl? The woman replied dejectedly, it's also a daughter. This is already the second daughter my daughter-in-law has given birth to. I just want to hold a grandchild, but unfortunately my daughter-in-law hasn't given birth to one yet. Zhang's mother smiled. In this day and age, it doesn't matter if you have a boy or a girl, so just relax. The woman was still very depressed, but she put on a smile. Yes, that's true. Zhang's mother chatted with the woman for a while, then returned to the ward with the baby in her arms. When Zhang's mother pushed open the door and returned to the ward with her baby in her arms, she saw that the pretty girl had already woken up and was looking up at the ceiling in a daze. Zhang's mother greeted young Sweki warmly, saying, I heard my son call you Sweki, so I will call you Sweki too. Have you eaten the congee that Jiang Yao packed for you? Sweki, if you don't feel well, you can tell the aunt. After listening to Zhang's mother's words of concern, young Sweki came out of her daze. Jiang Yao and Zhang's mother both seemed to be doing well, and she didn't need to think too much about it. Zhang's mother in particular seemed very young and easygoing. After thinking it over, Yang Sweki raised her smile and replied, Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. I've already finished the porridge you prepared. Auntie, I'm not feeling unwell anywhere. If I were, I would tell you. Auntie, you must be tired from standing. Why don't you sit down in the chair over there for a while? This girl is not only pretty, she also cares about other people. Zhang's mother looked at young Sweki, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. She felt that her son was not a match for this girl in any way. Now that Jiang Yao was not there, Zhang's mother had a few words of personal advice for Yang Sweki. Sweki, you really are not easy. You gave our family a child. That brat didn't tell me in advance that you were pregnant. Otherwise, I would have definitely given you a gift. I will make it up to you next time. Young Sweki smiled and replied, Thank you, Auntie, but I wanted to have the baby myself. Don't blame Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's mother felt even more guilty when she saw such an understanding girl. Don't worry, I will make Jiang Yao treat you well. Jiang Yao also needs to take responsibility as a father, so you don't need to worry about him. Once you have recovered, I will let Jiang Yao go to your family to ask for your hand in marriage, so that you can marry into our family in style. Ah, Auntie, I haven't even thought about getting married yet. Young Sweki was a little stunned. After all, marrying Jiang Yao was not something she had thought about at the moment. Jiang Yao's mother saw young Sweki's attitude and didn't want to force her. So she said, It's fine, you young people have your own ideas, and I won't interfere. Then I will let Jiang Yao get along with you, and you can discuss marriage on your own. Young Sweki nodded obediently. Jiang Yao then walked into the ward with a glass of water in his hand, just in time to see Zhang's mother and young Sweki chatting happily. He was also very happy, because after all, a harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was also good for him. Zhang's mother, on the other hand, scolded Jiang Yao when she saw him return, saying, Where have you been? Why did it take you so long? You didn't even spend much time with Sweki. Jiang Yao. Who is the real child? His own mother is so quick to turn her back on him. Jiang Yao, speechless, explained, I was getting water for Sweki, not hanging out. Zhang's mother. Young Sweki watched the exchange between the two with a giggle. She hadn't expected Jiang Yao and his mother to get along like this, it was quite funny. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's laughter and was also speechless as he looked at her. Then he handed Yang Sweki the water. Here, this is the water you wanted. The water temperature is just right, you can drink it now. Yang Sweki nodded after hearing this and took the water and drank it. After hugging the baby for a while, Zhang's mother handed the baby to young Sweki and said, Sweki, it seems that the baby hasn't drunk any milk yet. Look, do you want to feed the baby some milk now? Yang Sweki shyly looked at Jiang Yao and bit her lip, saying, Breastfeed? How? Jiang Yao shook his head, not to be asked about such things. He was a novice parent, how could he possibly know about such things? Jiang Yao's mother was quick to respond, smiling and saying, "Sweki, you should have already started leaking milk. Just bring the baby over and let her drink." Jiang Yao's mother and Jiang Yao looked at young Sweki and nodded their heads in unison with satisfaction. Chapter 6 Birth Certificate, Baby's Name? Yang Sweki is not only beautiful, but also has a hot body. In particular, her breasts seem to be bursting out of her clothes. "But I don't know how to do it," Yang Sweki said, shaking her head. "I'll teach you, and you'll know how to do it in the future," Jiang's mother said with a smile. Next, Jiang's mother showed young Sweki how to hold the baby's body in her hands and feed the baby. The position for breastfeeding should also be correct, preferably with the body leaning sideways, to feed the baby. Young Sweki obediently followed instructions and did everything right. At first, the baby could not quite find the position of the mouthful, but then Jiang's mother grasped the mouthful firmly and fed it to the baby's mouth. Yang Sweki suddenly felt some pain where she was being held. "Baby, it seems like you bit me." Jiang Yao smiled gently and replied, "Baby, it's impossible for you to bite. The baby hasn't got any teeth yet, it's probably just that the baby is hungry and so it's a little strong, you just have to bear with it a little." Jiang's mother, on the other hand, looked on at the sweet interaction between the young couple and felt like an electric light bulb. However, soon Yang Sweki reacted to what was happening and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Yang Sweki said shyly, "Jiang Yao, you'd better go out for a while, I'm a little embarrassed to breastfeed in front of you." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was blushing all over, and found it funny. The two of them already had a child together, but they still acted like strangers. However, Jiang Yao didn't want to contradict her and put her in an awkward position. So he obediently walked out of the hospital room. It was a good thing, because he could go to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Jiang Yao was watching a short video on TikTok when suddenly a phone call came in. Jiang Yao looked at the caller ID and saw that it was his roommate and best friend Chen Yuan from university. "Hey, Chen Yuan, what's up? Hurry up and say it," he urged after answering the call. On the other end of the line, Chen Yuan laughed in a mean way, "I haven't seen you at school for so many days. I'm just concerned about you, is that so bad? Besides, I heard that you broke up with Gao Wenwen. You didn't even tell your buddies about such a big thing." Jiang Yao explained helplessly, rubbing his forehead, "My ex-girlfriend is pregnant, and she just gave birth to my child in the hospital a few days ago. I'm taking care of her in the hospital right now, so I don't have time to go to school. It's a good thing you called, so you can help me ask the teacher for an absence, and just say that I have appendicitis and am having surgery." Jiang Yao also did not intend to hide it from Chen Yuan, as he would find out sooner or later, so he told him the truth. Chen Yuan stared in disbelief, as if he had heard some explosive news. "Holy shit! No way, you're really a father? You're not joking with your buddy, are you? Which ex-girlfriend is it? I've never heard you mention her before, it can't be Gao Wenwen, can it?" "No, Gao Wenwen is fine at school." Jiang Yao saw Chen Yuan's wild guesses and interrupted, "Don't guess blindly, it's not Gao Wenwen. My ex-girlfriend is the school flower of the next school, and I will introduce you to her when I go to school. But when you meet, you have to call her sister-in-law." Chen Yuan felt that this fact was really too fantastic. After all, his best buddy had only not seen each other for a few days. He actually already had a child, and the child was even born with the school flower of the next school. "Okay, so what are you going to do next? You're not seriously going to marry that school beauty, are you? No, you're going to marry your sister-in-law, right?" Jiang Yao didn't want to continue the conversation and impatiently explained, "We're not getting married for now, so I won't say too much. Let me remind you, don't tell anyone at school about this. I'm only telling you because you're my best friend. I don't want everyone at school to know about this yet, so I'll hang up now unless there's anything else." Chen Yuan was about to say yes, but Jiang Yao hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao pondered for a moment, his mood became a bit depressed, and he was not in the mood to watch TikTok videos either. Jiang Yao shook his head to stop his rambling thoughts. He flushed the toilet, opened the toilet door, and walked towards the ward. It's been so long, Yang Sweki should have finished feeding the baby by now. In the ward, Yang Sweki was holding her baby in her arms after feeding him, cooing softly to lull him to sleep. Jiang's mother was peeling an apple with a fruit knife. This was the warm and harmonious scene that Jiang Yao saw when he walked into the ward. Jiang's mother said to her son when she saw him, "The doctor came by earlier and told us to get the baby's birth certificate and vaccinations. The birth certificate requires the child's name, as well as your marriage certificate, household register, birth permit, and ID card." "Oh, that. Jiang Yao shook his head, puzzled, and said, "Mom, but Sweki and I haven't even gotten a marriage certificate yet, so how are we going to get a birth certificate?" Jiang's mother was about to answer when young Sweki's voice came from the side. "I just asked the doctor the same thing, and the doctor said that it's okay if you don't have a marriage certificate, and that you can get the other documents processed with those." Jiang Yao nodded with relief. "That's good, fortunately we have all the other documents with us. What about the baby's name? Sweki, why don't you name the baby?" Jiang Yao's mother reminded her. Young Sweki hadn't thought about what name to give the baby yet, and she said with difficulty, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Jiang Yao, why don't you think about it too?" The two of them hadn't discussed the baby yet, so it was a bit hasty to choose a name. "Jiang Yao, the child will have my surname Jiang, is that okay?" Yang Sweki nodded, "Of course it's okay, you're the father." Jiang Yao had actually already thought about the child's name, he just hadn't chosen one yet. "How about the baby's first name is Jiang Yuanan?" Yang Sweki thought about the name, "It's not bad." After saying that, Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao approvingly. "Then the nickname can be Xiaonan." Yang Sweki continued to suggest. "Jiang Yao, okay, I'll listen to you." Jiang's mother also thought the name was good, so let's go get the baby's birth certificate with the ID. Jiang's mother finished speaking and took Jiang Yao to get the baby's birth certificate. After they left, Yang Sweki looked at the ground, feeling a little sad and confused. But when she thought about Jiang Yao's responsible attitude during this time, and the fact that Jiang's mother and she got along well, she suddenly felt that things weren't actually that bad. Chapter 7, Vaccinating the Baby and Feeding Yang Sweki Wonton. Jiang Yao was filling in the information in the doctor's office, while Jiang's mother was chatting with the doctor. "Your son is quite handsome, he's very young, is he still in college? His girlfriend's ID photo is very pretty, she looks like a celebrity, she looks quite compatible with your son." The doctor praised. "Yes, my son is in his second year of college," Jiang's mother said with a smile. The doctor, who was typing on the computer, continued, "Then your son should treat his girlfriend well, after all, she gave birth to a daughter so young." Jiang's mother nodded, "Yes, that's what I told my son. If he dares to treat her badly, I won't let him off the hook." Jiang Yao listened to the conversation between the two and naturally knew that it was a show of concern for Yang Sweki. After all, young Sweki had indeed gone through a lot to give birth to the child. The birth certificate was quickly processed and handed over to Jiang Yao. The doctor said, "The child's birth certificate is complete, now you can take the child to get vaccinated. In the future, the child will need a vaccination booklet to go to school." Jiang's mother nodded, holding the baby in her arms, and thanked the doctor. "Yes, doctor, we'll go now." Jiang Yao and Jiang's mother walked towards the hospital's injection room, while the baby in Jiang's mother's arms was sleeping soundly. There were not many people in the injection room at the time, and Jiang Yao was soon called. The doctor entered Jiang Yu's name and exposed the child's arm. The nurse had a hepatitis B vaccine ready. Jiang Yao gently shook her daughter's body to wake her up. Her daughter moved in her mother's arms, smacked her lips, and fell asleep again. The nurse came over with a needle, disinfected the spot on the baby's thin arm where the injection was to be given, and quickly stuck it in while the baby wasn't looking. The baby's 5 facial features were scrunched together, his mouth wide open, and he was crying woefully, which was heartbreaking to hear. Jiang's mother cooed softly to comfort him, "Baby, don't cry, it'll be over after the injection." The nurse helped the baby fight through the struggle and crying to finish the 3 shots of hepatitis B vaccine. This is the child's vaccination booklet, which clearly states what vaccines should be given in the next few months. The hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine were given this time. When the child is 1 month old, 3 more shots of hepatitis B vaccine will be given. The injection site should not come into contact with water for 24 hours to avoid infection. The nurse handed the vaccination booklet to Jiang's mother and then gave her some instructions. When Jiang Yao and Jiang's mother returned to the ward with their baby girl, Yang Sweki was reading a book. Yang Sweki put the book down when she saw them return. "Auntie, can you hold my baby for a while? She's probably hungry." Jiang's mother handed the baby over to Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki was so focused on the baby that she didn't notice Jiang Yao next to her. She lifted up her shirt to let the baby nurse. As the baby sucked on her breast, her little pink mouth looked like a ripe cherry, so inviting that you just had to take a bite. After the baby had finished drinking, Yang Sweki noticed Jiang Yao in the room and felt a little embarrassed. But Jiang Yao seemed not to have noticed, with a calm expression in her eyes, so Yang Sweki didn't mind. Jiang's mother waited until the baby had finished drinking and then took the baby out for a stroll again. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were left alone in the room, and the bed next to them had been vacated, as the family had already packed up and gone home. Jiang Yao, can you help me empty the urine bag and wipe my body? It's summer, and Yang Sueki is covered with a quilt, so she sweats easily and can't stand it anymore, so she asked Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao has already emptied the urine bag many times for Yang Sueki, so he nodded and removed the urine bag from Yang Sueki's body and emptied it. After emptying the bag, Jiang Yao poured a basin of hot water into the ward. Jiang Yao took the cloth that had been washed in boiling water and gently wiped Yang Sueki's body. Yang Sueki pursed her lips and didn't dare to look at Jiang Yao directly. Although Jiang Yao had already wiped her body several times, she was still not used to Jiang Yao doing this for her. After the scrubbing, Yang Sueki felt much more comfortable all over, and the feeling of stickiness on her body finally dissipated. Thank you, Jiang Yao. Yang Sueki sincerely thanked Jiang Yao. After all, Jiang Yao, a big boy, had really taken care of her these past few days. And Jiang Yao had not shown the slightest sign of impatience, which made Yang Sueki look at Jiang Yao in a new light. After all, Jiang Yao was also the kind of person who had not done much housework since childhood, and it was rare that he could take such good care of her. Jiang Yao shook his head and said calmly, compared to the pain of giving birth to your child, it is only right that I take care of you. Besides, my mother has always told me to take good care of you, so I should do my best. Jiang Yao's warm words were like a hot current that rushed into Yang Sueki's heart, and her heart was trembling slightly. Soon after, Zhang's mother returned, carrying her baby and a stainless steel lunchbox. This is the food I prepared for you. I took the baby for a stroll in the canteen and saw that they were making wonton with seaweed and dried shrimp today, so I packed 2 portions. Jiang Yao opened the stainless steel lunchbox, which was of the 2-tiered variety, and both tiers were full of delicious wontons. Mom, thank you, I just happened to want to eat wonton today. Jiang Yao felt that his mother, who not only helped with the children but also always cared about whether he and Sueki were eating, was also very touched. Jiang Yao couldn't help but walk up to her and kiss her cheek. Oh, you're such a big person and you're still kissing your mom, aren't you ashamed? Jiang Yao's mother was sweet inside, but she scolded him with her mouth. Yang Sueki looked at the loving scene between Jiang Yao and Zhang's mother and felt a sense of family. After all, a family is about everyone caring for and taking care of each other. Yang Sueki also felt a longing for family after giving birth to her child. Auntie, you have worked hard during this time. You and Jiang Yao have also worked hard to take care of me. Yang Sueki's eyes were a little moist as she finished speaking. Zhang's mother sat in front of the hospital bed, wiped the tears from Yang Sueki's face with her hand, and then said with concern, pregnant women shouldn't cry after giving birth. Sueki, you're such a good child. Auntie and Jiang Yao should be taking care of you, and you gave us such a cute child. Don't say thank you again in the future, we're all family. Jiang Yao also nodded in agreement from the side, saying, yes, we're family. Zhang's mother comforted Yang Sueki for a while, and then urged her, eat the ravioli quickly, or they'll get cold. Yang Sueki wiped away the tears from her face and nodded. Just as Yang Sueki was about to eat the ravioli with a spoon, Zhang's mother nudged Jiang Yao's shoulder and said, you're spoon-feeding Sueki. She's not feeling well and can't feed herself. Jiang Yao had just taken a bite of the ravioli when he heard his mother say this. Okay, I was just touched. Yang Sueki saw Jiang Yao standing there, as if he hadn't even reacted. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed secretly. Chapter 8, The Feeling of a Beating Heart. The days passed one after the other, and finally the day before discharge arrived. Jiang Yao was instructed by Zhang's mother to go to Yang Sueki's apartment early in the morning to pick up some laundry and daily necessities. Zhang's mother considered that if Yang Sueki's body was to recover better, it would be better to go to a postpartum care center to do some rehabilitation exercises. She had several female clients and friends whose daughters-in-law had gone to postpartum care centers for rehabilitation after giving birth. On their recommendation, Zhang's mother took a look at Kangxin Postpartum Care Center. This postpartum care center has top reputation and qualifications, and Zhang's mother also carefully investigated it. When she told Yang Sueki about the postpartum care center, she also got her approval. I also wanted to go to a postpartum care center to recover after giving birth. But since you've already chosen one for me, I'll listen to you, Auntie, Yang Sueki said obediently. I asked Jiang Yao to pick up some of your laundry at your apartment. Where is your apartment? During her last conversation with Yang Sueki, Zhang's mother learned that Yang Sueki had rented an apartment outside the school for herself to raise her child. However, the situation is different now, and the apartment is no longer needed, so Yang Sueki plans to return it. The address is 12-2, Unit 2, Building 12, Chaoyang Haofu Garden Community. Jiang Yao, you go to this address and help Sueki take her things. John's mother said. After saying that, John's mother took out her car keys and handed them to Jiang Yao. She had to help with the children herself and could not be separated, while Jiang Yao happened to be free and he was the most suitable person to go. Okay, I got it. Jiang Yao took the car keys and walked all the way to the hospital parking lot. He had taken his driving test after graduating from high school, and he also drove John's mother's car from time to time, so he was quite a good driver. Jiang Yao arrived at the Haofu Garden apartment in his car. After asking at the guard's office, he found building 12. There was a ding, and the 12th floor had arrived. Jiang Yao found Yang Shuiqi's apartment door, and there was a cute beckoning cat on the door, as if saying hello to Jiang Yao, which looked very festive. He entered the code and the door opened. Yang Shuiqi's apartment was very clean, the kind of bachelor pad. It wasn't big, but it had everything and Yang Shuiqi had decorated it to look very warm and comfortable. Jiang Yao found the master bedroom in the apartment and opened the closet to see a pile of clothes. But the clothes were neatly folded, looking very tidy, and the clothes, pants, skirts, and pajamas were divided into their own areas. This is also convenient, as the owner of the room usually has a daily outfit ready to go. She really is a delicate girl, and the air is full of a sweet fragrance. Jiang Yao took a deep breath of the room's air inside. Jiang Yao took some clothes, pants, and underwear that he felt Yang Shuiqi usually liked to wear, and then looked at the pajama area. Wow, I didn't realize that Yang Shuiqi usually wore lace pajamas. Jiang Yao took a white lace pajama and swallowed, saying, "Boys like this kind of sexy pajamas." Jiang Yao packed up all the pajamas he liked. He took a bunch of clothes and put them in the suitcase. Even the last suitcase was not enough to hold them all, because Yang Shuiqi had so many nice clothes. Most of Yang Shuiqi's clothes were styles Jiang Yao liked very much. So this also made Jiang Yao very torn. Which ones to take? If you take this one, you won't be able to let go of that one. In the end, because the suitcase couldn't fit anymore, Jiang Yao had to make the painful choice and make a choice. After all, no boy doesn't like a girl to look beautiful every day, in a way that he likes. After Jiang Yao finished packing, the suitcase was packed and he drove back to the hospital. Have you brought all your clothes and daily necessities? Zhang's mother asked. I've got them all. Yang Shuiqi glanced at it, then turned her head and continued reading. Because her junior year was actually very heavy, taking so many days off had seriously affected her usual credit score. So at the hospital, Yang Shuiqi took the CET-4 English test whenever she had time. After Yang Shuiqi had read for a while, her eyes started to ache, and her head felt dizzy. It was Zhang's mother who noticed that Yang Shuiqi had been rubbing her eyes with her hands and looked dazed. Zhang's mother advised her, "Shuiqi, you just gave birth not long ago, so you should take care of your health first. Staring at books will tire your eyes." Yang Shuiqi felt that she really couldn't read anymore after hearing this. Since she became pregnant, her energy has not been as abundant as before, and she is especially prone to fatigue. So she put down the book, closed her eyes again, and continued to sleep for a while. By the time it got close to 6 p.m., it had already darkened. Yang Shuiqi woke up and ate the porridge that Jiang Yao had fed her. Jiang Yao noticed that Yang Shuiqi's appetite didn't seem to be very good, and she was eating a little slowly. Jiang Yao put down the bowl in his hands, took out a mint candy from his pocket and handed it to Yang Shuiqi. Here, you eat the mint candy, maybe your appetite will improve a little. Yang Shuiqi took the mint candy with her hand and put it in her mouth to suck on it. This mint candy tastes like jasmine. It's delicious. Yang Shuiqi felt refreshed after eating it, as if a light breeze had slightly brushed her face, sending a light fragrance that refreshed the mind. Where did you buy this? I want to buy it next time too. Yang Shuiqi said with a satisfied smile, like a kitten that had just eaten cake, licking her lips. You don't need to buy it, I'll bring it to you whenever you like it in the future. Jiang Yao said generously. After all, it's just a little candy, and it can make a beautiful woman happy, so he's happy to help. Yang Shuiqi blushed after hearing this, and her heart beat faster. She felt that Jiang Yao was so handsome at this moment. Yang Shuiqi's eyes locked onto the boy in front of her, and the rest of the world disappeared, leaving only the sound of her own heart beating. Jiang Yao's eyes also looked at Yang Shuiqi, just catching the other person's gaze. Jiang Yao looked at the girl in front of him, and her cheeks seemed to become more and more red. He raised his hand and touched her forehead, saying, You don't have a fever, do you? Why are your cheeks so red? Yang Shuiqi reacted and awkwardly took away Jiang Yao's hand from her face. Why are you touching my face? Take it away. In order to hide her embarrassment, Yang Shuiqi turned her face away, not wanting Jiang Yao to notice anything unusual. Jiang Yao clenched his hands, and at this moment, his palms were sweating nervously. Yang Xueqi's face, why is it so nice to touch? Her skin is so good, and she still looks so good after giving birth. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding like a restless lake. After finishing dinner, Jiang's mother was about to clean up when she saw her son and Xueqi, who didn't know what they were doing, not eating properly. Xueqi, Jiang Yao, hurry up and eat, I still have to clean up after you finish eating? Okay, we'll eat here. After reacting, the two of them silently ate their own meals. Unconsciously, they felt how the food suddenly became fragrant. Chapter 9, Confinement, Yang Xiaohua's Prank. Night fell, and after a busy day, everyone rested. The next day, after everyone had packed up the things in the ward, Jiang Yao went to the hospital reception to check out. After successfully completing the formalities, Jiang Yao helped Yang Xueqi slowly get out of bed and carried all the bags and packages by himself. Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi walked to the hospital entrance and got into the car driven by Jiang's mother, who had come to pick them up. Jiang's mother was a skilled and experienced driver, and the car drove smoothly on the highway. Soon the car brought the group to the door of Kangshin Postpartum Care Center. Kangshin Postpartum Care Center is located in the center of Chaoyang City, with a first-class environment surrounded by greenery and landscaped gardens. Jiang Yao could feel the warm atmosphere as soon as he entered the door, and felt at home. Yang Xueqi, on the other hand, was attracted by the pastel-colored lobby and rooms, which made her feel like a young girl again. The receptionist greeted the guests warmly when she saw them come in. Welcome to Kangshin Confinement Center. Do you have a reservation? If so, I'll take you to your reserved room. Jiang Yao shook his head. We don't have a reservation. My wife is going to have a confinement. Can you tell us about your programs? Yang Xueqi raised an eyebrow when she heard Jiang Yao call her by her name, but she didn't deny it. The receptionist said in a professional tone, Guests, you have come to the right place. Not only do we have a luxurious and comfortable living environment, but we also have a professional nursing team and a wealth of maternal and child care services. We guarantee that our guests will have a queen-like confinement experience here, and that confinement will become a stable source of happiness. After listening to the receptionist's introduction, Yang Xueqi's eyes lit up. This is great, so it's very effective, right? Beauty, you should be the one having your confinement. Don't worry, you've made the right choice by choosing us, you'll definitely be satisfied. The receptionist said proudly. If you still don't believe me, I can show you the rooms and facilities. Jiang Yao, okay, then you show us, I'm also quite curious. The receptionist showed Jiang Yao and the others around the different room sizes, including the Queen Presidential Suite. The room has a separate master bedroom, spacious living room and luxurious bathroom, which can meet the individual needs of guests during the postpartum period. Jiang Yao and the others were very satisfied after seeing it, so with the support of Jiang's mother, they booked the deluxe suite. Jiang's mother booked a 28-day care package for Yang Xueqi, which included a variety of postpartum care, abdominal rectus muscle repair, sweat steaming, moxibustion, and weekly yoga classes. Yang Xueqi felt overwhelmed by the many items on the list. Jiang's mother's thoughtfulness and generosity also made Yang Xueqi feel loved and full of happiness. After Jiang's mother had settled Yang Xueqi's package, she hugged her child and said, Xueqi, Jiang Yao, I'll go back first with my little girl. It's not convenient for the child to stay here with you, so I want to hire a nanny to stay at home with her. Although the postpartum care center can also help Xueqi take care of the baby, I still think it's better to stay at home. Xueqi, you just take good care of your body, and I'll take good care of the baby for you. Jiang's mother also made her decision after some consideration. As a grandmother, she also wanted to spend more time with her grandson, and of course, she wanted the young couple to be alone together to cultivate their relationship. Okay, Mom, you go back first. Go back and rest well, don't work too hard. Jiang Yao also said with concern when he heard the news that his mother was going home. Yang Xueqi also nodded. After all, it was indeed inconvenient for her to take care of her grandson while she was in the postpartum period. Yang Xueqi also felt relieved at the thought of leaving her baby with Jiang's mother. Goodbye, my little girl. Mommy will come and see you after the confinement. Yang Xueqi was a little reluctant to part with her baby, as this was the first time they had been apart since birth. Say goodbye to mommy and goodbye to baby. You are the best little girl. Jiang's mother shook her tiny hand and waved goodbye. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were wide, looking very innocent and cute. She didn't know that she was parting with her parents. When Jiang's mother drove away with her in the car, the figures of Yang Xueqi and Jiang Yao outside the window gradually disappeared. The little girl only then realized that the familiar figures were gone, opened her mouth, and cried out in distress. On the other side, young Sweki's nose also slightly turned sour, and her eyes turned red. Jiang Yao was by her side, softly reassuring her, after you've finished the month-long rest, you'll be able to see your little girl. Don't cry, it's not good for your health. Yang Sweki nodded in response, then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After Jiang Yao had unpacked her luggage and checked out the surroundings, she looked at young Sweki, who was sitting on the bed. Sweki, I've taken care of all your clothes and things. Are you hungry? They also provide confinement meals here. Yang Sweki shook her head, a little distracted. Although the environment here was very good, and it was also her favorite pink style. But she had just been separated from her daughter, and she really couldn't cheer up. Jiang Yao let her be and left her alone. Girls are more emotional, especially when faced with separation and parting. Jiang Yao understood this and opened the door, went out for a stroll and brought young Sweki some snacks. Although there was confinement food here, Jiang Yao knew that young Sweki liked to snack a lot, even if she didn't eat. He remembered that time when the two of them had just started dating. Yang Sweki had asked him to buy her a large box of snacks, and before a month was up, she had already finished them. Jiang Yao was shocked. He had never imagined that Yang Sweki loved to snack so much, and yet she managed to maintain such a good figure. Didn't they say that snacking would make you fat? He could see no evidence of this in young Sweki. Since this was the city center, there was a large shopping mall nearby. Jiang Yao walked into the mall and, in the snacks section, picked up some of young Sweki's favorite snacks and of course some candy. Although you shouldn't eat too much sweet stuff, as long as you eat in moderation, it should be fine, right? Jiang Yao also wanted to take these snacks back to cheer Yang Sweki up. After all, now that the two of them are often alone together, if she's in a bad mood, Jiang Yao won't be in a good mood either. When Jiang Yao returned to the door of the room carrying a large bag of snacks, the door was unlocked, so Jiang Yao easily pushed the door open. Jiang Yao saw young Sweki curled up under the covers, asleep. What a sleepy little cat! Jiang Yao exclaimed. Jiang Yao didn't have the heart to disturb young Sweki's rest, so he tiptoed into the room and put his things down. He lay down next to young Sweki and slowly fell asleep as well. After an unknown period of time, Yang Sweki opened her eyes and was about to stretch when she suddenly noticed that there was a man lying next to her. Young Sweki was startled and looked carefully at the man. It was Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, wake up, don't sleep. Young Sweki looked at the time and realized that the two of them had slept until 1 p.m. She hadn't even had lunch yet. Her stomach suddenly started rumbling, as if protesting that she hadn't been fed. She nudged Jiang Yao a few times, but the guy was sleeping like a dead pig, drooling at the corner of his mouth, and couldn't be woken up no matter what. Suddenly young Sweki squinted her eyes, and a sly gleam of satisfaction shone in her cunning gaze. Since she couldn't wake Jiang Yao up, she wouldn't blame her for playing a prank. She picked up the pen with care and drew 3 horizontal lines on the right side of Jiang Yao's face. As if in agreement, Jiang Yao scratched a few times and rolled over to the other side. Young Sweki seized the opportunity and quickly drew 3 horizontal lines on the other half of his face. This time, Jiang Yao's face rolled to the front, so she wrote a big Wang character. Young Sweki looked at her work and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Chapter 10 Yang Sweki coaxes Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao suddenly moved at this moment. He opened his eyes and looked at young Sweki with a puzzled expression. Young Sweki still had a strange smile on her face and kept looking at her own face. Jiang Yao felt that something was wrong and hurriedly ran to the mirror by the bathroom sink, and then saw his own face. After washing his face, Jiang Yao glared at Yang Sweki with his eyes and threatened, "In the future, when you fall asleep, I'll draw on your face too." What? No, Jiang Yao, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Yang Sweki's heart sank when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, "Forgive me, okay?" Yang Sweki hung a trace of coquettishness on the corner of her mouth, and in a soft, coquettish tone, she begged Jiang Yao to forgive her this time. Jiang Yao was completely defenseless when he heard young Sweki's coquettish voice. His whole body felt tingling and numb, as if he had been struck by an electric current. Jiang Yao's face loosened a bit. "Okay, I forgive you. However, in the future, you are not allowed to speak to other men in this tone." Yang Sweki asked doubtfully, "Why?" "There is no why, just listen to me." After all, Yang Sweki's coquettish appearance is really provocative. Jiang Yao didn't want other men to see it, so he said this deliberately. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Yao opened the door and saw the receptionist and a beautiful, tall, sexy woman. The receptionist introduced Jiang Yao. "This is our gold medal yoga teacher, Teacher Yu." She is best at teaching pregnant women postpartum yoga. Postpartum yoga can effectively help beautiful women who are in the postpartum period to regain their pre-pregnancy figure as soon as possible. Teacher Yu looked at the attractive young couple in front of her. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, and they looked very pleasing to the eye. She smiled and extended her hand, saying, "I'm very happy to meet you." Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao saw this and also extended their hands and shook hands with Teacher Yu in a friendly manner. Teacher Yu looked at Yang Sueki and smiled. "In the next few days, I will help you learn the postpartum yoga moves. You are very pretty and have a celebrity face. I believe that after you complete the program at our store, your body will quickly return to the way it was before." After Teacher Yu finished speaking, she looked at Yang Sueki with envious eyes. After all, she had given birth at such a young age, and her body had recovered better. Yang Sueki blushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's embarrassed expression and thought to himself, "She is good-looking and easily shy. What a simple and lovely girl." After chatting with Teacher Yu for a while, he learned that there was a yoga class in the afternoon. The two asked the receptionist to deliver the food. After all, they hadn't eaten at noon and their stomachs were already grumbling with hunger. Yang Sueki contentedly finished the confinement meal in front of her, and gave the meal a perfect score in her heart. Maybe it's because they were hungry, but they really liked the food. Jiang Yao also thought that the food at the postpartum care center was really good, with both meat and vegetables. There were 6 postpartum meals a day, one at 8 a.m., one at 12 p.m., and one at 6 p.m., with snacks in between. Every time it was time to eat, the front desk would deliver the food to the room. This time, the front desk didn't deliver because the two of them fell asleep at noon. Jiang Yao's meals were prepared separately and were different from Yang Sueki's confinement meals. The point is that although they overslept, there were still hot meals waiting for them, which was quite considerate. After they finished eating, they played with their phones for a while. Yang Sueki saw that it was almost time for her yoga class, so she changed into the yoga clothes and shark pants that the store had prepared. She got dressed and then tied her hair into a bun. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up when he saw Yang Sueki's outfit. How did Yang Sueki's figure become so good? And it's especially feminine. Her limbs are very thin, but she has everything where it should be, and she's still plump. Yang Sueki noticed Jiang Yao's eyes on her body, staring at her intently. Her face turned red, and then she ignored Jiang Yao's eyes and put on the jacket she brought with her. The beautiful spring light was mercilessly covered by the jacket. It was soon time for the yoga class, and Yang Sueki ignored Jiang Yao. She followed the guidance of the receptionist and went to the yoga room. Jiang Yao was told that he needed to stay in the room alone. Although Jiang Yao also asked the receptionist if he could follow her and just watch from the side without disturbing. He was still refused by the receptionist and Yang Sueki. Jiang Yao, who was left alone in the room at this time, was also very bored. He watched some TV and played with his phone for a while, but in his heart, he really wanted to go watch Yang Sueki do yoga. Leaving his phone on the bed, Jiang Yao got up from the bed. "I don't want to let me watch, but I want to watch." What a joke, leaving him alone in the room, waiting for Yang Sueki to come back. If this is the case for the next so many items, he would be too bored. Jiang Yao got dressed, tidied up a bit, and closed the door. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he used his own judgment to search room after room until he finally arrived at the door of the yoga room. The hallway was quiet, and Jiang Yao looked through the crack in the door. He saw that the yoga room was filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, and soft, elegant music was playing on the stereo. The sound of running water in the music made people feel at one with nature. Warm sunlight streams through the windows and shines on the wooden floor. Yang Sueki is on her yoga mat, stretching her body to the music. Under the one-on-one guidance of her teacher, she completes each standard yoga movement. Paying attention to regulating her breathing, she places her hands on her abdomen, chest, and head in turn, chanting a one-set, you one-set. While explaining the yoga movements, Teacher Yu adjusts Yang Sueki's yoga movements. Jiang Yao looked through the crack in the door to see the teaching situation inside. He had to say that Yang Sueki's flexibility was still very good, and each yoga movement was perfectly presented. With a stunning figure, her skin was so flawless that she looked like a fairy come down to earth, beautiful and graceful. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding, and sweat was dripping from his forehead onto his body. Chapter 11. Yang Sueki felt like her eyes were dirty. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao returned to his room before anyone noticed him. He lay on the bed, his mind filled with the sight of Yang Sueki doing yoga. They say that women change with age, and Yang Sueki is becoming more and more charming. A year ago, Yang Sueki was not like this. After Yang Sueki finished yoga, she returned to her room panting. Yang Sweki's clothes were covered in sweat, and the sticky feeling made her uncomfortable. She was about to open the bathroom door and go in to change her clothes. Then she saw the bathroom door in front of her being opened, and a man's body appeared in front of her. Neither of them expected this unexpected event to happen, and they both exclaimed involuntarily. Zhang Yao quickly reacted and quickly wrapped himself in a bath towel. Zhang Yao saw Yang Sweki still yelling and shouting, so he helplessly covered Yang Sweki's mouth with his hand. Little brat, stop shouting. If you keep shouting, people will think there's a pervert in your room. Yang Sweki stared with wide eyes at Zhang Yao, who was covering her mouth with his hand. She nodded, indicating that Zhang Yao should take his hand away from her mouth. Then Yang Sweki gasped for breath, exasperated. You almost scared me to death, I thought someone had entered the wrong room. Yang Sweki thought about what she had just seen, and suddenly felt that her eyes were not clean. Zhang Yao was not much better off, he also felt very embarrassed. Not because he forgot to bring his laundry into the bathroom, so he ran out to get it. Zhang Yao thought Yang Sweki was still doing yoga and would not be back soon, and since he did not notice the sound of the door opening. This is how the embarrassing situation happened. Zhang Yao scratched his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I thought you hadn't come back yet. Yang Sweki snorted and ignored Zhang Yao. She took a set of clothes from the closet and went into the bathroom to change. This misunderstanding incident unintentionally brought the two closer together. Together with the time they had spent together in the past few days, their relationship had suddenly improved a lot. And when Zhang Yao saw that Yang Sweki had not held it against him, his heart also relaxed. He took the change of clothes that Zhang's mother had brought and changed into them. After changing, Zhang Yao looked at the time on his watch and realized that it was time for dinner again. Zhang Yao made a call to the front desk and asked them to send some food over. After all, they had spent so much money on the confinement center, they had to enjoy it. After making the call, Zhang Yao sat by the bed and picked up her phone to play a game. Soon, there was a knock at the door. The receptionist appeared at the door, smiling as she placed the food and utensils on the table and then closed the door and left. Yang Sweki changed into some clothes and came out of the bathroom, and she could smell the delicious food. She went to the dining table and saw fried yam and wood ears, minced pork and eggplant, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and shrimp, mushroom and tofu soup. Everything looked delicious. Yang Sweki's tongue kept turning in her mouth, and she couldn't wait to taste the food. After all, she had practiced yoga all afternoon and was now tired and hungry. Then Yang Sweki saw Zhang Yao still engrossed in the game and couldn't move him even when she called. She couldn't help but sit at the table and start eating alone. Wow, this fried wood ear is really fragrant, it's even better than the one I had at school. And this eggplant, I could eat bowls of this rice with sauce. This soup is also really delicious. It's thick and tasty. Yang Sweki is now very satisfied with the services at the Postpartum Care Center, because not only are the yoga classes well taught, but the food here is also so delicious and nutritious. Yang Sweki's tone of praise while eating made Zhang Yao's eyes can't help but look at her. Is it that delicious? Then I want to eat it too. Zhang Yao was intrigued by Yang Sweki's praise. He walked over to the table, looked at the food, and said. Zhang Yao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of wood ear, and put it in his mouth. It does taste good. Before long, the two of them had finished the food in front of them. After dinner, Zhang Yao lay on the bed with a satisfied look on his face, picked up his phone and started watching short videos on TikTok while stealing glances at Yang Sweki out of the corner of his eye. Yang Sweki, meanwhile, looked at Zhang Yao lying on the bed and felt embarrassed inside. After all, there was only one bed in the room, so how were the two of them going to sleep? Although Yang Sweki had already given birth to Zhang Yao's child, she hadn't yet figured out her relationship with him. Prior to this, the two of them had actually not been in contact for a year. Their relationship had only improved in the past few days. But Zhang Yao had no intention of giving up his bed, and he was now lying on the bed playing with his phone. Yang Sweki let out a deep sigh and made up her mind. She tentatively asked Zhang Yao, do you want to make a bed on the floor? There's only one bed, how are we going to sleep? Zhang Yao put his phone down and raised his eyebrows. I'm not sleeping on the floor. The floor is so cold, where is it comfortable compared to the bed? This bed is big, you can come up and sleep too. But Yang Sweki was a little speechless. But, what? If you don't sleep in the bed, you can make your own floor. Zhang Yao let out these words. After all, Yang Sweki definitely would not sleep on the floor, so he said this on purpose. Yang Sweki had no choice but to ask the reception to send another quilt, which was the best solution she could think of. She took the quilt, placed it on the other side of the bed, and lay down. However, she chose the farthest corner of the bed, with her back facing Jiang Yao. Just as she was comfortably adjusting her position, Jiang Yao's voice came over. "You're lying so far over to the side, aren't you afraid you'll fall asleep and accidentally fall off at night? And why are you so far away from me? I'm not going to do anything to you." Yang Xueqi heard what Jiang Yao said, and she deliberately ignored him as well. Jiang Yao saw Yang Xueqi ignore him as if he were air, and he played with his phone on his own. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, this was a good opportunity to draw the two closer together. Yang Xueqi covered her upper body with the bedding, but her legs were exposed to the air. It was the middle of summer, and the temperature at night was stuffy. Although the air conditioner in the room was set to a very low temperature, it still felt very hot. Jiang Yao's eyes secretly glanced at Yang Xueqi's long, smooth legs. The lines of her legs were very beautiful, and they were so slender that there was not a hint of cellulite. The air was also filled with the scent of Yang Xueqi's body wash. Yang Xueqi also noticed a gaze lingering on her legs, and a blush appeared on her face. She was very shy. Yang Xueqi felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was like shyness, but also like anger. An indescribable and complex feeling spread in her heart. Chapter 12: Yang Xueqi's attentive care. Yang Xueqi pretended not to see Jiang Yao's gaze, and pulled the quilt in front of her over her legs. Although Yang Xueqi looked calm, her heart was beating like a chaotic string, so nervous that she felt like she couldn't control it. The tense atmosphere filled the air, like an invisible cloud, enveloping the two of them together. And when the quilt covered Yang Xueqi's legs, Jiang Yao's gaze revealed disappointment. But at this moment, he suddenly covered his stomach and groaned in pain. "My stomach hurts so much. Was the food I ate tonight not clean? I feel so bad." Jiang Yao curled up in the quilt and rolled around in pain, looking very uncomfortable. Yang Xueqi heard Jiang Yao's voice and her heart tightened. She immediately turned her head to look at Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, what's wrong? If you're really feeling unwell, I'll go call the front desk right now and have them send some medicine over." After she finished speaking, Yang Xueqi got up and was about to go out the door to have the front desk send the medicine over quickly. Jiang Yao quickly held Yang Xueqi back and shook his head, saying, "I just have a bit of a stomachache, and it's also possible that I caught a cold. Xueqi, can you pour me a cup of warm water?" Yang Xueqi let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. She picked up the kettle, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, drink it while it's still hot. If you're still feeling unwell, I'll call the front desk. After all, a stomachache is no trivial matter, and your health is more important." Yang Xueqi looked at Jiang Yao, who looked miserable, and was very worried, but she still patiently asked after him. Jiang Yao took the water Yang Xueqi handed him and said with difficulty, "Xueqi, can you ask the front desk to get me some painkillers? I think I ate something bad, and some painkillers will help ease the pain." Yang Xueqi immediately went out to get the painkillers from the front desk. When she returned to the room, she handed Jiang Yao the pills, but he didn't take them right away. He covered his stomach, his facial features wrinkled together, looking very uncomfortable. Jiang Yao's forehead was sweating, and he said in a pleading tone, "My stomach is really painful. Can you feed me the medicine, Xueqi?" Yang Xueqi didn't want to see Jiang Yao suffer, but she didn't care, which was too heartless. Yang Xueqi's beautiful eyes, with their thick eyelashes, twitched slightly. "Fine, then sit up and take the medicine." Yang Xueqi placed the pill in her hand and fed it to Jiang Yao's mouth. After feeding it, Yang Xueqi quickly made Jiang Yao drink some warm water. "Jiang Yao, you lie down and rest for a while first, the medicine shouldn't have an effect that quickly." Jiang Yao nodded weakly and smiled at Yang Xueqi. "Xueqi, thank you for feeding me my medicine." Yang Xueqi shook her head, "This is just a trivial thing to do, you should just rest properly." Jiang Yao obediently closed his eyes and rested, with a quilt covering him tightly. Yang Xueqi sat on the sofa playing with her phone, but her eyes were always on Jiang Yao's condition. After all, stomach pain can be serious. Jiang Yao suddenly had stomach pain, and Yang Xueqi felt bad about it. After a while, Yang Xueqi asked with concern, "Jiang Yao, is your stomach feeling better now?" Jiang Yao on the bed did not fall asleep, but just narrowed his eyes. Hearing Yang Xueqi's voice, Jiang Yao opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Jiang Yao moved his body a little and felt that after taking the medicine, his stomach really did not hurt anymore. He looked at Yang Xueqi with a face full of gratitude. "Xueqi, thank you for feeding me the medicine. After taking the medicine, my stomach really feels better." Yang Xueqi finally let her heart down after hearing this. You had a stomachache, so you probably caught a cold. Look, I'm fine after dinner, so it's obvious that the food was clean. It's hot and cold now, especially since the air conditioning is on in the room all the time. It's normal for your stomach to catch a cold easily. Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao's thin clothes and couldn't help but remind him, Jiang Yao, the clothes you're wearing are a bit too thin, it's better if you wear more. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, I got it, thank you. Chapter 13 Jiang Yao, why are you so close to me? Soon, time passed by little by little. In the dark night sky, the moon and stars were sparse, and it was already very late. Jiang Yao looked at the time on his phone, it was already past 11 p.m. Usually, he went to bed around midnight, so he couldn't help but yawn. Jiang Yao rubbed his sore eyes and looked at young Sweki and said, Sweki, are you sleepy? It's getting a bit late, so why don't we turn off the lights and go to bed early? Young Sweki was still replying to her best friend Tang Qingyue's WeChat messages, and the two of them were having a good chat. I'm not sleepy, but if you are, you go ahead and sleep. Yang Sweki usually goes to bed late and has already had a good sleep during the day, so she is not sleepy yet. Jiang Yao has to decide to go to sleep later after hearing this. He logs into the game interface of Clash of Clans to prepare to fight for resources. Jiang Yao's clan is now level 16, and although there is nothing left to upgrade, he still needs to log in frequently to guide new members and fight clan wars. Yang Sweki is chatting with her best friend Tang Qingyue, and the two of them are chatting back and forth. Tang Qingyue, has something happened to you recently? Why did you take so long to ask for leave? Yang Sweki, no, I just want to take a break. I don't feel well. Just as Tang Qingyue is about to continue pressing, Yang Sweki quickly changes the subject to studying. Yang Sweki, I heard that you took the mock exam. How did you do? Tang Qingyue, don't ask, it wasn't very good. I have to take a makeup exam next time anyway. Yang Sweki looked at the crying emotic her best friend sent and burst out laughing. After Yang Sweki finished replying to her best friend's message, she put down her phone and looked at the ground in confusion. What did Tang Qingyue mean when she asked what was wrong? Yang Sweki really wanted to tell Tang Qingyue that she had taken leave because she had given birth to a baby. But she resisted, after all, she didn't want more people to know about it so soon. Although sooner or later her classmates would find out, Yang Sweki still wanted to delay it as long as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain, especially with Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki actually liked Jiang Yao in her heart, but because they had broken up before, she was afraid of getting hurt. After a moment's thought, Yang Sweki heard the sound of a game. Jiang Yao was playing a tribal battle at the time. He was good at reading the formation and matching troops. Unsurprisingly, he got another 3 stars. Jiang Yao typed in the tribal chat channel, I got 3 stars again. After waiting a while, no one in the tribe responded to him. Jiang Yao thought, maybe it's too late now, I'll wait until tomorrow to check the messages. Yang Sweki noticed that Jiang Yao had put down his phone. Jiang Yao, it's getting late, go to bed early. Jiang Yao nodded and turned off the light. After Jiang Yao turned off the light, the whole world went dark. The two fell asleep back to back, and their breathing was especially clear in the darkness. And the scent of Yang Sweki's body still drifted towards Jiang Yao indistinctly. Jiang Yao dragged his body and carefully moved towards Yang Sweki. The distance between the two of them suddenly became much closer, and the fragrance became stronger and stronger. Yang Sweki felt hot breath on her ear, and turned around to look behind her. Jiang Yao's face was close by, and Yang Sweki felt that her lips were about to touch Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao, why are you so close to me? How can I sleep with you so close to me? Move over a little, I'm going to fall. Yang Sweki was really a little angry. Yang Sweki felt that she might have misunderstood Jiang Yao after hearing his explanation. But did she really smell good? Why didn't she feel it herself? Yang Sweki could hear the grievance in Jiang Yao's tone, and her heart softened a little. She thought for a moment and responded, then you can lean in closer to me, but not too close. Otherwise, if the heat from your body blows onto me, I really won't be able to sleep. Really? No, forget it. Jiang Yao tentatively asked. Well, you can lean in closer to me. After saying this, Yang Sweki suddenly felt a little remorseful. Is she being too nice to Jiang Yao, accepting that she can get so close to her? Jiang Yao, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, but Yang Sweki couldn't see her expression in the dark. When Jiang Yao moved closer to Yang Sweki again, Yang Sweki didn't object. This made Jiang Yao feel that Yang Sweki was really a very nice person, one who thought a lot about others. Yang Sueki felt Jiang Yao's closeness and her body tensed up, afraid to make a move. Jiang Yao felt uncomfortable too, so he got up and went to the bathroom. Yang Sueki felt that the space next to her was empty. She also let her guard down and let out a long sigh. Yang Sueki waited for Jiang Yao for a while, but he didn't come back. So she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Jiang Yao in the bathroom climbed into bed and went to sleep after going to the bathroom. He saw that Yang Sueki was already asleep, so he slowly fell asleep too. Chapter 14 Repaying a favor. How can you repay a favor without a hug? The morning sun poured into the room, and the birds on the branches chirped. It was already high noon, the sun was shining, but the two people in the room were still fast asleep. Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao were both asleep on the bed, face down. In his sleep, Jiang Yao seemed to dream that a pretty girl put her hand on him and then wanted to kiss him with her rosy lips. Just as Jiang Yao was looking forward to the kiss, his mouth suddenly felt as if it was being covered, and then his nose also started to feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yao was awakened by this uncomfortable feeling, and he opened his eyes. As a result, Jiang Yao discovered that at this time, a jade foot was resting on his mouth. It was Yang Sueki's foot. He frowned and pushed the foot away with his hand. Then Jiang Yao rubbed his lips vigorously with his hand, but no matter how hard he rubbed, they wouldn't come clean. So Jiang Yao got up and went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth with water. After Jiang Yao had washed up, he walked out of the bathroom. He noticed that the person who had done something bad was still fast asleep, without any sign of waking up. Jiang Yao walked over to the bed and looked at Yang Sueki, who was sleeping in a very bad position, with a face of helplessness. This was how Yang Sueki used to be. Every time she fell asleep, she was very unruly. At the time, he had even teased her, "Many people think you are a beautiful fairy, but who knew that fairies are so unruly when they sleep? If you make a video and post it online, your image will be ruined." At the time, Yang Sueki also acted like a scoundrel and denied it. The two of them got along in their ordinary days, arguing and fighting, just like a loving young couple. Later, after Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki broke up, he also wept bitterly, getting drunk with his roommates in the dormitory. Jiang Yao once thought that he would seal his heart and stop loving, and become a playboy in the love arena. He did spend his time this way, but fate seemed to play a huge joke on him. The two people who had separated were now tied together again because of their child. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's sleeping posture and felt a little amused. Yang Sueki, who was still asleep, had a pretty face and was delicate and graceful. However, her mouth was hanging open and her sleeping posture was extremely unkempt. Jiang Yao had a mischievous thought and gently pinched Yang Sueki's cheek. "Ha ha ha, she looks like a blowfish." Jiang Yao laughed to himself. Just as he was about to do something naughty again, Yang Sueki's eyes slowly opened. And when Yang Sueki opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Yao standing in front of her. She was also taken aback, and then angrily said, "Jiang Yao, what are you doing standing here? Are you trying to molest me while I'm asleep?" Jiang Yao was shocked by these words and his jaw dropped. "Auntie, are you okay? I had so many opportunities to molest you. But I didn't do it. Do you think I have any reason to do that to you when you're asleep?" Jiang Yao retorted immediately. After listening to this, Yang Sueki also felt a sigh of relief in her heart. After all, if Jiang Yao really wanted to do something to her, she couldn't resist. And the two of them also had a child, so if anyone else found out, they would just think that it was a conflict between a young couple. So Yang Sueki pulled the corners of her mouth and said, "Okay, I misunderstood you." Then Yang Sueki planned to get up and wash up. After all, it wasn't early anymore. Her stomach was a little hungry too, and Yang Sueki planned to eat breakfast after washing up. After Yang Sueki had washed up, she walked out of the bathroom. As Yang Sueki walked out of the bathroom with a calm expression on her face, she suddenly slipped on the floor and lost her balance, falling forward. Jiang Yao watched the girl in front of him about to fall to the floor and immediately reacted. He rushed to Yang Sueki's front, extended his arms, and caught her firmly. Yang Sueki was like seeing a straw to grab, and her hand unconsciously grasped Jiang Yao's clothing, trying to find a little support. Jiang Yao's arms wrapped tightly around Yang Sueki, and Yang Sueki could feel his solid chest, with the sound of his heartbeat echoing in her ears. The two's gazes met in the air, and for a moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. After Yang Sueki reacted, her face flushed like a delicate peach blossom, and her flushed cheeks revealed an inexplicable shyness. She shyly lowered her head, afraid to look at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's coy appearance and also found her very cute, making him want to tease her. Could you please take your hand away from my waist?" Yang Sueki said with some embarrassment. Just as Yang Sweki was about to slap Jiang Yao's chest with her hand, Jiang Yao's hand suddenly let go of her waist. I was just joking around, just hugging you. You were going to hit me. Besides, to repay a favor, how else can you repay a favor if you don't hug? Jiang Yao sneered as he held Yang Sweki's wrist in his hand. Yang Sweki looked away sheepishly and shook her head to deny it, saying, I didn't want to hit you, who told you to hug me? Jiang Yao let go of Yang Sweki's wrist, turned his head, opened the door, and went out. Looking at Jiang Yao's departing back, Yang Sweki's heart was also filled with mixed emotions, and she felt a little lost. Yang Sweki sighed, somewhat regretting her actions. Was her reaction just now a bit too much? Just as she was thinking about what had just happened with a face full of remorse, Jiang Yao quickly pushed the door open again. Jiang Yao was holding the breakfast that the receptionist had brought over. The receptionist had wanted to bring it over, but was afraid of disturbing their rest. After learning the reason, Jiang Yao also shook his head and said, It's fine, you can knock on the door next morning. We really do get up too late, so you don't have to worry about disturbing us. Jiang Yao put down the breakfast in his hands, looked at Yang Sweki, and said, Come and have breakfast. It's quite rich today. There's congee and eggs, and there's quite a lot of stuff. I've got the yogurt you like. Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao was just like nothing had happened, greeting her to eat breakfast, and even getting the yogurt she liked. Her heart felt like a tight string that suddenly loosened a little. Yang Sweki walked over to the table, picked up the bread and yogurt in front of her, and ate in small bites. The two of them quietly ate their breakfast separately, without any communication during that time. Of course, although Jiang Yao also didn't speak to Yang Sweki, he kept observing her with the corner of his eye. When Jiang Yao saw Yang Sweki finish the bread, there were still a few crumbs around the corner of her mouth. His hand reached out unconsciously to Yang Sweki's mouth corner to wipe them off for her. Yang Sweki, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yao's actions. She felt a warm palm touch the corner of her mouth. A wave of heat rushed to her heart, and Yang Sweki's face flushed with red. She appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. And when the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yao opened the door and saw that it was the receptionist standing outside. Hello, I have arranged a breast care massage package for your wife today. This can effectively help the blood circulation of the breasts of new mothers, improve the shape of the breasts, and promote breast health. The receptionist introduced professionally. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this and laughed. Okay, I understand. I'll let my wife go for the program in a moment, thank you. These are the things we should do. We have arranged a 2 p.m. treatment for your wife, and I will call you in advance to notify you. The treatment schedule will be quite full starting tomorrow, because we also hope that our guests can rest well and adjust their state of mind the day or two before. So I hope you and your wife can get up a little earlier, which will also be healthier for your bodies. The receptionist continued. Jiang Yao nodded and turned to go back to the room to tell Yang Sweki about this. The receptionist told me that you have a lot of appointments later. We have to wake up early for breakfast, and don't stay up late at night. Then at 2 p.m. today they have scheduled a breast care appointment for you. Sweki, you take a break for a while, and the receptionist will remind us in advance in the afternoon. Breast care? What is this? Yang Sweki asked doubtfully. Chapter 15 Handsome guy, you and your wife really have a good relationship. Yang Sweki suddenly felt a little embarrassed after asking. After all, Jiang Yao is a boy, where would he know about this? Jiang Yao smiled and replied, I don't really understand either, but the receptionist just said that this program is good for your breast recovery. Then Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with meaningful eyes. Yang Sweki glared at Jiang Yao with a flushed face and covered her chest with her hands. After all, Yang Sweki was wearing a low-cut short pajama at this time, and she usually wore this kind of pajama when she was at home alone. Because this kind of pajama looked good and was cool, but at this time Yang Sweki wished she could put a sack on herself and wrap herself up tightly. When Yang Sweki found that among the clothes Jiang Yao helped her pack in the apartment, the pajamas were all these more revealing ones. She was at the point of tears. Jiang Yao was really bad. Obviously, she still had quite a few conservative pajamas in her wardrobe. Didn't Jiang Yao see them? The suitcase was full of revealing pajamas. So when she took out this pajama, she had to steel her nerves to wear it. I remember last night, when Yang Sweki appeared in front of Jiang Yao wearing this pajamas, Jiang Yao's eyes on her became a little fiery. Yang Sweki could only pretend that she didn't see it, and got into the quilt, covering her upper body with the quilt. And just now, after Yang Sweki woke up, she didn't notice in time that she was still wearing her pajamas. At this moment, her face was also flushed, like an attractive red apple. Then Yang Sweki took some clothes, turned her head and ran to the bathroom, changing her pajamas. In the past few days, she had always been shy in front of Zhang Yao, and when she touched her cheeks with her hand, her cheeks were also burning, and her heart felt like it was going to jump out. Yang Sweki opened the faucet in front of her, cupped some water in her hands, and slapped her cheeks. Yang Sweki, you have to be brave, don't always be shy in front of Zhang Yao. Yang Sweki cheered herself up in front of the bathroom mirror. She adjusted her breathing forcefully, and then walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yao was playing Clash of Clans on his phone. He was still a leader of the tribe. He played this game in his spare time, and the game had accompanied him for many years without him realizing it. There is a kind of game that is played with feelings. Zhang Yao thought, and this was the case with his playing Clash of Clans. Zhang Yao looked at the results of the battle with another tribe yesterday, which ended in a score of 35-32. He looked at the result proudly, and easily won the battle against the opposing tribe. With my own efforts and the help of the best soldiers in the army, I easily won the clan battle. Sure enough, this clan can't do without me. Yesterday I destroyed 2 enemy 3 stars. Brothers, you can go and watch and learn from them. The league is coming up soon, so everyone must fight with all their hearts. This way, we'll be champions soon. Zhang Yao typed a long message into the clan chat channel. Then the elder member of the tribe with the more active ID, Savage King Manzi, saw it and replied, "Boss, you're awesome. I've watched you play over and over again since I woke up this morning. I've watched and studied over and over again, and I hurried to reply as soon as I saw you online. By the way, boss, can you let me play more in the league? I promise to steadily advance from 2 stars to 3 stars, and I won't hold the tribe back." Then LD, Savage King Savage, sent several more emoticons of grinning teeth. After seeing this, Zhang Yao could tell that he was just trying to get more resources by developing his character. He then replied with a smile, "No problem, you're usually very active in the tribe. It's fine for you to play more, but you have to play well, after all, wins and losses are related to everyone in the tribe." Then in the chat channel of the tribe, after Zhang Yao had finished speaking, LD, Savage King Savage, replied, "I promise to complete the task, thank you, Chief." Zhang Yao chatted with the other members for a while, exchanging game tips, and then logged off. Zhang Yao was very satisfied with the harmonious atmosphere of the tribe. The longer you run a tribe, the more effort you have to put in, so he also hopes that his tribe will get better and better. Yang Sweki watched Zhang Yao bowing his head and playing games the whole time, ignoring her. Yang Sweki looked curiously at the screen on Zhang Yao's phone and asked, "Zhang Yao, what game are you playing?" Zhang Yao turned his head and looked at Yang Sweki, who was a bit like a curious baby, and then said proudly, "I'm playing Clash of Clans. I'm the leader of the tribe. My skills are the best. Are you interested in joining?" Zhang Yao continued to tempt, "Join my tribe, and I can take you with me, so you can develop faster too." Yang Sweki licked her lips, her face full of a thoughtful expression, clearly lost in thought. After a moment's thought, a smile blossomed on Yang Sweki's face, and she said sweetly, "Okay, I'll download the game right away, you must take me. Since Zhang Yao plays this game, if I play it too, then I can cultivate a common interest with Zhang Yao. With an extra topic, it will be easier for the two of us to get along." Yang Sweki thought slyly about this. After all, she actually liked Zhang Yao too. Yang Sweki downloaded the software, logged into the game, and chose the ID name Honey Sweki Sweetie. Then Zhang Yao promptly invited Yang Sweki to join his tribe. Yang Sweki was secretly delighted inside, her plan had worked. The two played the game together for a while, then took a break after lunch. Soon it was 1:50 p.m., and the phone in the room rang. Zhang Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes. Then he picked up the receiver and said, "What is it?" From the other end of the line came a sweet voice, "Sir, your wife's nursing time is about to end. We will be taking your wife for nursing in a moment." After Zhang Yao hung up the phone, he nudged Yang Sweki, who was still taking her afternoon nap. Seeing that Yang Sweki was still asleep, Zhang Yao leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Get up, it's time to eat." Yang Sweki's body immediately sprang up, and then she opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhang Yao, asking, "Where's the food?" Zhang Yao looked at Yang Sweki helplessly, who was still not fully awake, and laughed, "The food is in your stomach. Get up, we need to do breast care." Yang Sweki rubbed her head after hearing this. After standing there for a moment, she slowly regained her senses. Yang Sweki, who had come to her senses, tidied up her appearance. After all, she had just woken up, and her hair was a bit messy. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. Yang Sueki followed the receptionist's footsteps and came to the beauty room. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, was once again left in the room. In fact, he was a bit puzzled in his heart. Couldn't he accompany Yang Sueki for the treatment? After all, he had told the store that they were a couple, and it was normal for couples to accompany each other. Zhang Yao was full of doubts, but after thinking about it, he decided to talk to the receptionist again and tell her that he wanted to accompany Yang Sueki for the treatment. He felt that it should be fine for a guy to watch the breast treatment. Zhang Yao also wanted to feast his eyes on Yang Sueki, but how was the breast treatment done? As a guy, it was only normal for him to be curious, right? As a result, when he mentioned this to the receptionist, she raised an eyebrow and laughed, saying, "When we girls are having a treatment, guys aren't allowed to be there. If they are, we can't concentrate on enjoying the treatment. I already explained this to you yesterday when you wanted to watch your wife do yoga, but you probably forgot. Handsome guy, you and your wife really have a good relationship, and you want to stick together all the time, even for just a little while." The receptionist was a little jealous. Zhang Yao felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. He had indeed forgotten about it. Well, there was nothing he could do about not being able to accompany her on the project. Although he really wanted to be with Yang Sueki every day, after he finished accompanying her through the postpartum period, Zhang Yao still had to go to school and take care of his own affairs. But naturally, Zhang Yao would not share his innermost thoughts with a stranger. So he put on a smile, chatted with the receptionist for a while, and then returned to his room to play with his phone. Chapter 16 Welcome to our home. And for the next month, Zhang Yao patiently accompanied Yang Sueki during her confinement. Whenever Yang Sueki was working on various projects, he was also alone in his room playing with his phone. The days passed pleasantly, and before long it was time for Yang Sueki to finish her project and prepare to leave the hotel. Zhang Yao had also told Zhang's mother about this early on, asking her to drive over and pick them up. He had this in mind. Picking Yang Sueki up and taking her back to his place for a while would also make it easier for her to take care of the baby. After all, it had been a month since they had seen the baby, and Yang Sueki had told Zhang Yao more than once that she missed the baby. Zhang Yao also took great pains to comfort Yang Sueki. After all, a woman who has given birth needs more care from her man. Zhang Yao also learned from the TikTok videos. Since learning that she had a child, Zhang Yao has often searched for parenting tips. Over time, he naturally learned some of the little ways to take care of a postpartum woman. After the two tidied up their things in the room, Zhang's mother drove to the door of the postpartum care center to pick them up. Zhang Yao is also full of gratitude towards his mother. His mother not only helps with the baby but also pays for the postpartum care center. What a wonderful mother! Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki stood in front of the shop with their luggage, waiting for Zhang's mother to pick them up. After waiting for a while, Zhang's mother's car appeared in front of them. After putting their luggage in the trunk, the two got in the car. "Sueki, how are the services at the postpartum care center? Do you feel that it is effective?" Zhang's mother took the initiative to ask Yang Sueki. After all, the daughter-in-law is the treasure now, and she is the great contributor in the family. Although Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki have not yet married, Zhang's mother has long regarded Yang Sueki as her daughter-in-law. Naturally, she is also exceptionally warm towards Yang Sueki. "Auntie, the postpartum care center's services are quite good, and I have learned a lot. And I feel that my body is recovering quite well. I will continue to do yoga at home to keep exercising." Yang Sueki replied with a satisfied look. "That's good, women who give birth young recover faster. Unlike me, I was almost 28 when I gave birth to Zhang Yao. Because I was busy with work, Zhang Yao's father and I got married early, but I refused to have children early. Then I accidentally got pregnant, and I was still working when I was about to give birth." Zhang's mother thought about these old memories and opened up, talking non-stop. Zhang Yao listened to Zhang's mother and told Yang Sueki about the embarrassing things that happened in his childhood, and he was also speechless. "Mom, can you not bring me into your conversation?" Just as Zhang's mother was still telling about her embarrassing things, and the two were laughing heartily. Zhang Yao could no longer bear it and stopped the two. After all, the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Zhang's mother even talked about when she was a child, probably only 1 or 2 years old, wearing girls' clothes. "Mom, stop talking," Zhang Yao said angrily. Zhang's mother saw that her son was really a little angry, so she quickly shut up and stopped the topic. Her son also had a bottom line, and he didn't like it when people talked about him as a child. Zhang's mother also couldn't help but talk because she got along well with Yang Sueki. Unexpectedly, she had inadvertently upset her son. Next, the topic ended with the addition of Jiang Yao, and the car drove peacefully all the way into the basement of the Taihua community. Jiang Yao's family had become wealthy through his parents' business in their early years, so he had lived a comfortable life since childhood, at least without having to worry about money. John's mother was even more discerning, and after making money, she quickly bought a house. After John's mother slowly parked the car in the basement, the three got out and walked towards the elevator. As soon as John's mother opened the door to their room, they saw the wide living room as soon as they entered, with dark marble tiles on the floor. John's mother looked kindly at Yang Sweki and said, "Welcome to our home." Yang Sweki gave a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Her eyes were like a crescent moon, and her little tiger teeth were especially cute when she smiled. Jiang Yao looks at Yang Sweki with love and affection. She really looks good when she smiles. And when the domestic helper, Sister Zhang, gently walks over holding her daughter in her arms, Yang Sweki's gaze is also drawn to this precious daughter. After all, she hasn't seen her daughter for a month and really misses her. Yang Sweki takes her daughter from Sister Zhang's arms and gently holds her in her arms. In Yang Sweki's arms, the baby girl seems so soft and warm, as if she were the center of the world, filling Yang Sweki's heart with a feeling of happiness. Yang Sweki's face was filled with a happy smile, while the baby girl seemed to sense her mother's presence, closing her beautiful watery eyes and quietly enjoying her mother's care. Jiang Yao looked at this scene and also felt very warm and loving. This is what it feels like to be at home, isn't it? John's mother took out two exquisite little boxes from the room and handed them to Yang Sweki. "Sweki, last time Auntie said she wanted to give you a gift, and this time I'll make it up to you. Open it and have a look." Yang Sweki looked at the exquisite boxes and felt that the contents must be very valuable. Yang Sweki shook her head and said, "Auntie, anything you give me is too valuable, I can't accept it. I'm really embarrassed to accept a gift, you're being too kind." John's mother stuffed the gift in her hands into Yang Sweki's hands and said, "Sweki, just take it. This thing is indeed precious, but it was originally something I was going to give to my future daughter-in-law. Now that Jiang Yao has found you, naturally this thing is meant for you. Open it and take a look, I hope you won't mind." Yang Sweki looked at the gift in her hands. Seeing that Zhang's mother was determined to give it to her, she felt that she couldn't refuse again and it would be wrong to go against Zhang's mother's wishes. Yang Sweki nodded, and Zhang Jia, who was standing nearby, saw that Yang Sweki was holding her baby and couldn't open the box, so she went up and took the baby away. Yang Sweki opened the box and found that it was an exquisite jade bracelet and a gold necklace. Yang Sweki liked them very much, as they were quite valuable. John's mother saw the look of fondness on Yang Sweki's face and went up to help Yang Sweki try it on. Yang Sweki looked at the effect of wearing it in the mirror and was extremely satisfied. She was even more grateful in her heart that John's mother loved her like a daughter. And she had previously doubted the conflicts between mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law. She really shouldn't have. Jiang Yao saw his mother take out the jewelry she had long treasured and give it to Yang Sweki, and naturally understood that his mother had approved of this daughter-in-law in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given such a valuable gift to Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao secretly encouraged himself in his heart to let Yang Sweki accept him sooner, and then become his rightful wife. Chapter 17 Starting over with Jiang Yao. After Zhang's mother had shown Yang Sweki around the entire house, she asked Jiang Yao to put his luggage in the bedroom. "Sweki, your luggage, just put it in the bedroom for now, and you can organize it when you have time, okay?" Yang Sweki nodded, of course. Zhang's mother saw that her son looked very tired, so she quickly went to his room to rest. "You really did get up too early today. I still have things to do, so I want to chat with Sweki." Jiang Yao nodded, he really needed to catch up on some sleep. Only Yang Sweki and John's mother were left in the hall. John's mother asked, "Sweki, what are your plans for the future?" Yang Sweki knew that John's mother was concerned about her, but to be honest, she herself was actually not quite sure. Since Jiang Yao found out about her giving birth to her daughter, she had actually not had time to think about what would happen next. She had just taken things one step at a time. After all, she was very weak and really needed someone to take care of her, so Jiang Yao's appearance had actually helped her a lot. The reason Yang Sweki agreed to raise the child with Jiang Yao was actually because after giving birth, she realized that raising a child was not as simple as she had thought. If she really had to raise the child on her own, Yang Sweki was afraid that she would have to choose to take a few years off from school and wait until the child was older to go back to school. Otherwise, she was actually a little uneasy about leaving the nanny at home alone with her child. So now that things have come to this, Yang Sweki really needs to think about what comes next. She shook her head and said, "Auntie, I haven't really thought about it yet." Zhang's mother sighed and said, Sweki, you don't have to rely on yourself. Jiang Yao actually told me about what happened between you two. You broke up a year ago, right? Yang Sweki, Sweki, you can actually try to start over with Jiang Yao. After all, you were once in a relationship and you know each other. Auntie can ask you, do you still like our Jiang Yao? Although you have already given birth to our Jiang family's child, I don't want to force you to be with my son. You young people have your own ideas, and I actually know that too. Yang Sweki lowered her head, biting her lips lightly, and shyly said, I like Jiang Yao, and I want to start over with him. It's just. Zhang's mother was overjoyed, but what is it? It's just that I also need a little time to get to know Jiang Yao again. I don't want to get hurt again, and I hope he will become more mature and responsible. Yang Sweki has a determined look in her eyes. She is a traditional girl who only wants to marry one person and grow old with them. And having a good partner can also give the baby a happy family environment. After listening to her, Zhang's mother also understands Sweki's concerns. After all, her son really wasn't very well behaved in the past. Okay, Sweki. Auntie supports you. As long as my son doesn't mature up, Auntie will never force you to get married with my son. If you need any help, just tell Jiang Yao, he is quite efficient. While they were talking, Sister Zhang came over and asked, Madam, I finished cooking. Are you ready to eat? Yes, we're a bit hungry. Zhang's mother looked at the clock and saw that it was already 12:30. Yang Sweki went to see the baby in the cot, who was sleeping soundly. Yang Sweki had just fed the baby, so it was already full and sleeping. The kitchen is very hot on such a hot day. Zhang's mother is in the kitchen, telling Zhang to take good care of Yang Sweki and the baby when she goes out later. Yes, ma'am, I know what to do. Then Zhang's mother turns to Yang Sweki and says, Sweki, I'm going out this afternoon. You and Jiang Yao will be left alone in the house. If you need anything, you can ask Zhang for help. Yang Sweki nods obediently. Auntie, should we wake up Jiang Yao for lunch? No, he's sleeping soundly now. He can eat when he wakes up. Jiang Yao's mother and Yang Sweki finished eating at the table. Not long after, Jiang Yao's mother left the house. Yang Sweki looked at the tall Zhang Jia, who was busy in the kitchen, and said with a smile, Zhang Jia, do you need any help? I can help you wash the dishes. No need, young lady. You just gave birth, so you should rest more. Zhang Jia politely declined Yang Sweki's offer to help. Young lady, are you still at school? You look very young. Yes, I'm in college. Zhang Jia must be wondering why I had a child at such a young age, right? No, young lady. In fact, young people in my hometown get married quite early. Some as old as you are already grandmothers. Zhang Jia laughed. Yang Sweki's eyes widened upon hearing this. Afterwards, Yang Sweki and Sister Zhang chatted about many things related to family life. After listening, Yang Sweki felt that she had learned a lot. Sister Zhang, you don't have to call me miss anymore. My name is Sweki, you can call me Xiaoxue. Sister Zhang nodded, okay, Xiaoxue. Yang Sweki seemed very easy to get along with, so Sister Zhang was also very satisfied with this young master. Although Sister Zhang has been in the nanny industry for 10 years, she has actually rarely encountered good clients. But clients like the Zhang family are actually very good. She is not only paid more than 10,000 yuan a month, but also provided with food and accommodation. What's more, the work is not too demanding. Zhang Jie also feels from the bottom of her heart that this is a very good job, and that the family is quite easygoing. So Zhang Jie is even more conscientious and responsible about this job. Xiao Shui, you go and rest. I'll keep an eye on the kids, so go and have a good nap. Yang Sweki nodded and went to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Jiang Yao was fast asleep on the bed. Yang Sweki didn't want to disturb Jiang Yao's rest, so she tiptoed into the closet, grabbed a quilt, and then ran to the living room sofa to rest for a while. Since Zhang Jie was resting in the guest room with the baby, there was no one in the hall. The sofa in the hall was big enough for her to lie down and rest. Yang Sweki spread the quilt over her body, turned on the fan, and fell asleep. Golden sunlight spilled into the corner of the hall, and the fine dust looked particularly lively as it danced in the light, intoxicating everyone with its warmth. Chapter 18 You haven't even married me yet, and you're already saving money for me. In the bedroom, Jiang Yao suddenly woke up from his sleep with hunger. He felt unable to relax, so he lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind felt like it had turned into a lump of mush, his thoughts sluggish and confused. That was a typical sign of having taken a long nap at noon. Jiang Yao struggled to get up from the bed. He hadn't eaten at noon and now his stomach was empty. Jiang Yao patted his head to clear his thoughts. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Yang Xueqi lying on the sofa, curled up and asleep. Jiang Yao saw that Yang Xueqi was still asleep and didn't want to disturb her rest. He went to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. He opened the rice cooker and saw that there was still rib soup in it keeping warm. Jiang Yao took a bowl and drank some of the pork rib soup, and his hunger quickly subsided. He rubbed his stomach contentedly, and then his phone message in his pocket ding-donged. Jiang Yao glanced at it and realized it was a group message from the dormitory. It was all about Gao Wenwen having found a new boyfriend, in short, just a bunch of men gossiping. Gao Wenwen's current boyfriend is the school's golden boy, Su Anbo, who is also a popular figure at school. Su Anbo comes from a wealthy and prominent family. He is gentle and refined, and is also very good at his studies. It is said that he will go abroad for further studies after graduation. Therefore, not only do many girls secretly have a crush on Su Anbo, but even the boys admire him. Although Gao Wenwen is the school beauty queen, she has had several boyfriends in school and her reputation is not very good. So everyone is not optimistic about this relationship, and many people even think that Gao Wenwen is not good enough for a guy like Swanbo. Chen Yuan, how did Swanbo end up with Gao Wenwen? This woman is obviously the daughter of the sea, and it was she who dumped Jiang. Wang Zihao, yeah, Jiang is really pitiful. It wasn't long after he got dumped that Gao Wenwen already found her next boyfriend. Guys, let's not talk about this, or Jiang Yao will be sad when he hears about it. Alas, it may be because he was heartbroken after the breakup that he took so long to adjust his mood at home and asked for leave. Jiang Yao saw that his roommates were getting more and more outrageous, and almost laughed. Jiang Yao, don't speculate, how could I be dumped by this woman Gao Wenwen? It's more like I don't want her anymore. It's got nothing to do with me who Gao Wenwen is with. Guys, don't associate me with this woman in the future. A few people in the dormitory group were also very happy to see that Jiang Yao had finally spoken up. Chen Yuan, our brother Jiang actually already has a girlfriend, I almost forgot to tell you guys. Jiang Yao, yes, I already have a girlfriend. When I go back, I will introduce her to everyone. Soon, the few people in the dormitory became curious about Jiang Yao's new girlfriend, but Ma Go and Wang Zishou asked Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan why they wouldn't say anything. After a bit of a commotion in the group, the topic was dropped. Jiang Yao got up and wanted to go see little Nan Nan. Yang Xueqi had fallen asleep and hadn't woken up yet. Looking at the time, it was already 2 p.m. Jiang Yao knocked gently on the door of the guest room, and Zhang Jie opened the door. Little Nan Nan was being held in Zhang Jie's arms, and the little one had already woken up. Little Nan Nan smiled when she saw Jiang Yao. When she smiles, her eyes narrow into a crescent moon, and her cheeks are flushed with a pair of cute dimples. Jiang Yao is charmed by his baby girl and reaches out to hug her. Zhang Jie, I can hold her myself, you can go back to sleep. Jiang Yao said, and walked back to his bedroom with his daughter in his arms. Jiang Yao put his daughter on the bed and played with her. My little girl, I'm your father. When you're a little older, I'll take you out to play, okay? His daughter seemed to understand what he was saying and giggled happily. Jiang Yao saw that there were no toys for children at home, so he decided to go out to the mall to buy some toys and to the baby products store to buy some baby supplies. Little girl needs to change her diapers and clothes often. Jiang Yao plans to buy more and keep them at home for emergencies. By the way, he is going to take Yang Xueqi out for a walk later. The weather outside is not as hot in the afternoon, which is perfect for getting some fresh air. Yang Xueqi heard little girl's voice vaguely in her sleep and slowly woke up. She stretched and got up to go and see the baby. Just then, Yang Xueqi saw Jiang Yao carrying the baby in the hall. Jiang Yao, you're taking the baby? Why didn't you wake me up? I slept for too long. Baby girl, is daddy treating you well? Mommy also wants to hug you, okay? Yang Xueqi looked at the little girl's cute little face and her heart melted. The pain of giving birth was forgotten in an instant. Jiang Yao handed the little girl to Yang Xueqi, saying, Xueqi, you hold her for a while. Later, I'll take you to the mall to buy some things for the baby, okay? Yang Xueqi looked up at Jiang Yao and said, okay. She felt that her experience at Jiang Yao's house was really good, and that she was being taken care of wholeheartedly by everyone here. At least so far, Yang Xueqi was very satisfied with all this. And Jiang Yao had also become very considerate and caring. After Yang Sweki took care of the baby girl, she left the baby with Zhang Jia. Yang Sweki went to the bedroom to change her clothes, and then followed Jiang Yao out to the mall. There is a large shopping mall near Jiang Yao's home, and the two of them soon arrived there. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki walked side by side in the mall. This was the first time the two of them had gone out since having the baby. The store was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, and it was very lively. It was still afternoon, but it still seemed very crowded. It was not hard to imagine that in the evening, the night market in the mall would be even more lively. Yang Sweki, there are really a lot of people in the mall. Jiang Yao, stay close to me, don't get separated from me. Yang Sweki nodded and leaned in closer to Jiang Yao. Some people were shopping, some were trying on clothes, and some were selecting goods. The constant sounds of various calls and bargaining filled the entire hall with an active atmosphere. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the second floor of the mall by elevator. The second floor had a supermarket, a coffee shop, accessory stores, and various game facilities. Jiang Yao, we're out of snacks at home, and I need to buy some toys for the baby. Let's go to the supermarket first, and then I'll take you to the baby shop. Yang Sweki nodded. She did like to snack when she was bored. Jiang Yao had even thought about the baby's toys. He was really considerate. Yang Sweki felt really sweet inside. The two picked out some snacks in the snack area and bought a few toys for the baby girl to play with, such as a pedal piano and a yellow duckling. Then Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the maternity store to buy some diapers and bottles and nipples. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's clothes and then thought for a moment and said, Sweki, let me buy you some maternity clothes. The clothes you're wearing aren't warm enough, so you can change into something warmer. Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao had already spent quite a lot of money, shook her head and refused, saying, no, you'd better save some money, because the little girl will need a lot of money in the future. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows and laughed, saying, you haven't even married me yet, and you already know to save money for me. No, I'll earn this back in the future. Yang Sweki blushed with shame when she heard this, but she didn't know how to argue back. The saleswoman at the maternity store, who had been watching Jiang Yao interact with Yang Sweki, was also fed a mouthful of dog food. Why are all the good men in other people's families? Seeing this young man who loves his wife so much, I really envy him. Jiang Yao said to the saleswoman, young lady, can you recommend some maternity clothes for my girlfriend? The saleswoman, who had been called young lady, was shy and dared not look at Jiang Yao after she reacted. Sure, I'll introduce some to you. In the end, Jiang Yao bought Yang Sweki 2 sets of pink maternity clothes and a few nursing bras. The saleswoman kept emphasizing that nursing bras could prevent sagging breasts. Jiang Yao was very tempted by this, so he bought several for Yang Sweki to wear. Yang Sweki was too shy to look at Jiang Yao's face. She felt a little embarrassed. After shopping in the mall, Jiang Yao carried the things and took Yang Sweki home. Chapter 19 Sweki, you are still as beautiful when you cry. After returning home, Zhang's mother was already waiting for them to return. Zhang's mother looked at her son carrying bags and packages in his hands. What did you buy, Sweki? Is it heavy? Jiang Yao, Mom, I took Sweki to the mall to buy some things for the baby girl. These aren't heavy. Zhang's mother nodded and took Yang Sweki's hand. Sit on the sofa. Sweki, you just gave birth. You should rest more at home and not go out so often. Jiang Yao doesn't understand this when he's young, so don't listen to him. Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki nodded obediently. Auntie, I won't go out and about a lot. I just wanted to get some fresh air, too. Don't blame Jiang Yao. Sweki, you're such a good girl. Zhang's mother went on, talking to Yang Sweki. Then Zhang's mother suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Yao. When are you going to go to the police station to apply for a household registration for your daughter? I'm free these days, so you can go and do it. Jiang Yao, household registration? Do I need any documents? Zhang's mother, just bring the child's birth certificate, your ID cards, the family register and the marriage certificate. You can leave the marriage certificate for now. You can fill in a statement saying that the child was born out of wedlock. Jiang Yao nodded, but then he wondered whether the child's household registration should be in his name or Yang Sweki's. Sweki, where do you want the child's household registration to be? Jiang Yao asked. Yang Sweki thought for a moment and said, it should be in your name. Although she and Jiang Yao were both from Beijing, it was better for the child's household registration to be with the father. Jiang Yao replied, okay, I'll go apply for the child's household registration tomorrow. Jiang Yao then put the maternity products he had bought in Zhang's guest room, and took the snacks and maternity clothes back to the bedroom. Since Jiang Yao's house is a 3-room type, Zhang's mother and father have 1 room, and Zhang has 1 room, so Yang Sueki can only sleep in the same room as Jiang Yao. Yang Sueki also feels very awkward, but she can only do this for now. After all, she can make do with the sofa during her lunch break, but it is still more comfortable to rest in the bedroom during normal times. Zhang Jia placed the piping hot food on the table. In summer, it gets dark early, so dinner is usually served at 5 or 6 o'clock. Zhang's mother invited Yang Sueki to eat. Sueki, you eat first, and then you can feed the baby later. Yang Sueki nodded and walked towards the table. Zhang Jia had prepared 4 dishes and a soup for dinner: chicken with figs, beef with peppers, grouper with vegetables, and pork, seafood, and mushroom soup. Jiang Yao's mouth watered at the sight of such a sumptuous dinner. Sueki, you must eat a lot. I asked Sister Zhang to cook this meal especially for you to get more protein and vitamins. Zhang's mother said with a smile. Jiang Yao felt a little sour inside as he watched his mother forget her son and focus on her daughter-in-law. Jiang Yao, Mom, why didn't you ask me what I like to eat? Zhang's mother looked at her son and said, Don't you like everything? Do you need to ask? A comment from her own mother. Jiang Yao. After dinner, Yang Sueki was in the living room breastfeeding her baby. Yang Sueki was used to breastfeeding in this position, so she quickly finished feeding her baby. As for whether she would feel embarrassed breastfeeding in front of Jiang Yao, Yang Sueki thought that Jiang Yao had seen her breastfeeding many times, so she didn't care anymore. As for Jiang Yao, every time he watched Yang Sueki breastfeed, he would marvel at how lucky his baby was to have never gone without food since birth. After feeding her baby, Yang Sueki took the baby to Zhang Jia's place. Zhang Jia slept with the baby at night, and fortunately, the baby was quiet and didn't make too much noise, so Zhang Jia didn't have to work too hard. Jiang Yao went back to the bedroom to rest after dinner. There was a projector in the room that could be used to watch movies. Jiang Yao found a comedy by Stephen Chow to watch, even though he had already seen it many times before. But it was never boring, and he always chose it to pass the time when he didn't know what movie to watch. The scene in the movie where Lu Piao was wearing a man's white shirt by the beach, showing off her smooth thighs and long hair blowing in the wind, always amazed Jiang Yao. So much so that later, when Jiang Yao saw a girl wearing a white shirt on the street, he couldn't help but look at her a few times. Yang Sueki walked into the bedroom and saw that the projection cloth in the room was playing the king of comedy. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yao lying on the bed. Jiang Yao, you like to watch Stephen Chow's movies too? Jiang Yao replied, Yes, Stephen Chow's movies are very classic. Sueki, why don't you sit on the bed and watch the movie together? By the way, we can eat the snacks I bought this afternoon while watching it. Yang Sueki nodded. I just gave birth to a baby and can't eat high-calorie snacks, so I'll just have some nuts. Jiang Yao replied, Okay, I bought you a bag of nuts, you can have some. Then Jiang Yao took the potato chips and started crunching them. Yang Sueki looked at Jiang Yao eating so happily and envied him. The nuts in her hand were also delicious, but they were nowhere near as good as the potato chips. But Yang Sueki still managed to hold back. After all, she had just given birth and had to watch what she ate. In the movie, Lu Piao asks Yin Tianqiu, If I don't go to work, will you support me? Yin Tianqiu replies, I will support you. Lu Piao sits in the car and bursts into tears because of the words, I will support you. Yang Sueki couldn't help but shed a tear of emotion as she watched the scene. Girls are mostly sentimental, and pay attention to details and romance in the process of falling in love. As long as they can be moved, they are also willing to follow the boy wholeheartedly. Jiang Yao found some sentimental Yang Sueki quite cute, and was moved to tears by the plot of the movie. Jiang Yao took a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Sueki. Sueki, wipe your tears, don't cry, it's all fake in the movie. Yang Sueki's mouth pouted, It's fake, so what? You boys are just like that, you don't understand us girls. Jiang Yao was amused by this remark, and you girls don't understand us boys either. Sueki, when you cry, you're still the same beautiful. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's face and then said seriously. This inexplicable remark left Yang Sueki stunned. A sweet warm current instantly overwhelmed her heart. It was the feeling of being moved, and it made her feel like she had received the most beautiful affirmation. No girl doesn't like to hear a boy praise her, especially an affirmation from the boy she has a crush on. Chapter 20 Let's go for a walk with the baby. Yang Sueki dried the tears at the corners of her eyes with a tissue and ate the nuts in her hand. Jiang Yao couldn't help but touch Yang Sueki's little head with his hand when he saw her obedient appearance. What are you doing? Don't touch my head. I'll just touch it a little. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's puffed up cheeks and knew that she was angry, so he just touched her head. Although this was not the first time the two of them had been in the same room, Yang Sweki still felt very awkward. Jiang Yao, I'm only staying at your place temporarily. Once the baby is half a year old and can eat complimentary foods, I'll go back to school. Okay, actually, so am I. Jiang Yao already missed his dorm mates and school life. Although he usually found school quite boring, he still preferred it to being at home every day. Having a group of friends to hang out and study with makes the days more interesting. At this moment, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that he had promised his roommates that he would introduce young Sweki to them. So he said, Sweki, I want to ask you something. I want to introduce you to my friends. Do you mind? Because they all know that I have a girlfriend, and they are all curious about what you are like. So Sweki, would you like to go with me to meet my friends? After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he was still a little worried that young Sweki would refuse. After all, their relationship was still ambiguous. After hearing this, young Sweki thought about it for a moment and then agreed. Yang Sweki was also very happy that Jiang Yao was willing to introduce himself to his friends. Okay, so when do you want to go? I'll go with you. Okay, I'll let you know in advance. Sweki, but at least wait until you're feeling better. Jiang Yao said. After chatting for a while, the two turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, young Sweki got up early. Since she had a long rest during the day, she didn't need to sleep as long at night. In addition, young Sweki also wanted to feed her baby early and didn't want to let her baby go hungry. Young Sweki held her baby and finished feeding her. Little Nanan is great. Can this little duckling play? Young Sweki took the toy and showed little Nanan how to play with it. Young Sweki pressed the duckling, and it made a quacking sound. Little Nanan grinned from ear to ear and giggled. Then Yang Sweki placed the duck in the little girl's hands, and the little girl pressed the duck's head with her hand. But there was no sound, as the little girl's strength was too weak. Young Sweki saw this and held the little girl's hand and gently pressed the duck. Then it made a quacking sound again. Little Nan Nan waved her hands about, looking very happy. The floor was covered with a carpet, and young Sweki sat on it with little Nan Nan in her arms, playing with toys. After a while, little Nan Nan got tired of playing, and young Sweki lifted up her shirt to feed her. At this moment, Jiang Yao got up, washed up and walked out of the bedroom, and saw young Sweki sitting on the carpet feeding her daughter. Yang Sweki also noticed Jiang Yao's presence, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Why is it that Jiang Yao always sees her when she is feeding her daughter? Jiang Yao walked closer to the carpet and saw the toys he bought on it. Little girl, do you like playing with these toys? Not enough, I can buy more. Jiang Yao asked as he looked at young Sweki. My little girl likes them, but when she grows up a bit, I can buy her those toys that play music or teach her things. Children have a strong ability to learn, and I hope that my little girl will be ahead of the game. After all, nowadays society has higher expectations of children. Although young Sweki was having a child for the first time, her cousin had exposed her baby to English and other knowledge after the baby was born. Yang Sweki also thought this was a good idea, and after hearing it, she planned to learn from her cousin how to raise her child when she had one in the future. Jiang Yao nodded, and said that he would buy this kind of sound toy for his daughter in a few days, and she should like it too. Then Jiang Yao turned around to look at the kitchen, where Zhang Jia was making breakfast. Zhang's mother had gone out early, and usually had breakfast outside. Zhang's father is busy with his business and is currently on a business trip. Zhang's mother plans to wait until Zhang's father returns to tell him about Yang Sweki's pregnancy and childbirth. So usually, the only people at home are Yang Sweki, the baby, Jiang Yao, and Zhang Jia. Jiang Yao sees that Zhang Jia has already finished and is about to take the breakfast out. Zhang Jia has made 8 treasure porridge and fried eggs for breakfast, and also steamed some steamed buns. This is enough for the adults. Zhang Jia, let's serve it ourselves, and you have some breakfast too. Jiang Yao said, and took the bowls and chopsticks. He helped young Sweki serve herself some congee, and took a few buns. Jiang Yao took the breakfast out and placed it on the table. Then he saw that young Sweki had finished breastfeeding, so he beckoned her to come and eat. Sweki, come and eat breakfast, Zhang Jia has prepared a pretty hearty breakfast today. Yang Sweki nodded, as she was feeling a little hungry herself. She hadn't felt it when she first got up, but after feeding the baby, she did feel a little hungry. Soon, Jiang Yao finished eating his breakfast, which he had eaten relatively quickly. Yang Sweki, on the other hand, was still sipping her congee. After Jiang Yao finished eating, he put the bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen sink. Then he said to young Sweki, after you finish eating, let's take the baby for a walk in the community downstairs. The baby stays at home every day, and it needs to go out and get some fresh air. Then he turned to Zhang Jia and said, Zhang Jia, we'll be taking the baby out to play, so you can rest at home for a bit. Zhang Jia said, okay. Yang Sweki also wanted to go out for a walk, especially since she hadn't really explored the community. Okay, then wait for me after I finish breakfast. Yang Sweki finished speaking and quickened the pace of her breakfast. Don't rush, you'll choke. Zhang Yao saw this and said with concern. Zhang Yao didn't have to wait long for Yang Sweki to finish breakfast. Yang Sweki changed into a long skirt, Zhang Yao held the baby in his arms, and the three of them happily rode the elevator to the residential community. Chapter 21 If you don't chase me, how can I be with you? The small paths in the residential area lead to secluded corners, and the buildings and greenery on both sides contrast with each other to create a peaceful and beautiful scene. A family of three appeared in the aisle of the residential area, creating a beautiful landscape. Yang Sweki was wearing a white lace dress, which highlighted her elegant figure and fair skin. In the sunlight, her long hair shimmered with a golden radiance that made people fall in love at first sight. Zhang Yao was wearing a light-colored denim jacket, a gray sweatshirt underneath, dark jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. This handsome couple made everyone in the community turn their heads and secretly take a look. Auntie Gao was walking her grandson in the neighborhood when she saw Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki appear. Since Auntie Gao's family and the Zhang family lived on the same floor and were neighbors, she usually greeted Zhang's mother, and naturally knew about this event in the Zhang family. She greeted them warmly. Zhang Yao, you're walking around the neighborhood with your girlfriend? Your girlfriend is really pretty, when are you getting married? The people around him echoed with curiosity. Young man, you're really capable, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Oh, you've already had a child. You're really blessed, having a child at such a young age. Zhang Yao listened to the praises of the people around him and felt their enthusiasm and concern. After all, most people are kind. Auntie Gao, when my girlfriend and I get married, I'll send you some wedding candy. And thank you all for your concern, I'll definitely send you some wedding candy when we get married. After Zhang Yao finished speaking, the people around him showered him with praise once again. When Yang Sweki heard Zhang Yao say that he would marry her, her face flushed and she blushed all the way up to the back of her neck. Zhang Yao smiled. Zhang Yao looked at the little girl in his arms, who was now opening her big eyes and curiously observing everything around her. She was not noisy and was not at all afraid of strangers. This made Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki feel a lot better. After all, some children would cry in fear when they saw strangers or when they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. But little Nan Nan was not afraid, and this also made the surrounding uncles and aunts praise her repeatedly. This child is bold and will certainly have a bright future. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki smiled and faced the crowd after hearing this. When everyone around them dispersed and went about their own business, Yang Sweki's body finally relaxed, and she felt that the air was even more refreshing and natural. It was also because there were strangers around that she felt uncomfortable. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, had social anxiety, so he didn't mind all this. After walking around the community a few times, Yang Sweki felt a bit of soreness in her calves and had to tell Zhang Yao, I want to go home. I've been walking outside for too long and I'm a bit tired. Seeing this, Zhang Yao said gently, let's go home then. When we get home, drink plenty of water. Yang Sweki nodded. When they got home, Zhang Jia was on the balcony washing the baby's clothes. Seeing that Zhang Yao had brought the baby home, Zhang Jia stopped what she was doing and said to Zhang Yao, Zhang, give me the baby for a moment, I should bathe her today. Zhang Yao heard this and said, okay, I'll let Sweki take the baby for a while. Auntie Zhang, you go ahead and wash the clothes. Yang Sweki took the baby from Zhang Yao's arms. Zhang Yao had been holding the baby for a while, so it was now her turn. After all, your arms will get tired if you hold the baby for a long time, so it's best to take turns. My little girl is so good. Let mommy play a game with you for a while, okay? Yang Sweki sat on the carpet with her baby in her arms, and let her baby play rock-a-bye. Yang Sweki placed a large towel rolled up into a cylinder on the carpet, picked up her baby and let her lie on her stomach on the towel, and tilted her baby's head to one side to make it easier for her to breathe. Yang Sweki then gently rocks the baby back and forth on the towel while humming a lullaby. Rocking, 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 rocking to Grandma's bridge. Yang Sweki also learned this game online, which helps the baby develop a sense of balance and spatial awareness. Zhang Yao sat on the sofa, watching the warm interaction between the mother and daughter. He couldn't help but want to take a video and post it on TikTok to record the baby's growth in life. Jiang Yao turned on the TikTok camera, and while young Sweki wasn't paying attention, he captured the scene of her playing with the baby and uploaded it to TikTok. After filming the video, Jiang Yao continued to watch the TV drama being broadcast on TV as if nothing had happened. The TV was showing Sword of Light. After Yang Sweki had taken care of the baby for a while, Zhang Jie took the baby to the bathroom to bathe her. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao were the only ones left in the living room. Jiang Yao looked at young Sweki, who was doing nothing, and said, "Sweki, why don't you sit on the sofa and watch some TV for a while?" Jiang Yao handed young Sweki the remote control for the TV. "No, let's just watch the TV series Sword of Light. I don't really want to watch anything else." Young Sweki waved her hand and refused. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, "Sweki, if you're bored, you can also chat with me." Young Sweki was stunned after hearing this and replied, "Okay, then you can think of a topic." "Sweki, then I'll just ask directly, do you want to get back together with me?" Yang Sweki was completely unaware that Jiang Yao would ask so directly. Facing this sudden question, young Sweki felt a strong sense of confusion, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. I don't know." Young Sweki stammered in reply. She shyly lowered her head in front of the person she liked, and her eyes, as bright as stars, hid 1,000 emotions. However, Jiang Yao did not notice young Sweki's unusual behavior and thought that young Sweki did not like him. The feeling of loss was like autumn leaves, falling quietly, but leaving a desolate and lonely ground. Jiang Yao sighed, "Well, then." Young Sweki could hear the loss in Jiang Yao's tone, and hurriedly said, "If you don't chase after me, how can I be with you?" Jiang Yao's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at young Sweki excitedly. His eyes were like a bright galaxy, deep and bright, as if they could suck a person's soul into them, leaving the person intoxicated. Young Sweki's heart pounded as she looked into those eyes. A light blush spread across her face, like a lotus blossom blooming in the morning sun, shy and delicate. A faint fragrance filled the air, intoxicating. The two of them breathed together, as if forming a wonderful melody, making people unable to help but continue to indulge in this ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 22 Young Sweki's parents suddenly came to the door. Jiang Yao looked at the girl in front of him. Her face was as red as a ripe persimmon, making people want to take a bite. "Then I will chase you well, I hope you will agree." Jiang Yao finished and looked at Yang Sweki, his gaze revealing determination. Yang Sweki lowered her head, avoiding Jiang Yao's gaze, and whispered yes. They were quiet, the sound of the wind gentle, and the sunlight intoxicating. After a while, Yang Sweki suddenly remembered that Jiang Yao was going to apply for a household registration book for their daughter today. "Jiang Yao, don't forget to apply for a household registration book for our daughter today," Yang Sweki reminded him. Jiang Yao finally remembered this after Yang Sweki's reminder. "Okay, I'll go apply for the baby's household registration after lunch. It's Monday, so there should be someone at the police station." Jiang Yao finished speaking and got up to go to the bedroom to organize all the documents. If he forgets, he'll have to make another trip. Zhang Jia was in the bathroom at this time, applying talcum powder to her baby girl after her bath and then dressing her. Zhang Jia took her daughter in her arms and walked into the living room, before handing her over to young Sweki. "Shue, take care of your daughter for a while. I've already bathed her, and I'm going to make lunch for you. You can breastfeed her later, when it's a bit later." "Okay, Zhang Jia, you go and get on with your work." Afterwards, young Sweki hugged her little girl's small body and looked at her sweet smile, a feeling of deep love welling up in her heart. "Thank you, God, for giving me such a wonderful gift." After her bath, little girl smelled so fragrant. Young Sweki couldn't help kissing her little girl. "Little girl, mommy loves you so much. Do you love mommy too?" It was as if she understood. Her mouth curved up slightly, and her eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. Her smile was as warm as the sun, and so cute that it was mesmerizing. Jiang Yao also saw her smile, and his heart was about to melt. "Sweki, do you want me to play with your daughter for a while?" "I'm not doing anything right now." "Great, then can you help me get the cushions, quilts and blankets out of the bedroom for a bit?" "Sure." Although Jiang Yao didn't know what young Sweki wanted to do, he obediently did as she asked. Young Sweki placed the things Jiang Yao brought on the carpet and put the toy that Xianan loved to play with in front of it. "Xianan, do you see that toy? Crawl slowly over there and get the toy, okay? Little Nan Nan is so good, keep it up, Nan Nan." Young Sweki watched as little Nan Nan worked hard to crawl to the toy, and then took the toy, beaming with joy. Suddenly she thought of her own childhood, and she must have been just like that as a child, and her eyes welled up with tears. After becoming a mother, she realized how hard it really was for her own parents. Yang Sweki missed her own parents a little at this moment. She hadn't seen them more than a few times since giving birth to her baby. Zhang Yao watched his little girl crawling around. I suddenly feel a little homesick for my parents. They must have had a hard time raising me. Zhang Yao saw young Sweki looking so sad. Sweki, how about I call your parents and ask them to come over and keep you company? Your parents' home is in Chaoyang district, so it's not far. Yang Sweki was about to nod in agreement. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang outside, someone was there. Zhang Yao, go open the door, it might be your mother. Okay, I'll go. Zhang Yao got up to open the door, but when he opened it, he found that it wasn't Zhang's mother standing there, but Yang Sweki's parents. Zhang Yao was surprised, and then said, "Hello, uncle, auntie." Yang's father nodded, and Yang's mother asked, "Hello, Zhang, is my daughter Sweki home?" "Yes, she is, please come in." When Yang Sweki's parents stood in front of her, she could no longer hold back her tears. Deeply moved, Yang Sweki's eyes welled up with tears, which rolled down her face and formed pearls of love. "Mom and Dad, why have you come?" Yang Sweki hugged her baby girl and got up from the carpet. "After I returned from my trip, your father told me about your baby being born, and I was very worried. Then, after asking around, I found out that you were at the Jiang families, so I immediately dragged your father here to see you." After saying this, Yang's mother looked at her daughter, who looked haggard after giving birth, and couldn't help wiping away a tear. It was obvious that Yang Sweki took after her mother in appearance. Yang's mother's beautiful face was like a unique painting, with elegant lines and gentle colors that were intoxicating. Although her mother was already 50 years old, she still looked radiant, showing no signs of aging, as if time had stopped for her. "Is this my granddaughter?" Her mother's gaze was suddenly drawn to the little girl in Yang Sweki's arms. "Well, I've given the baby the nickname Xiananan. Zhang Yao has given the baby the name Zhang Yuanan." Yang Sweki nodded and said. Yang's mother was overjoyed when she heard this and greeted the baby, "Little girl, I'm your grandma." Yang Sweki saw that Yang's mother was very happy to see little girl and handed her over to Yang's mother to hold. "Little girl, let grandma hold you." Yang's mother held little girl with a kind face, and at this time the baby grinned and laughed. Little Nan's laughter is like the sound of nature, that innocent and pure sound infecting everything around it, as if the whole world has become warmer because of this laughter. Everyone present was infected by little Nan's smile. "Mom, this should be little Nan liking you. Little Nan has never been this happy when being held by someone else, she must like you." After hearing this, Yang's mother felt even more love for her little grandson in her heart, and felt that she and her precious granddaughter had a connection. "Little girl, you're really good. Next time I see you, I'll bring you a long life lock, okay? Auntie, this is a bit too valuable. Mom, you don't have to give such an expensive gift." Yang Sweki and Zhang Yao both refused after hearing this. "It's okay, this is for my good granddaughter, so you don't need to worry about it." After Yang's mother finished speaking, Yang's father also nodded kindly and said, "This is a little something from your mother and I for our granddaughter. Don't refuse." After hearing this, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki had no choice but to accept. Zhang Yao felt that it was inappropriate for Yang Sweki's parents to be standing, so he invited them to rest on the sofa. "Auntie and uncle, you haven't eaten lunch, have you? I'll ask Auntie to cook more for lunch." After saying this, Zhang Yao turned around and went to the kitchen to help, asking Aunt Zhang to cook more dishes for lunch as they had guests. In the living room, Yang's mother saw Zhang Yao go to the kitchen and took the opportunity to ask her daughter in a low voice, "Xiao Zhang, how is this period of time for you? Are you comfortable living in their home?" Yang Sweki nodded apologetically after hearing this. "Mom, Zhang Yao has been treating me pretty well. His family has hired an aunt to help take care of the children, so I've been quite comfortable." "That's good. If Xiao Zhang treats you badly, you must tell your parents, and we will stand by you," Yang's mother said with some severity. "Okay, thank you, Mom and Dad." Yang Sweki was immersed in the overflowing love of her parents. The love of her parents was like warm sunshine, and no matter where she was, she could feel their care and protection. The family of three chatted about a few more things in the living room. Chapter 23: Yang's father's nagging about marriage. Zhang Yao waited in the kitchen for Zhang to finish cooking and help serve the food on the table. The Zhang family's dining table was quite large, and each dish was neatly arranged on the table. Zhang Yao helped arrange the bowls and chopsticks, and after finishing all this, he greeted Yang's parents, who were sitting on the sofa, and told them to eat. "Uncle and Auntie, come and eat." Sweki, you eat first, and then you can feed the baby later. Who will take care of the baby? Yang's mother asked, because if they all sat down to eat, there would be no one to look after the baby. At that moment, Zhang came out of the kitchen and said, I'll take care of the baby. I've already eaten. That's great, thank you. You're welcome, it's my job. Yang's mother handed the little girl over to Zhang and then followed Yang's father and the others to the table. The table was full of mouth-watering dishes, each one carefully prepared, colorful and full of flavor. Xiao Jiang, Zhang's cooking is really good. Yes, this meal is very rich. Yang's parents were full of praise after seeing the dishes. Your house is also very big, I just took a look. Your home is beautifully decorated, your parents are quite capable. The moment Yang's parents set foot in the house, they were overwhelmed by the exquisite decorations. Everywhere they looked, there were gorgeous decorations and exquisite details. It was only because they were worried about their daughter that they didn't praise it. Zhang Yao was also very happy to hear Yang Sweki's parents praise, but he still modestly said, My parents just have a small business, and they bought this house when they earned money before. Now business is bad, and my mother has even told me she wants to retire and take care of her grandchildren. Yang's father agreed, saying, Yes, it's true that nothing is going well these days. Your aunt and I are civil servants, so we have an easier life. Yang's mother was also intrigued. The son of our next-door neighbors graduated from university but didn't go to work. It seems that it's because jobs are hard to find or something, but the neighbors are quite worried. I even tried to persuade them that worrying is useless, and that they shouldn't keep putting pressure on their child. I just hope that my daughter, Sweki, will be happy in life. Yang Sweki was a little upset when she heard this, because she is studying acting and she doesn't know if she will be able to get a job in the future. But she was also very happy to hear her mother say this. Zhang Yao has actually already thought about what he wants to do for work. His major is computer science, so he has long wanted to set up a game company and develop a game that young people will love. Zhang Yao saw that they were not using chopsticks to eat, so he quickly said, Auntie, Uncle, you should eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold. Then Zhang Yao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef and put it in Yang Sweki's bowl. Sweki, you should eat more meat, you look so thin. Yang Sweki felt warm inside, and she nodded. Yang's parents saw this and their impression of Zhang Yao improved even more. After dinner, Yang's father and mother sat on the sofa to rest. It was hard to see their daughter, so Yang's mother pulled Yang Sweki aside and they quietly chatted about women's topics. Sweki, is Xiao Jiang bullying you? Yang's mother couldn't help but ask. Yang Sweki was a little confused. Didn't she just say that Zhang Yao was treating her pretty well? She shook her head and said no. Yang's mother hesitated for a moment, stammering as if she was having difficulty speaking. I was asking if you guys have had sex. Yang Sweki widened her eyes in surprise and said, Mom, I haven't. That's good, that's good. You guys just had a baby, so it's best not to. Yang's mother leaned close to Yang Sweki's ear and whispered. Yang Sweki felt ashamed and embarrassed when she heard these intimate words from her mother. How could she say something like this? After all, she and Zhang Yao had not yet gotten married and had no marriage certificate. Yang's father was deep in thought, his face stern and silent. He called Zhang Yao, who was busy serving tea and water, over to sit down beside him. He spoke in a calm tone, Zhang, don't bother with that for now. Your uncle wants to talk to you about something. Come sit down. Zhang Yao was stunned, then put down the kettle in his hands and walked over to Yang's father and sat down. Zhang, I'll get straight to the point. When are you going to get married with my daughter? Yang's father felt that his daughter should not give birth to his child without a name and status, and should be married properly. Zhang Yao immediately replied, Uncle, as long as Sweki is willing to get married with me, I can get married with her now. Yang's father nodded, obviously satisfied with Zhang Yao's attitude, and his face looked much better. The child needs to be registered, right? Yes, I was planning to register the baby this afternoon. But since you're here, I'll have to go tomorrow. Zhang Yao replied. Yang's father nodded, his expression a little more collected, and said forcefully, Then I'll make the decision. You two go get the certificate today. Zhang Yao? Yang Sweki. Shen's mother's eyes lit up, but she didn't say anything. Yang Sweki was about to say something, but Yang's father continued, It's still early, the Civil Affairs Bureau should still be open. Xiaojiang, you go get the certificate now with Sweki. Her mother and I will wait here for you to come back. Yang Sweki was completely taken aback, not expecting her father to urge her to get married so quickly. But she didn't know how to respond either. Yang's father looked at his daughter kindly and said, "Sweki, don't you want to marry Xiaojiang? If you don't, I'll take back what I just said." Yang's father really wanted his daughter to settle down, but if she didn't want to get married now, he couldn't force her. During the past few days at the Zhang's, young Sweki hadn't stopped thinking about her future with Jiang Yao, but she hadn't made up her mind. She even avoided the issue for a while, but now with her father's push, young Sweki finally made up her mind. She pursed her lips. "It's not that I don't want to marry Jiang Yao, it's just that getting married today is a bit too sudden." The expressions on Yang Sweki's parents' faces involuntarily relaxed. They had been worried about their daughter's situation for a while, and they could finally rest assured. After all, as parents, they all hope that their children can live a happy and fulfilling life. Yang's father was overjoyed. "No sudden moves. I've checked, today is an auspicious day, a perfect day to get the certificate. After getting the certificate, when you've finished the postpartum period, you and Xiao Jiang will have the wedding." Yang Sweki's face suddenly paled. She hadn't thought that far ahead. Yang's mother noticed the change in her daughter's expression and interrupted her husband, who was beaming with joy. "Don't worry, let them get the certificate first and then we'll talk about the rest." It was only then that Yang's father remembered what he and Yang's mother had discussed at home: they should let their daughter and Xiaojiang cultivate their relationship first. He then said, "Yes, you should get your marriage certificate first, and we'll talk about the wedding later." Yang's father and mother handed Yang Sweki the household register they had brought from home, and then urged Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to go out and get their marriage certificate. Yang Sweki looked at the household register in her hands, and suddenly felt like she was about to be married off. Chapter 24 They got their marriage certificate and met the in-laws. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki appeared at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau in no time. At this moment, Jiang Yao looked at the plaque of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his palms trembling slightly, and sweat even beading on his forehead. Although in his heart he was looking forward to marrying Yang Sweki and getting their marriage certificate, when the time really came, he couldn't help but become nervous. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was also nervous and apprehensive, and sighed deeply. "Sweki, although your father wants us to get a marriage certificate, if you don't want to, we can pretend that we already have one. It's not good to deceive our elders like this, but I don't want you to regret it in the future." Yang Sweki shook her head, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yao's. "I'm willing to get a marriage certificate with you, don't think too much about it." This sudden confession took Jiang Yao by surprise. Jiang Yao's face was serious as he asked earnestly, "Are you serious?" Yang Sweki nodded with a smile, "Yes." "Then do you want to get married?" Without even thinking, Jiang Yao firmly replied, of course I want to get married to you." Yang Sweki asked again, "Will you be good to me in the future? Promise to be devoted to me and not like other girls?" Jiang Yao simply replied, "I promise to be good to you in the future, be devoted to you, and not like other women." After all, how many men would dream of marrying a beautiful, well-behaved school queen for a wife? "Then, let's go in and get the certificate now." Yang Sweki nodded, "Okay." Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki's hand and they walked step by step towards the Civil Affairs Office. When Jiang Yao walked into the office hall, he saw the two words Marriage Registration Office in bright red, and a wave of sweetness and excitement washed over him. Jiang Yao couldn't help but take a photo to preserve this beautiful moment. During the registration process, the serious-looking staff member completed the registration of all the information and submitted the form. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were then led to a meeting room. In this meeting room, there was a beautifully decorated background wall, covered with happy photos and messages from couples. Yang Sweki felt the happiness and beauty of many people here, and her heart inexplicably warmed up. Next, we moved on to the marriage vow-taking session. Standing in such a solemn occasion, Jiang Yao felt an immense sense of happiness and responsibility. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki held hands, faced each other, and solemnly promised each other a lifelong commitment. At that moment, Jiang Yao truly felt that the bond between him and Yang Sweki had been established. Subsequently, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki took some wedding registration photos arranged by the photographer. Although Yang Sweki had light makeup on her face and a simple style, she still looked very photogenic, while Jiang Yao had put hair wax in his hair and changed his clothes before going out. In the end, the photographer took some great photos of the two of them, making them look like a perfect match. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with the wedding photos. The two people in the photos were smiling broadly, giving off a feeling of happiness and sweetness. When he received the marriage certificate from the office staff, Jiang Yao felt a little nervous, a little sweet, and a little surprised. This feeling was indescribable, like ripples on the surface of a lake. Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao looked at each other, face to face, their eyes full of nervousness and anticipation. Jiang Yao knew that although there were many uncertainties in the future, and difficulties would arise, he firmly believed that as long as he kept moving forward, nothing would be insurmountable. Zhang's home. Yang's parents were waiting on the sofa for the couple to return from getting their marriage certificate. Although they were a little anxious, they did not show it. "Don't think so much," Yang's mother said, looking at her worried husband. "Oh, you too. Don't think I don't know, you're worried too. I hope that after Xiao Jiang and Sueki get their marriage certificate, they can live a good life together." After Yang's father finished speaking, the depression in his heart also dissipated a little. Just as Yang's father and mother were talking, the door suddenly opened. The person who came in was Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother looked at the two strangers in front of her, her alarm bells ringing, and said in a defensive tone, "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" Yang's father replied, "You are Xiao Zhang's mother, right? We are Yang Sueki's parents." Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother immediately beamed with joy and said warmly, "So it's the in-laws who have come. I blame Jiang Yao for not telling me you were here. You gave me a fright. When did you arrive? I'm really sorry that I didn't receive you personally. Father Yang, we arrived just before noon, and I'm also to blame for not telling Jiang in advance." Zhang's mother and Yang Sueki's parents then chatted about a few things in the living room. Zhang's mother learned from Yang's father that her son and Yang Sueki had just left to get their marriage certificate. She was overjoyed, and the weight on her heart had finally been lifted. "Grandpa Jiang is really something. I told Jiang Yao and the others to go get their marriage certificate, but they wouldn't listen to me. Who knew that as soon as Grandpa Jiang arrived, they went to get their marriage certificate?" Yang's father waved his hand and said, No, they wanted to get their marriage certificate themselves. Let's wait for the couple to come back with their marriage certificate. Her mother and I are also worried, and hope that they will come back with the certificate." Zhang's mother nodded, and after a moment of thought, she said to her in-laws, "We should still follow the proper etiquette when taking in a daughter-in-law. Jiang Yao's father is away on business, so when he returns, we will discuss the details of the wedding. We can't just get a daughter-in-law for free, and we will definitely give the couple the protection they deserve." After listening to this, Yang's father felt that his daughter had indeed married into the right family. You see, the other party has taken the initiative to discuss marriage. Yang's mother was on the sidelines and couldn't say anything, but she was also very satisfied with the Jiang family. Moreover, Zhang's mother seemed like an easygoing person who got along well with her daughter. Yang's father smiled and said, "Her mother and I were thinking that they should get a certificate first and get married later. If they get a certificate, it will be hard for them to separate in the future." Zhang's mother nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, that's the way it should be." The two families met for the first time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. They were both very satisfied with each other's families. After all, it is not easy to find in-laws who are polite and easy to get along with. Chapter 25. The elders were overjoyed. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki, who had just obtained their marriage certificate, slowly walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The golden sunlight shone through the clouds, illuminating everything brightly and warmly. The breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing with it bursts of fresh air that made people feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Jiang Yao looked at the sky and saw that it was still early and there was still time, so he planned to go to the police station to get the household registration for their daughter. He hailed a taxi and sat in the back with Yang Sueki. The two, who had just received their certificates, felt as if the air was lightly sweetened with the smell of cotton candy, or like summer melons, and every corner was filled with sweetness and contentment. The taxi driver saw that the two newcomers had just come from the Civil Affairs Bureau and spoke enthusiastically, "You must have just received your marriage certificate. You really are a perfect match. Congratulations." Yang Sueki's face flushed with embarrassment and shyness after hearing this. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, beamed and replied, "Thanks, uncle, we really just got our marriage certificate." The enthusiastic exchanges with the taxi driver along the way were full of laughter and joy, dissolving the boredom and awkwardness in the air. Soon the taxi arrived at the entrance to the Chaoyang District Police Station. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki smiled and said goodbye to the taxi driver, then opened the door and got out. The household registration service window at the police station was packed with people. These people often go to the police station before going out to work or during their lunch break or when they go to the market, and the small household registration service window often experiences periodic congestion. Coincidentally, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki came at a time when there were more people waiting in line. Jiang Yao sighed helplessly, "I was hoping to get the household registration done and go home early." Now it looks like we'll have to spend some time waiting in line. Yang Sweki smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay, we're here already. Everyone is queuing up for a household registration, so let's hurry up and join the queue." Jiang Yao nodded and took Yang Sweki and joined a queue that didn't look too long. Time passed slowly, and after the people at the front of the household registration service window had finished, it was finally Jiang Yao's turn. "Police officer, I want to register my baby," Jiang Yao said. "Please show me your ID card, household registration, marriage certificate and child's birth certificate," the police officer said with a smile and in a patient voice. The computer in his hands was constantly busy, entering and typing in the information of the people doing business in the computer system. After listening, Jiang Yao immediately handed the police officer at the window the documents he had brought. After receiving them, the household registration police officer carefully verified the information and entered it into the computer system. The police officer was extremely efficient, and after completing the household registration, he put the child's permanent population registration card in the household register. The police officer then returned all the documents to Jiang Yao. "Your child's household registration is done, next." After Jiang Yao finished registering the household, he and Yang Sweki walked out of the police station together. Yang Sweki looked at the time on her phone. It was now 5 p.m. The two of them were exhausted after a busy afternoon. They were so tired that they wished they could suddenly sprout wings behind their backs so that they could fly home immediately and lie down to rest. But that was impossible, so Jiang Yao called for a ride on the Didi platform. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki stood at the intersection in front of the police station, patiently waiting for the ride to arrive. After waiting for a few minutes, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki finally got into the car and were on their way home. The car stopped at the entrance to the Taiwa community, and Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki smiled at each other and got out of the car immediately, heading home. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yao's parents and Zhang's mother, who were sitting on the sofa, all heard the knocking sound. "It must be Sweki and the others, I'll get the door." Zhang's mother reacted faster, took a step forward with her foot, and quickly opened the door. "Sweki, you're back, come home and rest." "Xiaojiang and Sweki, did you get your marriage certificate this afternoon? Show it to us." Yang's father immediately said this as he saw the young couple finally return. Yang's mother was furious when she saw her husband's anxious expression. The two kids had just returned, and they weren't even allowed to take a sip of water or sit down to rest. As soon as they returned, they acted like supervisors, wanting to see the couple's marriage certificate. Yang's mother couldn't help but pat her husband's arm and say, "What are you doing? Let the couple rest for a while, and then you can show them the marriage certificate later, can't you?" Yang's father looked away from Yang's mother a little awkwardly, and took a small sip of the tea in his hand. Yang Sweki sat on the sofa, watching the interaction between her parents, and she felt a little moved. Because her parents' love for her is so deep, as vast as the sea, tolerant of all, silently and selflessly giving for her, Yang Sweki feels a sense of warmth and security. Jiang Yao took a sip of the tea that Zhang's mother had handed him, and then took out the marriage certificate that had been processed in the afternoon. "Uncle, Aunt, and Mom, this is the marriage certificate for Sweki and me. Let me see. Wow, your wedding registration photo is really beautiful. That's great, you finally got your marriage certificate, and your mother and I can finally relax. Jiang Yao, you must treat Sweki well in the future, otherwise don't even think about coming back to this house." The three elders were beaming with joy, talking excitedly and gleefully. Zhang's mother was planning to give Zhang's father a call to hurry him home. After all, there was big news in the family. What business could be more important than a son getting married? Yang's parents were also planning to tell their relatives and friends the good news, so that everyone could share in their joy. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were happy to see their parents celebrating with such joy. However, when Yang Sweki learned that her parents planned to tell their friends and relatives about their marriage, she immediately stopped them. "Mom and Dad, please don't tell anyone about Jiang Yao and I getting married yet. Otherwise, they will definitely urge us to hurry up and get married and then have a wedding banquet." Jiang Yao also followed up by saying, "Auntie and Uncle, you'd better listen to Sweki and me. It would be better to notify our relatives and friends when we hold the wedding later. Sweki has just given birth and still needs to recover. It's not a good idea to have the wedding right away just yet." After hearing this, Yang's parents' excitement quickly subsided. They had almost forgotten about it. Zhang's mother also came to her senses, and when she called her husband later, she also told him not to tell anyone about her son's wedding. Yang Sweki saw that her parents had listened to her and she was relieved. After all, she could accept getting a marriage certificate with Jiang Yao now. But Yang Sueki still didn't really want to have a wedding with Zhang Yao right away. Because after the wedding, everyone would definitely know about their marriage. Yang Sueki still wants to nurture her relationship with Zhang Yao for a while, and the baby is still young and needs her care. She really doesn't have the heart to be distracted by the various details and trivial matters of planning a wedding. Zhang Yao also feels in his heart that it's too rushed to hold a wedding at this time, and he's not in a hurry to hold a wedding with Yang Sueki. After all, they have already obtained their marriage certificate, and sooner or later they will also hold a wedding. Chapter 26 Together Forever. After the elderly had figured things out, they continued to celebrate happily. Anyway, now that the rice has been cooked, the certificate has been obtained, and the baby has been born, they would not be able to part easily no matter what. As for the wedding, let the young couple decide for themselves. Young people nowadays don't like it when the elderly meddle too much and say that they won't be free. Zhang's mother suddenly remembered that she had been so preoccupied with her son and Sueki's marriage certificate that she had not even seen her granddaughter since she got home. She got up and looked around, even carefully checking the room, but she could not see the little girl or Zhang. Where was the little girl? Where had the little girl gone? Zhang had not seen her either. Had Zhang Yao seen the little girl go somewhere? Zhang's mother sounded a little anxious as she asked anxiously. Yang Sueki also started to panic as soon as she heard that the baby was missing. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, was patiently comforting Yang Sueki and helping her look for the baby. Still, Yang's mother saw that they were worried and quickly replied, "Don't worry, your daughter was taken downstairs by Zhang to go for a walk in the community, and she should be back soon." Zhang's mother's heart finally sank after hearing this, but then she thought, it's already past 5 p.m. It's best to ask Zhang to hurry back and cook dinner. After all, today is the big day when her son and Sueki get their marriage certificate. She took out her phone from her pocket and dialed Zhang's number. "Zhang, you hurry back with the baby. There's a big happy event at home today, so on your way back, see if you can buy some more groceries. We're going to celebrate tonight. When you get back, ask me for the money you spent on groceries." Upon hearing this, Zhang's face also broke into a smile. "Okay, I'll go shopping right away." After hanging up the phone, Zhang joyfully pushed her baby girl in the stroller towards the nearest shopping mall. Soon, Zhang returned to the Zhang family with a large bag of groceries. Zhang's mother told Zhang about how her son had already applied for a marriage license with Sueki. She also asked Zhang to go to the kitchen and cook more food, and later give her a red envelope as a reward for her hard work. Zhang was truly happy for them. The Zhang family is a good family with good character and is a blessed family. So she went to the kitchen happily to get started. Meanwhile, at home, Yang's parents were discussing child support with Zhang's mother. Although the elders were discussing their own affairs, Yang Sueki and Zhang Yao, as the younger generation, did not dare to interrupt and listened obediently from the side. "Our granddaughter can be brought back to our home. Her mother and I have already retired, and there is not much to do at home now, so there is no problem helping to take care of a child. Yes, if we help the children with their children, they can also continue to go to university without worry. No, dear family. We should let us bring up the child. After all, this is also our Zhang family's child. My family has also hired an au pair to help with the children, so don't worry about us not being able to take care of the children. We will definitely do our best to give the children the best living conditions, so you can rest assured and let us take care of the children." Zhang's mother firmly opposed the idea of Yang's parents taking their grandchildren to their home to raise them. So Zhang's mother continued, "Dear family, you want to enjoy your lives after retirement. It's also very tiring for two elderly people to take care of a child, so you should think carefully before saying anything." After hearing this, Yang's father and mother's thoughts were shaken. Yes, it is indeed hard to raise a child now. Let's forget about it and listen to the in-laws. So Yang's father nodded, indicating that he would let Zhang's mother make the decision. As the child's grandparents, they would also come to the Zhang's house to see the child from time to time. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki saw that their parents were both worrying about their own affairs, and they were moved by the same feeling. Having a baby is hard, and raising a child is even harder. Now that they have a baby, they can more deeply appreciate the difficulty of being a parent. Especially the establishment of a small family, with the help of parents, will really make life a lot easier. Zhang Yao told himself in his heart that in the future, when he has the ability, he must repay the elders who have been good to him. He must also be able to shoulder the responsibility of a family and not rely on the help of his parents. Although Zhang Yao's family is also a family with good conditions, Zhang's mother and father have taught Zhang Yao since childhood to be self-reliant and self-improving, and not to rely on the help of his parents. After all, parents will grow old sooner or later. Soon, Sister Zhang in the kitchen finished preparing the last dish and brought it to the dining table in the living room. The meal is ready, come and eat, wife. Wow, Sister Zhang, your cooking is really good. I'm drooling. She looked at the table full of dishes and swallowed, exclaiming with genuine admiration. Jiang Yao also had a big appetite when he saw the big fish and meat on the table. Dinner today is really rich, with fish and shrimp, just like the new year. But isn't it the new year? Today is your big day, so of course you have to celebrate. John's mother even took out the family's long-cherished red wine to share with everyone. She opened the bottle of wine and a strong aroma quickly filled their noses. Then John's mother poured the wine into their glasses, especially Yang's father's glass, which was filled to the brim. Yang's father's eyes lit up at the aroma of the wine. This is a 1982 vintage, so the in-laws are really being generous. I'm so happy today because my son and Sweki have gotten married. Let's raise our glasses and congratulate the newlyweds on living together until old age and forever. John's mother stood holding her wine glass, looking at the crowd and said. Yang's father and mother, seeing this, also happily raised their glasses and wanted to clink glasses with John's mother. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were startled by this scene. After all, they had only received their marriage certificates, not gotten married yet. Was it really necessary to make it so grand? Yang Sweki was even more startled by the words "till death do us part." Her heart was pounding, and she felt feverish and flushed. Her face was red, and her cheeks looked as if they had been painted with blush. She looked really like a charming bride to be about to get married. Sweki and Jiang Yao, come on, stand up and toast. Today is a good day for you, so hurry up and stand up for good luck. John's mother saw that the young couple were still embarrassed and couldn't bring themselves to stand up, so she had to urge them. Yang's parents also chimed in, telling them to stand up and clink glasses. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki saw this and had no choice but to stand up, take the glasses in front of them and clink glasses with their elders, before sitting down again. After sitting down, John's mother and Yang's parents each praised their children a little. Your daughter Sweki is so beautiful, my son is really lucky to have her. Not at all, your son is also a good-looking guy, more than good enough for our Sweki. Yes, our Jiang Yao is also a very sensible and good boy, he will definitely make your Sweki happy. Jiang Yao listened to the elders' mutual flattery and felt funny inside. After all, his mother always disliked him, but today she had said a lot of good things about him. This made his face flush slightly, and he felt embarrassed. Young Sweki, on the other hand, was focused on finishing the rice and didn't dare say anything, lest the elders start talking about other things. Chapter 27 The bad Jiang Yao escorted young Sweki's parents home. The aroma of this meal was truly unforgettable, as if one were tasting a sumptuous feast, and one could not help but enjoy it bite after bite. After they had finished eating heartily, they all looked satisfied, feeling their round bellies. It was delicious. Your aunt's cooking is really good, it's even better than the food served in restaurants. Yang's mother even burped because she was full, licked her lips, and gave Zhang a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother proudly replied, Zhang used to run a restaurant in her hometown, and her children are now in elementary school. I saw that Sister Zhang was young, had professional qualifications and was a good cook, so I quickly hired her to come to our home. Sister Zhang heard her wife's praise and waved her hand apologetically. It's not as good as you say, just as long as you're happy with the food. Zhang's mother got up, took out the red envelope in her arms and stuffed it into Sister Zhang's pocket. Sister Zhang, you've worked hard and I've really troubled you during this time. This is a little bonus for you. Sister Zhang smiled with red lips and accepted the red envelope. Yang's father was already a little drunk at this point, and kept mumbling in his mouth, In-law, your wine is really sweet and mellow, with an endless aftertaste. I want more. Yang's father took the wine glass and was about to drink, but Yang's mother quickly stopped him. Her husband doesn't have any particular hobbies, except that he really loves to drink. But he can't drink too much, or he gets drunk easily. Usually, it's fine if he gets drunk at home, but if he makes a fool of himself at his in-law's house, it won't be good. Yang's mother said sternly, You shouldn't drink anymore, or you'll really get drunk. Yang's father saw this and had to look at the wine in the glass with a sad face. He wanted to drink but couldn't. So he made up his mind and turned his head away from the wine. Jiang Yao also covered his mouth and laughed secretly when he saw his father-in-law in such a childish manner. Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao actually dared to laugh at her father, so she slapped Jiang Yao's palm with her hand and thought angrily in her heart, See if you dare, if you laugh again I'll slap you again. Jiang Yao felt the touch of the delicate hands on his palm, the skin as smooth as condensed milk, and it felt like an electric current had passed through his body. Jiang Yao let out a soft laugh, and then used his hand to hold Yang Sweki's hand back, smiling to himself, "Still wanna hit your husband? I'll punish you." Because Jiang Yao's movements were small, the several elders did not notice their little actions. Jiang Yao held Yang Sweki's hand tightly under the table, pretending to be completely unaffected. Yang Sweki was about to laugh at his rascal behavior, and tried hard to break free. Her face suddenly turned as red as an apple, and her heart beat faster. She thought with grievance in her heart, Jiang Yao is really a bad person, just likes to bully her. Luckily it was under the table that he held her hand, otherwise if her parents found out, it would be so embarrassing. Yang Sweki gave Jiang Yao a fierce glare with her eyes and said softly, "Jiang Yao, you are holding my hand too tightly, it hurts a bit. Can you let go of my hand? Please." Jiang Yao saw the little girl pleading with him with a face full of grievances, and his heart immediately softened. Jiang Yao's clenched hand immediately relaxed. Yang Sweki took the opportunity to pull her hand back and hurry away from Jiang Yao. This rascal always wants to take advantage of her. Jiang's mother saw that the two families had finished eating and it was getting late. She thought for a moment and called Jiang Yao over. Jiang's mother said, "Go to the hotel and book a room for your in-laws to rest. It's getting late and there aren't enough rooms at home to sleep in. Auntie Zhang is already sleeping in the guest room that was originally used to receive guests, so let your in-laws go to the hotel to sleep for a while. I'll pay for it." Jiang Yao nodded after thinking about it. It was indeed getting late, so let Sweki's parents suffer a little and stay at the hotel. After dinner, the several people sat on the sofa and chatted again. Jiang's mother did her best to be a good host, keeping Yang Sweki's parents company and killing time. After a while, Jiang's mother saw that it was almost time and glanced at Jiang Yao with her eyes. Jiang Yao understood what she meant and picked up the car keys. He walked up to Yang Sweki's parents and said, "Uncle and Aunt, it's getting a little late. Let me take you back to the hotel to rest. I'll drive you home tomorrow. I've had my license for 2 years, so you can rest assured and just sit back." After Jiang Yao finished speaking, Yang's father nodded. "Her mother and I also wanted to go home early, but we didn't expect that once we started to delay, time passed quickly. It's really late now, and it's not safe for us to go home. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Jiang." Jiang Yao nodded with a smile, indicating that these were things he should do. Yang Sweki looked at her parents with reluctance, and almost shed a little tear in her eyes. "Mom and Dad, you go to the hotel first, and tomorrow Jiang Yao and I will drive you home together." Yang's mother said kindly after hearing this, "You just rest at home, and let Xiao Jiang drive us. You just gave birth to a baby, so you should rest more. Mom and Dad will come visit you and your grandson again in a while." Yang Sweki nodded vigorously, biting her lip lightly, as if she were trying to suppress her emotions. Jiang Yao stood next to Yang Sweki and comforted her, saying, "Sweki, don't be sad. Don't worry, we will take good care of you for your parents." Yang Sweki nodded and took her little girl into her arms. Her emotions soon subsided. "Mom and Dad, please hold little daughter for a while. Say goodbye to little daughter, and then leave." Yang's mother took little daughter from Yang Sweki's arms and reminded her, "Sweki, don't forget to breastfeed little daughter later." Then Yang's father and mother both said goodbye to their granddaughter. "Grandma and Grandpa are going home first, little granddaughter. We'll come again next time, and you must listen to your mommy and daddy, okay?" Little granddaughter looked at the adults in front of her with big, watery eyes, and then suddenly started to whine. Yang Sweki quickly hugged her daughter back. She must be hungry. Yang Sweki turned her head and went to feed her daughter. Yang Sweki's parents saw this and were relieved. They believed that their daughter would definitely not suffer, and Jiang Yao and Zhang's mother would definitely be good to Sweki and the baby. After all, Jiang Yao and Zhang's mother's care and consideration for young Sweki and the baby cannot be faked, and they truly treat young Sweki and the baby with all their hearts. Jiang Yao walked Yang Sweki's parents to the underground parking lot and drove them to a nearby hotel to rest. Jiang Yao helped Yang Sweki's parents check in and settle in. Then he drove alone back home. Chapter 28 Yang Sweki's Scar. When he got home, Jiang Yao played with his phone for a while, but then got a little tired of it. "I'm a little tired of playing with my phone every day too. Sweki, are you ever bored?" Yang Sweki nodded, "Well, a little." Jiang Yao's brow was furrowed, his eyes deep in thought. "Sweki, would you show me the wound on your belly? I didn't mean to look at your wound, I just want to care about you." Jiang Yao was actually very curious about what young Sweki's belly looked like now. Since young Sweki gave birth to her baby by cesarean section, there should be a wound on her belly. John's mother also gave birth to him by cesarean section, and there was a wound on her belly that looked like a caterpillar, which was also because John's mother had a scar constitution. John Yao's cousin also told him that she had an ugly scar after giving birth. For a while, her husband's brother-in-law resented his cousin for it, but then his cousin went to the hospital and spent a lot of money to repair it, and the scar became much less obvious. When Jiang Yao heard this, he felt quite distressed. After all, an additional scar on the originally snow-white belly would make anyone feel a little sad. And Yang Sweki's heart skipped a beat when she heard Jiang Yao's question. She pondered for a moment, then nodded with some difficulty. Yang Sweki said understandingly, "Okay, I'll let you take a look." After Yang Sweki finished speaking, she gently lifted the clothes covering her lower abdomen. This was the first time Jiang Yao had seen Yang Sweki's belly wound, a long, somewhat pale red line. In contrast to the snow-white skin, it looked a little scary. Yang Sweki said with some pride, "My wound is considered light. I knew a female classmate who gave birth before graduating from junior high school. Her wound was much more serious than mine, and it was also a very deep and unsightly scar. Mine can be repaired later, and it should become a lot more pleasing to the eye." After Yang Sweki finished speaking, she saw that Jiang Yao was not speaking, so she asked carefully, "Jiang Yao, are you shocked? You haven't seen a cesarean section wound before, have you?" Jiang Yao asked puzzled, "Why do you think I would be scared? You gave birth to my baby, how could I possibly dislike you? And I've seen before that it's really not easy for you girls to give birth to babies." Yang Sweki's eyes were a little moist as she smiled and said, "I'm very happy that you think so. Giving birth is inherently a very difficult thing, so she doesn't find the scar ugly, and is even proud of her own strength." If Jiang Yao were the kind of shallow boy, then that would disappoint Yang Sweki. It seems that Jiang Yao is still a boy who knows how to be grateful and who cares about other people. Jiang Yao smiled gently, "And when you recover, I'll take you to the hospital to see if I can fix this wound. My cousin also went for a repair, and I'll go and consult her." Yang Sweki nodded, and turned her head away from Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's gentleness and consideration for her was like a feather, tickling Yang Sweki's heart, making it itch and feel warm at the same time. Jiang Yao looked at the girl's shy expression, and suddenly had an idea. He suddenly thought that he could let Yang Sweki drink the pig's trotter soup he made tomorrow. Tomorrow, it seems that Sister Zhang will be taking leave to go home, so he can be responsible for cooking for Yang Sweki. When Jiang Yao was a child, his parents were often away on business trips, and he was a picky eater who didn't like the food prepared by the maid. So he researched recipes on his own and cooked while reading them. He remembered that when he had finished cooking and served the food to his parents, they kept praising him for being able to cook. So Jiang Yao is actually a very good cook, but few people know about it. He planned in his heart that he would get up a little earlier tomorrow. If he went to the market early, the food would be fresher. Once he had made up his mind, Jiang Yao picked up his phone and planned to play some more games before going to sleep. Soon it was time for the two of them to rest. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki put their phones on the bedside table in unison and then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chapter 29, A Man's Ideal is a Warm Bed with His Wife and Children. Early the next morning, Jiang Yao was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. This was the alarm tone that Jiang Yao had set before going to sleep last night. He had to get up early tomorrow morning to take Yang Sweki's parents home. He was afraid that he would oversleep, so he had to set an alarm. After Jiang Yao woke up, he quickly turned off the alarm. Otherwise, it might disturb Yang Sweki's rest. Seeing her lying on one side, sound asleep, Jiang Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yao rubbed his still dazed eyes, then tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Jiang Yao quickly grabbed the car keys and left the house. While riding the elevator to the underground parking lot, Jiang Yao checked his phone for unread messages. He found that last night Zhang's mother had sent him a WeChat message, "I've put a case of red wine in the trunk of your car. Just tell your father-in-law that it's from me." Jiang Yao smiled knowingly when he read it. Then he sent Zhang's mother an emoticon of a dancing bear. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Jiang Yao opened the trunk and saw that there was indeed a case of Italian red wine. After confirming, Jiang Yao drove to the hotel where the in-laws were staying. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, they saw Yang's parents had already packed their things and were waiting for Jiang Yao's arrival. Jiang Yao greeted them, "Uncle and Aunt, I've come to pick you up." Yang's father nodded, "Jiang, you've worked hard. Your aunt and I have been out for a day and are a little worried about what's going on at home. We're sorry to trouble you, but we need to go home early." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "It's fine, I'm not tired, Uncle and Auntie." By the way, you should get in the car with me quickly. It will probably take about an hour to drive you home. There is bread and milk in the car, so you can have a little something to eat, uncle and auntie. Yang's father and mother were extremely satisfied when they heard this. They hurried over in such a hurry, and they still thought of preparing breakfast for them. That's really good, this young man is a good boy. After they got into the car, Zhang Yao kept chatting with Yang Shuiqi's parents on the way. He also told Yang's father that his mother had sent him a case of red wine. The case of red wine is in the trunk, and he will help carry it upstairs later. Yang's father said with joy, "My dear mother-in-law is really generous. She invited us to drink yesterday and now she has sent a case of wine. Please thank your mother for me. Next time we come to your house, we'll bring some gifts too. This time we were a bit rushed and didn't bring anything, so we're really sorry." Zhang Yao smiled and said, "Uncle and aunt, we'll be very happy whenever you come over. Especially Shuiqi, she misses you both very much. You must come and visit often, and we can keep in touch on WeChat." Yesterday, on the way back to the hotel, Zhang Yao added Yang's parents to WeChat. Yang's mother even created a family group and invited Shuiqi and Zhang's mother to join. The name of the group was Love One Another Like a Family. At the time, Zhang Yao was amused by the name, but then thought about how the elderly nowadays always name their groups in this way. The original intention was also to wish for good luck or something, so Zhang Yao didn't say anything. Yang's father and mother nodded their heads, really very satisfied with Zhang Yao now. This may also be because of the careful nurturing at home, so that when they grew up, they were easygoing and generous. And their daughters finding a son from such a family is considered blessed. At least this family is kind and reliable, and will not let their daughter suffer. After a while, the car soon arrived at the Yang family's door. The Yang family lived in a hutong in Chaoyang, Beijing. The layout of the hutong was formed by the intersection of north and south streets and lanes, forming a maze of staggered patterns. Every household in the hutong has its own characteristics. Although the Yang family doesn't look impressive from the outside, it is exquisitely decorated by Yang Shuiqi's parents. Last time, when Zhang Yao came to the Yang family, he also looked for a long time before finding the house number. So this time, Zhang Yao quickly found the Yang family's location based on his memory. The car stopped in front of the Yang family's door, and Zhang Yao helped carry the wine in the trunk inside the Yang family. Once Yang's parents returned home, they felt completely at ease. After all, their own home is more comfortable and more at ease. Yang's father looked at Zhang Yao and said with a smile, "Zhang, do you want to stay at home for a while before you go? I didn't properly entertain you last time, but this time I can show you our home properly." Yang's mother also agreed, "Yes, Zhang, you also had a hard time driving us back. It's okay to sit down and have a drink of water." Zhang Yao shook his head and declined with some difficulty, "Uncle and aunt, it's not that I don't want to stay in your home for a while. But today my aunt has taken the day off and my mother is not home. I have to go back early and go to the market to buy food for Shuiqi." Upon hearing this, Yang's father stopped insisting that Zhang Yao stay for a while. "Okay, then be careful on your way home." Yang's mother, on the other hand, was delighted. She had never thought that Zhang Yao could cook. "You hurry back, it's not polite to keep you here, uncle and aunt." Zhang Yao nodded, waved goodbye to Yang's parents, and said, "Uncle and aunt, I'll go first. Next time you want to come to our house, let me know in advance." Yang's parents nodded kindly, and said, "Be careful on the road, and drive carefully." After saying that, Zhang Yao drove back. On the way back, Zhang Yao turned on the car's Bluetooth and connected it to his own phone, clicking to play music. The music played the song "The Vast Sea and the Wide Sky." "Forgive me for being uninhibited and indulging in freedom all my life, but I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall." Zhang Yao was in a good mood, humming to the music while driving. The morning sun was shining brightly, and the sunlight was like broken gold sprinkled on the ground. Zhang Yao smelled the fresh morning air and was full of hope for the future. He and Yang Shuiqi had gotten married, even if they hadn't had a wedding yet. But he did have a family now, with a wife and child. A warm family. Zhang Yao believed that as long as he worked hard, the future would be bright. His family was waiting for him at home, and Zhang Yao was eager to return. This should be considered the bonds of family, and it was a feeling that Zhang Yao had never had before. Chapter 30. If you keep adding to it, there will be too much nutrition. Zhang Yao arrived home by car quite early. He walked all the way to the nearby vegetable market to buy food, including onions, pig's trotters, ribs, and soybeans. And then carried a bunch of groceries home to cook. The pig's trotters and soybean soup is high in protein, and Zhang Yao started bustling around in the kitchen. Since junior high school, he has often taken care of himself alone, and usually researches recipes to cook for himself. Before Zhang left, she took the baby to Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki was in the bedroom feeding the baby at the time. She was a little sleepy, but she forced herself to be alert and take care of the baby. Fortunately, the baby was very well behaved, and Yang Sweki did not find it too difficult to take care of her. After Yang Sweki finished feeding the baby, she walked out of the bedroom and found Jiang Yao busily working in the kitchen. It looked like he was cooking. Yang Sweki watched for a while and asked, "Jiang Yao, what are you doing?" Jiang Yao was now simmering pig's trotters in a pot, and had turned down the exhaust fan. He heard Yang Sweki ask her a question and replied gently, "I'm making you soup. Today I'll cook for you and let you taste my cooking." Yang Sweki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Yao, you really know how to cook?" After all, when I was with Jiang Yao, I never noticed that he could actually cook. And the way he cooks looks very professional, not like someone who can't cook. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course, and you'll see for yourself how good I am. This is the first time I've cooked for a girl, I hope you like it." Yang Sweki felt a little shy after hearing this, thinking, "Is he flirting with me?" Jiang Yao doesn't know how to speak properly, always saying things that make people blush and their hearts race. After Jiang Yao finished talking, he continued to get busy. Yang Sweki looked at him for a while, then went to the bedroom to play games with her daughter. Yang Sweki had found some tutorials online that could exercise her baby's learning ability, and then played games with her baby. Children are most capable of learning when they are young, so Yang Sweki naturally also hoped that her daughter could learn more. Children's songs were playing in the bedroom. Soon Yang Sweki smelled a fragrance, coming from the kitchen. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach rumbled. Yang Sweki had eaten a light breakfast and was now a little hungry. Yang Sweki licked her dry lips and went to the kitchen to see if Jiang Yao had finished cooking. She walked a few steps to the kitchen door and heard Jiang Yao turn off the heat. Jiang Yao saw Yang Sweki's appearance and smiled, saying, "The pig's trotters are done stewing and the vegetables are fried. When it gets a little warmer, we can eat." Yang Sweki nodded and turned to go back to the bedroom. After Jiang Yao finished, he tidied up the kitchen and put the oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar back in their places. Then he walked into the bedroom and saw Yang Sweki singing a nursery rhyme to make the baby happy. Two tigers, running fast, one has no ears, one has no tail, it's strange." The baby opened her mouth and smiled. She looked so cute that she melted people's hearts. Jiang Yao stood in the doorway and looked in for a moment, without going into the bedroom to disturb them. He went to the kitchen and helped to put the tableware, pig trotter's soup and vegetables on the table. In this way, Yang Sweki could come out to eat after taking care of the baby. After he was done, he went to the bedroom and called Yang Sweki to come out to eat. "Sweki, come out to eat quickly. I have set the table, come out to eat quickly." Yang Sweki nodded, touched her belly, and sighed inwardly, "Finally, I can eat. I'm starving." Yang Sweki picked up her daughter and walked out of the bedroom. She saw the food on the table, which looked delicious, but she wondered how it tasted. Yang Sweki licked her lips and said, "Jiang Yao, the food you cooked looks really good." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Then sit down and eat. I also made pig's trotter soup for you today. After you drink it, it will be good for your recovery." Yang Sweki felt warm and moved in her heart. She nodded and sat down at the table, taking a sip of the pig's trotter soup in front of her. Yang Sweki sipped it. "Wow, it's delicious. It tastes fresh and doesn't smell fishy at all." Jiang Yao smiled. "I'm glad you like it. I'll cook different dishes for you in the future. I'll also research recipes for postpartum women to give you more nutrition." Yang Sweki produces a lot of breast milk, but occasionally it gets a little uncomfortable. She waved her hand and said, "No, I get plenty of nutrition. If I continue to supplement, I'll have too much." Jiang Yao didn't answer her, as he would make his own decision on this matter. It was for Yang Sweki's own good anyway. Jiang Yao put the baby girl in the crib and let her play for a while. They were just watching her, so she was safe. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down to eat. "If only my mother were here, we could have some soup together." Jiang Yao's mother usually came home for lunch, but she hadn't come back today, so she must have eaten out. Yang Sweki nodded, "Yes, the soup you make is very nutritious, and I'm sure your aunt would like it too." In her current situation, she can't help Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki thought for a moment and asked, "Do you find cooking hard? If it's too hard, let's order takeaway." Jiang Yao understood what she was thinking. I don't find cooking hard, and I quite like it myself. Ordering takeaway isn't healthy, and you need nutrition right now. Yang Sweki, okay? After dinner, Jiang Yao cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them, while Yang Sweki took a rag and wiped the table. After all, she doesn't usually do much around the house, so she can help Jiang Yao with the little things she can. Yang Sweki is not very good at cooking, so she occasionally makes noodles or something at home. Usually, she just helps her parents at home, and her mother cooks at home, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. While Jiang Yao was washing the dishes in the kitchen, she received a call from John's mother. Have you eaten lunch yet? Yes, I have. I'm washing the dishes right now. Have you eaten yet? I had lo mein at the noodle shop. Is the baby being a nuisance at home? If you're free, you can help take care of the baby for Sweki. The baby is quite well behaved. I also made pig's trotters and soybean soup for Sweki to drink at noon, and she was quite happy. John's mother was very satisfied after hearing this. Her son has grown up and is also caring for his wife. She was about to say something when her work phone rang, so she had to hang up hastily. After Jiang Yao hung up the phone, he continued washing the dishes. In the living room, Yang Sweki was hesitating. Should she tell Jiang Yao? Chapter 31 Why are all the good men married to other women? Yang Sweki was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and her heart was racing like ants on a hot pan. She couldn't go to the mall to buy sanitary napkins, and she couldn't change out of her clothes. So she could only turn to Jiang Yao for help. When Jiang Yao finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, he saw Yang Sweki, who looked anxious and embarrassed. He asked curiously, Sweki, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yang Sweki looked away and stammered, my period has started. Can you buy me some sanitary napkins? Jiang Yao. Although Jiang Yao had been in a relationship before, he had never bought any sanitary napkins before. So when Jiang Yao heard Yang Sweki ask him to buy sanitary napkins, he suddenly felt a little awkward. But he didn't want to hurt Yang Sweki's feelings, so Jiang Yao mustered up his courage and said, okay. Yang Sweki suddenly stopped him and reminded him, oh, by the nighttime ones, 420 millimeters. Jiang Yao turned his head and said okay, then quickened his pace to the supermarket to buy the tampons. When Jiang Yao had gone far away, Yang Sweki hurriedly ran to the bathroom and used some paper towels to pad herself. Jiang Yao arrived at the supermarket, where the shelves were full of all kinds of tampons. He didn't know how to choose, so he just picked some of the more expensive ones and went to the checkout. Jiang Yao had the nerve to pretend that he hadn't seen the girls around him looking at him with envy, and casually took the pads and placed them on the checkout counter. There were envious and jealous looks from the girls around him. And the checkout girl's heart broke when she saw a handsome guy buying pads. She thought to herself, why? All the good men are taken. Of course, Jiang Yao couldn't hear these thoughts of the young ladies. After buying the sanitary napkins, Jiang Yao passed by the baby store and bought several packs of diapers and diapers. The pads for the baby girl were used quickly, and Jiang Yao had to restock them from time to time. It wasn't very hot yet, so using diapers for the baby girl was fine. But when summer comes and the dog days begin, the diapers will have to be replaced with nappies. Jiang Yao has been repeatedly reminded of this by Jiang Yao's mother, who is more experienced after all. Jiang Yao returned home with a bag of things. Yang Sweki, meanwhile, was still standing in the living room, looking blankly at the floor. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I'm back, Sweki. Here's what you asked for. After saying this, Jiang Yao handed Yang Sweki the anti-towel. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said happily, thank you, Jiang Yao. I'll go to the bathroom to change first, you look after the baby in the living room. Jiang Yao nodded, and saw Yang Sweki take a new dress from the bedroom and then go to the bathroom. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the baby lying in the crib. The little girl was sleeping soundly, with a drop of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yao looked at her and was mesmerized. When Yang Sweki finished getting dressed and appeared in front of him, he didn't even notice until a sweet voice came from her. Jiang Yao, do you think I look good in this dress? Jiang Yao turned his head in the direction of the voice, and the sweet and lovely Yang Sweki was smiling at him. She was wearing a pure white dress, looking like the Snow White in a fairy tale. She was pure and beautiful, making people yearn for her. Jiang Yao couldn't help but swallow. Yang Sweki was as beautiful as a fairy. The white dress made her look even more pure and lovely, full of sunshine and vitality. Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao didn't respond to her, so she asked doubtfully, Jiang Yao, what's wrong? Do you think I look good dressed like this? Jiang Yao responded, nodded, and said, Sweki, you look really pretty dressed like this. You can wear it like this for me to see more often in the future. Yang Sweki blushed and said, You wish, I'm not wearing it for you. Jiang Yao laughed and didn't respond. Jiang Yao suddenly thought, Yang Sweki and I are the only ones home today. He suggested, Sweki, you look so pretty. Today is a rare opportunity, would you like to go to the park with me? Yang Sweki was silent for a moment, as if pondering Jiang Yao's proposal, and then she replied, What about Xiananan? Xiananan can't be left alone at home, she needs to be accompanied by an adult. Jiang Yao laughed, Of course we'll take Xiananan to the park with us, the three of us will go out and have fun together. Yang Sweki couldn't help blushing. Although it was indeed a family of three, why did he say it so easily? They had only received their marriage certificate a few days ago, but now they felt like an old married couple. The sun was still quite strong outside, and Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao suddenly felt a little sleepy. They found a spot on the sofa and closed their eyes to rest for a while. It was still early, so when the sun wasn't so strong, it would be the perfect time to go for a stroll in the park. The two were sound asleep when they were woken by their baby girl's whimpering. Jiang Yao immediately sat up and hurriedly went to see what was wrong with the baby. After checking, he realized that the baby had peed. It was time to change the diaper, otherwise the baby's bottom would get very uncomfortable. Jiang Yao saw Yang Sweki get up too, and said thoughtfully, You can go back to sleep. The baby just peed, so I'll change her diaper. Yang Sweki nodded and fell asleep on the sofa again. Jiang Yao skillfully picked up the baby and changed her diaper. With a little practice, Jiang Yao became very skilled at changing diapers. After changing the baby's diaper, Jiang Yao coaxed the baby to sleep. When the baby fell asleep, Jiang Yao gently placed him in the crib. He is becoming more and more like a qualified father, and is getting more and more adept at taking care of the baby. After finishing his work, Jiang Yao felt drowsy and lay down on the sofa, falling asleep. Chapter 32 Yang Sweki in a Cheongsam. Time passed slowly. Soon, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki woke up one after the other and sat up from the sofa. After all, they had slept for a long time, and their heads felt a little dizzy. Yang Sweki rubbed her temples to gradually regain her consciousness. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, stretched and yawned, and then pressed his neck and shoulders. Yang Sweki walked to the balcony to breathe some fresh air. The community was full of trees, and the breeze brought a light fragrance with it. The warm sunshine on Yang Sweki's face seemed to soothe all her worries. Yang Sweki saw Jiang Yao basking in the sunshine, looking comfortable. She also went out onto the balcony to soak up some sun. The two of them basked in the warm sunshine, the golden rays of which fell on their faces, bringing them joy and peace and making them feel the beauty of life. After basking for a while, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, It's just the right time to take the baby for a walk in the park, but we can rest a little longer before going. It's still early anyway, so it's fine if we go a little later. Yang Sweki nodded, continuing to bask in the sunshine. Yang Sweki felt very comfortable in this warm feeling and couldn't help wanting to bask in the sun for a while longer. After all, she stayed at home every day, and occasionally basking in the sun for a while could help her get more calcium. Before going out, Yang Sweki changed into a Cheongsam. Yang Sweki was wearing a Cheongsam, with its tight lines depicting a breathtaking figure, exuding a faint, sweet fragrance, as if she were a lotus flower in the water towns of the Jiangnan region. Jiang Yao was mesmerized. After a while, Yang Sweki, wearing a Cheongsam, walked with her baby in her arms towards Shihu Park near the residential area with Jiang Yao. The surroundings of West Lake are picturesque and beautiful. They set foot on the lakeside to enjoy the fresh air and pleasant scenery. The emerald water, green trees, pavilions and stone bridges in Shihu Park complement each other, giving a sense of tranquil and harmonious beauty. There are endless people walking by the West Lake, forming a beautiful scenery. The Jiang family of three is a particularly eye-catching sight in the crowd. The combination of the handsome man and beautiful woman attracts attention wherever they go, because they are stunningly beautiful. Jiang Yao is 180 centimeters tall, good-looking, and has a typical model's build. Yang Sweki, on the other hand, is fair-skinned and beautiful, and stands at a standard 168 centimeters tall for a beautiful woman. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman make people who pass by can't help but take a few more looks at them. Hey, look at that couple walking in front of us. Are they celebrities? The girl is beautiful and the guy is handsome, they're so enviable. You're right, I want to take a video and upload it online. After all, this is such a beautiful sight, it's really comfortable for the eyes. But is that girl carrying a baby? Oh my, they already have a child? They had a baby and their figure is still so good. It's so frustrating. We don't stand a chance anymore. The people around them couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Someone in the crowd even secretly took a photo of young Swecky's back with their phone and posted it to their circle of friends to share. I ran into a beauty when I went out to the park today. But they just took a simple shot of her back or profile and continued strolling in the park. At this time, various stalls had already appeared one after the other in the aisles of Shihu Park. There were stalls selling food, drinks, dolls, and more. In short, Shihu Park was also very lively in the afternoon. And today is the weekend, so there are naturally more people coming and going. Among them are many young handsome men and beautiful women, and some young people are even wearing hanfu and cheongsams, asking their friends to take pictures for them. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweky are strolling leisurely through the park, looking at the tree-lined surroundings. When the crowd gets crowded, Zhang Yao leans closely against Yang Sweky's body, puts his arm around her shoulders, and protects her in his arms. Yang Sweky felt the sense of security that Zhang Yao brought, and her pretty face flushed, even more vibrant than the flowers in the park. Her heart was pounding, and she lowered her head and walked casually as if nothing was wrong. Zhang Yao paid attention to what was going on around him and didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Sweky. When they reached a stall selling ice cream, Zhang Yao stopped and looked at Yang Sweky next to him and asked, "There's ice cream here, do you want some? It's hot, so we can each have a cone of ice cream." Yang Sweky nodded, "Yes, I want some." Zhang Yao asked the stall owner for 2 ice cream cones, 1 strawberry flavored and 1 chocolate flavored. Zhang Yao handed Yang Sweky the strawberry flavored ice cream in his hand. He ate the chocolate ice cream himself. In the summer, eating ice-cold ice cream instantly dispelled the heat and discomfort in her body. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweky walked while eating ice cream, and their mood became happier. Little Nan Nan opened her eyes wide, her mouth watering, and she grunted. Yang Sweky heard this and couldn't care about the ice cream in her hand, so she quickly and gently coaxed the baby in her arms. The little girl kept looking curiously at the ice cream in Yang Sweky's hand, and even drooled. Zhang Yao laughed on the side, saying that the little girl wanted ice cream, and it seemed that she had been a foodie since she was little. "This is like me, ha ha ha." Yang Sweky replied somewhat helplessly, "But is it okay to let the little girl eat ice cream? After all, ice cream is so cold, can the baby's stomach handle it?" Zhang Yao looked at her fondly and laughed, "Just let the baby lick a little ice cream." Yang Sweky listened and let the baby lick a little ice cream. Sure enough, the baby immediately stopped crying and stopped fussing, and even became happy, waving her little hands. Seeing this, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweky were both infected by the baby's smile. The world of children is very simple and very easy, and it is very easy to be happy. Zhang Yao took Yang Sweky to a lake in Shihu Park and pointed at the fish in the water and said, "Hey, why have the fish here become bigger? I visited here a few months ago, and there didn't seem to be so many big fish then." Yang Sweky was also captivated by the large school of fish. The fish in the lake looked like a group of elves, dancing lightly on the clear surface of the water, like a vivid picture scroll. Fish raised in a natural environment seem more vibrant and full of spirit. Chapter 33 Give Yang Sweky a big princess hug. After watching the fish in the lake for a while, Zhang Yao took Yang Sweky to continue exploring the scenery around the park. West Lake Park has landscapes such as rockeries, pavilions, Ingbo Bridge, and Nanping Evening Bell, which also gave them a feast for the eyes. Yang Sweky couldn't help but take out her phone and take pictures of these beautiful attractions. Zhang Yao watched Yang Sweky take several photos with her phone. The pretty girl and the beautiful scenery blended together into a beautiful picture, so beautiful it was unreal. Zhang Yao was so absorbed in watching it that he became a little dazed. When he came back to his senses, he had a brainstorm and suggested, "Sweky, stand in front of that rockery and I'll take some photos of you." Yang Sweky listened, turned her head and looked at Zhang Yao, and nodded. She casually struck a few poses for the camera, such as cupping her hand next to her cheek, pointing her index finger at her cheek, covering her mouth with her hand and laughing. Yang Sweky was sometimes cute and playful, and sometimes cool and handsome. Zhang Yao looked at the effect the photos presented and was also amazed. "Sweky, the way you strike a pose is so professional that you could be a model. I can take a random photo and it'll look incredible." Yang Sweky smiled proudly and said, "During the summer vacation, I went to a photography studio and modeled for a Taobao store. I have received professional training in posing for photos, so it's hard for me to look bad in a photo." Zhang Yao suddenly realized, no wonder your posed photos look so good and natural. Yang Sweky took Zhang Yao's phone and admired her own photos. Zhang Yao stood by her side, but seemed to have something on his mind, absent-mindedly thinking. Just now, when Jiang Yao was taking Yang Sweki's photo, the people around them kept looking at Yang Sweki. In particular, the men standing on the pavilion pretended to be looking at the scenery while actually peeking at Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao noticed all of this, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was out with Yang Sweki, otherwise some strange man would have tried to chat her up. Thinking about this, Jiang Yao couldn't sit still. At this moment, an auntie who looked very familiar suddenly walked past Jiang Yao. He immediately stopped her and said, "Auntie, don't go, can you take some photos for us?" Jiang Yao's voice came from behind the auntie, and she stopped in her tracks. The auntie looked left and right and found that she was the only woman around. Could it be that the handsome guy was calling her? Just as the woman was still wondering if she had been called, Jiang Yao had already walked up to her. "Big sister, can you take a photo of my wife and me? It's not convenient for me to take a photo while holding the baby. I can pay you, so you won't be working for nothing," Jiang Yao said, his eyes full of expectation, making it hard to refuse him. So the title Big Sister was actually being called to herself. The woman was usually called Big Sister, so she never imagined that today she would be called Big Sister by a handsome guy. The auntie reacted, suddenly bursting with joy, and immediately nodded to agree to Jiang Yao's request. "Handsome guy, I'm just taking your picture, where would I want your money? You hold the baby for me, I promise to take a beautiful picture of the two of you." Jiang Yao was overjoyed after hearing this, and handed the baby to the auntie, saying, "Thank you so much, big sister. It's not hard work, my sisters and I often take pictures of each other when we go out. Don't worry, I'm good at taking pictures." The little girl was lying in the aunt's arms, not crying or making a fuss, which made the aunt unable to stop praising her. Yang Sweki naturally heard about Jiang Yao asking the aunt to take pictures, and she didn't have any objections. She even thought that Jiang Yao's social skills were really impressive. Jiang Yao's words made the aunt so happy that she felt like flying. Now the two of them were talking enthusiastically, as if they had known each other for a long time. She handed the aunt Jiang Yao's phone and said sweetly, "Auntie, this is the phone." The aunt hadn't noticed the beautiful woman next to her before, her attention had been on Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki's pretty face looked very compatible with Jiang Yao's. The aunt regained her enthusiasm and asked Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to stand in the scenery and let her take their picture. Jiang Yao put his arm around Yang Sweki's shoulders, looking very affectionate. Yang Sweki felt extremely uncomfortable. But in front of outsiders, she couldn't act up. She had to cooperate with Jiang Yao and put on a happy smile. Jiang Yao was secretly smiling to himself. This was a good opportunity to interact intimately with Yang Sweki in a legitimate way. Then Jiang Yao grew bold and directly picked up Yang Sweki in a princess carry. Yang Sweki was taken aback by this sudden princess hug. She was about to slap Jiang Yao's chest with her hand, but Jiang Yao's hand grabbed her hand instead. He looked at Yang Sweki domineeringly and smiled, "Sweki, the auntie is watching. How can you hit your own husband? Isn't that a bit bad?" Yang Sweki was stunned by these words and suddenly didn't know what to say to refute Jiang Yao. A rosy blush appeared on her face, like the pink sunset in the sky at that moment. Seeing this eye-catching scene, the auntie took photos of Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao more enthusiastically. With such a good model pair, she was even more motivated to take photos. In the sunset, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao looked at each other face to face in the camera. Their eyes were filled with deep affection. They looked like a couple immersed in love, and the strong love they felt made the surrounding air seem to be filled with pink bubbles. It wasn't until the aunt finished taking the photo and walked up to them that the two reluctantly looked away from each other. Yang Sweki had just been caught up in the wonderful atmosphere of the photoshoot, and Jiang Yao's eyes looked so beautiful in the sunset. She looked at those eyes and was actually mesmerized. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao looked at the photos the aunt had taken, and their hearts skipped a beat. The way the two people in the photos looked at each other seemed like they really loved each other. This made Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao feel a little embarrassed. The aunt was also very satisfied with her work and even suggested copying one of the photos to send to her friends. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki naturally agreed. After all, the aunt had taken so many nice photos of them. After taking the photos, the auntie took the initiative to add Jiang Yao to WeChat. Jiang Yao immediately sent the auntie a few good-looking photos he had taken, and also sent her a red envelope. The auntie was also very happy when she received the photos. When she saw Jiang Yao's red envelope, she didn't accept it either. The auntie said as it was getting a bit late, "Handsome guy, I won't accept this red envelope. I'm also very happy to take your photos. It's getting dark, so I'll go home first, and you should go home early too." Auntie had just been so busy taking photos that she didn't notice until now that her arms were a little sore from holding the baby. She quickly handed the baby to Jiang Yao, who took the baby in both hands and waved goodbye to Auntie together with Yang Sweki. As he watched Auntie's figure grow farther and farther away, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, "Sweki, it's not early anymore, let's go home now." Yang Sweki nodded obediently. She was also a little tired now. Chapter 34 Jiang Yao's friends found out about his new role as a father. After the two of them returned home, after dinner, the baby started to make some noises again. Yang Sweki was tired and had already gone to bed to rest. Jiang Yao heard the baby's movements and quickly got up to check on the situation. Yang Sweki had just finished feeding the baby not long ago, so it was unlikely that the baby was hungry. Jiang Yao checked the baby's diaper and noticed that the baby wasn't hiccuping. Could it be that the baby had pooped? Jiang Yao leaned closer to the baby and sniffed, and realized that the baby had indeed pooped, and there was a very strong smell. Jiang Yao quickly went to get a basin of hot water, tested the water temperature with his hand, and then washed the baby's bottom. Although it wasn't the first time she had washed her baby's bottom, Jiang Yao was very careful. After washing the dishes, Zhang Jia saw Jiang Yao washing her baby's bottom. "Jiang, the baby is not that delicate, so you can wash it without worry. Otherwise, I can help you wash the baby's bottom. Babies are prone to red bottoms in the summer, so you can dust them with talcum powder after washing, so that they feel cooler." Jiang Yao, who had just finished washing her baby's bottom and was preparing to put on a diaper, suddenly said, "Auntie Zhang, I think I forgot to buy talcum powder. Do you have some? If so, can I borrow some?" Auntie Zhang nodded and went to the bedroom to get a box of baby talcum powder. "Here, this is talcum powder made from pearls. I had someone buy it for me, and it works really well. If you want some, I'll ask that person to buy some more boxes." Jiang Yao took the puff and carefully applied the talcum powder to Zion's white, tender bottom. After Zion had finished pooping, she would be hungry again very soon. "Thank you, Auntie Zhang. You can ask your friend to buy me a few more boxes of that talcum powder. When the time comes, let me know how much you paid and I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. It's fine, it's also my job. Xiao Jiang, you look young, but you are mature and steady. Yang Shui really has chosen the right person." Jiang Yao smiled. Then Jiang Yao poured away the used hot water and came back to sit down and rest. Soon, the baby really started to cry again. Sister Zhang held the baby and gave the baby formula to drink. Yang Sweki was sound asleep in the bedroom. Unable to bear to wake her, she could only feed the baby some milk powder first. Normally, she breastfed her baby in most cases, and only when she was unable to do so would she give the baby milk powder. After all, breast milk is more nutritious than formula milk, and the baby still needed to drink a lot of breast milk to boost its immunity. Fortunately, Zhang can help, otherwise Jiang Yao would find it hard to take a break, with all the chores to be done. Environment makes a person grow. Back then, Jiang Yao was also carefree, a young man who took his time. Usually, he didn't need to help with the housework, and only occasionally did some chores when he wanted to cook for himself. Now, he has become a responsible father taking care of the baby. However, he has no regrets about this, and even feels the happiness of being needed. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother is driving home in her car. After a long day, Zhang's mother is anxious to see her granddaughter and is hurrying home. After being stuck in traffic for half a day, Zhang's mother finally arrives at the underground car park of her residential complex. Zhang's residential complex is located near a shopping mall, which makes it very convenient to buy groceries. Zhang's mother buys a sea base, some beef and vegetables at the supermarket and then goes home. Finally, she is home. As soon as she enters the house, Zhang's mother puts the groceries she bought into the refrigerator in the kitchen. It's getting a bit late, but Zhang's mother hasn't had dinner yet. There's no way. For the sake of her business, she's often so busy that she forgets to eat. But now it's different. Zhang's mother has a granddaughter, and for the sake of her children, she also has to take good care of her health. Zhang's mother finds the food that is still keeping warm in the rice cooker in the kitchen. She also knew that she had not raised the boy in vain by saving food for her mother. Zhang's mother took out all the food and was about to pick up chopsticks to eat when she received a call from her husband. "Hello, what are you doing now? Have you eaten yet?" Zhang's mother spoke with a hoarse voice while picking up food and sending it to her mouth. "I'm eating now, I've been busy all day and only have time to eat now. How many times have I told you to take care of your health? Don't work yourself to death, do you hear me?" "Oh, I know, I'm eating, aren't I?" So, how's our granddaughter doing? She's doing great. Our son has suddenly grown up and is taking such good care of our granddaughter. That's good. Our son should know better now that he's married. He can't just goof off like he used to. Well, when will you be back? Soon. I'll be home in a few days. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Gotta go. After dinner, Zhang's mother washed the dishes and put them in the dishwasher, then went to bed. Early the next morning, Zhang's mother specifically told Zhang to remember to make sea-based soup for Yang Sueki to drink, and then she left the house. Zhang was in the kitchen, steaming rice and making sea-based soup. After Zhang was done, she saw that the young couple had not yet woken up, so she took the baby downstairs for a walk. After a while, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki woke up and got up to wash up. Zhang Yao opened the door and smelled the fishy aroma coming from the bedroom. Zhang Yao walked to the kitchen and opened the pot to see the fish soup that Zhang had made. He sniffed it hard, his appetite aroused, and he couldn't help but swallow. Sueki, you come out and drink the fish soup quickly, it looks like Zhang has made some for you. Yang Sueki happily walked out of the bedroom and came to the kitchen. Wow, the fish soup made by Sister Zhang really smells delicious. The well-cooked fish soup is a creamy white color, which makes one's appetite grow. Then you can drink a few more bowls later. Yang Sueki nodded obediently, okay. The two of them held the well-prepared fish soup and sat at the dinner table, eating and drinking with gusto. I heard that women who have given birth need to supplement protein, and fish soup is rich in protein, so you should drink more of it. Zhang Yao said thoughtfully, which made Yang Sueki's heart warm. I know, Zhang Yao, you drink some too. You usually do more of the child rearing, and you need to replenish your nutrients too. After saying this, Yang Sueki blushed a little. The two of them cared for each other in such a considerate way, quite like a husband and wife. The fish soup was white and thick, and the two of them drank bowl after bowl. They didn't put the bowl down until they couldn't drink anymore. It had to be said, Sister Zhang was a very good cook, and Yang Sueki was very satisfied. After eating, her stomach was round and bulging. Zhang Yao put the bowl and chopsticks in the sink, and when he had some free time, he sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. It was only then that he discovered that the dormitory group had exploded. It turned out that he had become a father, and the news that Yang Sueki had given birth to his child had spread. Chapter 35 Yang Sueki and I really had a baby. Zhang Yao looked at the messages in the group, many of which were about himself. The content was asking for confirmation of the authenticity of the Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki scandal, and asking if he had really split up with Gao Wenwen. Wang Zihao and brother Ma kept asking Zhang Yao to come out and explain, otherwise it would be bad if there was a misunderstanding. Now the whole thing has spread around the school, and many people know about it. Zhang Yao was a little puzzled. Only Chen Yuan knew that he was a father, so could it be that he had leaked it out? Zhang Yao directly made a voice call to Chen Yuan, and it was quickly connected. Chen Yuan, did you tell them about me? You are the only one who knows that I am a father, otherwise how would they know about it? I'm innocent, boss, how dare I tell others about you? Boss, did you post a TikTok video earlier, and a classmate saw it, which is why this happened? If you don't believe me, I'll send you the video and you'll know. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he quickly sent Zhang Yao the TikTok video. This matter needs to be explained clearly, or else we won't be able to remain friends. Zhang Yao hung up the phone and opened the TikTok video Chen Yuan sent him. It just occurred to him that it was indeed the TikTok video he posted. In the video, Yang Sueki was playing games with a little girl, looking like she was enjoying a quiet life. If someone Zhang Yao knew saw this kind of video, they would naturally suspect that she was pregnant. After figuring this out, Zhang Yao knew that he had wrongly accused Chen Yuan and sent the other person a message saying sorry. Yang Sueki and the little girl appeared in the video, and Zhang Yao did not appear, so many people suspected that it was staged. After all, Yang Sueki is the school beauty queen from the school next door, and she usually has nothing to do with Zhang Yao. How did these two people end up together? So the few people who get along well with Zhang Yao are very suspicious of this, and they bombarded him with text messages and phone calls. Zhang Yao thought about it and decided to confess. After all, this matter cannot be hidden forever, so it is better to confess directly and tell the truth to avoid misunderstandings. Zhang Yao made a video call directly to the dormitory group to explain clearly to his brothers. Brother Jiang, is it true that you had a child with the school beauty Yang Sueki? Brother Jiang, tell us if it's true. If it is true, when will you bring your wife over for us to meet? I'll treat you all to dinner. Yes, Brother Jiang, just tell us. I can pay you back the few hundred yuan you lent me. Jiang Yao. How can he answer all these questions at once? Yang Sueki finished drinking the fish soup and just ran downstairs to look for her daughter. At this time, only Jiang Yao was left in the house. Jiang Yao saw that the other end had finished talking and picked up the phone to reply. Well, the scandal is not fake. I did have a baby with Yang Sueki. The several people on the phone screen were shocked. Brother Jiang, you are really amazing. It's only been a short time, and you already have a baby. That Prince Hao, are you really going to pay me back the money you owe me? I'm a father now, and I need money for everything, so pay up. After hearing this, Prince Hao hurriedly transferred the money, and Jiang Yao accepted it in seconds. He was going to pay back the few hundred yuan anyway soon. After all, his mother had just sent him money for living expenses this month, so he had money now. Who would have thought that Jiang Yao would hang up the video call as soon as he accepted the money? Hey, you haven't explained this clearly yet. How can you hang up? Several people were anxious and wanted to rush to Jiang Yao's face and drag him to make him explain clearly. Jiang Yao hung them out to dry. This matter cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Let's talk about it later when we have time. Jiang Yao hung up the phone, smiling with a spring in his step. How can I tell them too much about this privacy? We are brothers, but that doesn't mean we can tell them everything. These grown men are even more nosy than women. Wang Zihao and brother Ma were both envious. After all, they were both single from birth and had never even held a girl's hand once. But that was Yang Sueki, the first place winner in the school beauty pageant, a goddess who could make anyone fall in love at first sight just by taking a single glance. In the past, they had even discussed in the dormitory whether Yang Sueki or Gao Wenwen was prettier. Who would have thought that Yang Sueki would one day marry her roommate Jiang Yao? Brother Jiang, what are you going to do now? You've got a child. Jiang Yao laughed. Of course he will work hard to earn money to support his wife and child. Although my family's situation is fine for raising a child, a man still has to support a family. Wang Zihao, I feel like you're just trying to make us jealous. No way, I'm a little jealous. Brother Ma added, that's right, we're still single. Can you give us single guys a break? Jiang Yao. He didn't mean to spread dog food, he was just stating the facts. Wang Zihao, I want a girlfriend too. Jiang Yao. As they chatted, they talked about Gao Wenwen. Jiang Yao told them what happened that day, and they all became a little angry. Wang Zihao said angrily, I didn't think that Gao Wenwen would treat you like this. I thought you dumped her. Brother Ma, yes, Gao Wenwen is really a sea woman, the daughter of the sea. Chen Yuan also chimed in, our brother Jiang has found someone better now, so let that Gao Wenwen go to the side. This kind of restless woman can't get along with anyone for long. I hope that Su Anbo dumps Gao Wenwen and lets her taste the feeling of being dumped. The three of them were dissatisfied with what Gao Wenwen had done, and were about to plot together to teach this woman a lesson. Jiang Yao interrupted their conversation and let it go, forgetting about it. I don't want to say anything more about this woman in the future, and sooner or later someone will fix someone like her. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yao ended the conversation. He took advantage of the fact that Yang Sueki and the baby had not yet returned, and got up to take a shower in the bathroom. Chapter 36 Moving House. After taking a shower, Jiang Yao took the opportunity to wash Xiao Nan's little clothes. After washing the clothes, Jiang Yao was taking the basin containing Xiao Nan's clothes to the balcony to dry them when he almost bumped into Yang Sueki, who was walking towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yao reacted quickly and managed to steady himself in time, and both of them were startled. You're home already? What are you doing on the balcony? It's a nice day, so I'm just enjoying the breeze on the balcony. Okay, I'll go hang the baby's clothes first. When Jiang Yao finished hanging the laundry and walked into the bedroom, he noticed that Yang Sueki's face looked a little strange. Yang Sueki was pale and weakly leaning against the side of the bed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Sueki shook her head and said with difficulty, it's just a bit of stomach pain. I'll be fine after a while. Do you need to go to the bathroom? I can help you get there. Yang Sueki blushed and said awkwardly, no, I can go there by myself. Although Yang Sueki insisted, Jiang Yao could see that she was really unwell and probably didn't have the strength to walk, so he had to help her get there after just a few steps. Yang Sueki stood up from the bed with difficulty and looked at Jiang Yao, then just help me to the bathroom door. Jiang Yao carefully helped Yang Sueki to the door of the toilet. I think it is still necessary for me to wait for you at the door. You are weak now and need someone to take care of you. Yang Sweki blushed when she heard this and held back her words. No, I can go to the toilet by myself, you don't have to wait for me at the door. Zhang Yao heard this and did not respond to Yang Sweki. He just stayed at the door. This made Yang Sweki panic. She couldn't help but say, I might have to go number 2, and it's not convenient for me if you're outside. Zhang Yao froze for a moment and then reluctantly agreed, okay, I'll be in the living room. If you need anything, just call me. Yang Sweki nodded, then turned around and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. In the living room, Sister Zhang was gently patting her baby's tummy to help him fall asleep. Seeing that Zhang Yao had arrived, Zhang Jia made a shushing gesture with her hand over her red lips. Zhang Yao nodded, knowing that Zhang Jia was telling him to keep his voice down as the baby was sleeping. A few months old, all a baby needs to do is eat well, sleep well, and have regular bowel movements. Seeing that the baby had fallen asleep, Zhang Jia gently placed the baby in the crib. Zhang Yao leaned over the crib and stared at the baby's rosy little face. Little Nan Nan is asleep, with drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. My baby girl is so cute. Zhang Yao is so moved by little Nan Nan that his heart is full of tenderness. Zhang Yao can't help it, and takes out his phone to take a few photos of little Nan Nan. Since he took a video of little Nan Nan last time, Zhang Yao has been taking photos of the baby from time to time with his phone as a keepsake. He plans to have the photos developed at some point and put them up on a photo wall. Zhang Yao looks at his daughter's little feet, which are tiny and cute, not yet the size of his hand. Yang Sweki comes out of the bathroom and sees Zhang Yao lying on his side next to the crib, looking blissful. She quietly watches him and can tell from his words and actions that he really loves the baby. She could also see the effort that Zhang Yao had put in over the past few days, and she had to admit that he was a responsible and good father. At noon, Sister Zhang reheated the fish soup from the morning and fried some vegetables. A delicious lunch was ready. Sister Zhang took the food out and said to Yang Sweki with a smile, your mother-in-law bought the sea bass and vegetables for you in the morning, and she specifically told me to make sure you drink a few bowls more. Your mother-in-law is really wonderful, treating you like her own daughter. Yang Sweki felt a little more grateful towards Zhang's mother after hearing this. She really had been well taken care of during this period of time. Yang Sweki and Zhang Yao were eating at the table. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zhang Yao opened it and discovered that it was Chen Yuan, who had brought gifts. Chen Yuan had a smirk on his face, and said hello to Zhang, I've come to see you and the baby. Zhang Yao raised an eyebrow, so come on in. It's a coincidence that you're here, you can have lunch with us. Chen Yuan had been busy all morning and was hungry, so he immediately happily went to wash his hands and get the dishes. As he walked, he looked around, as this was the first time he had been to Zhang Yao's house. Although Zhang Yao had invited him to come over before, Chen Yuan had never gone. Chen Yuan froze when he saw Yang Sweki sitting at the table, and then he smiled and said, hello, sister-in-law. This is a little gift for you, please don't mind it. Yang Sweki took the gift and smiled back, I won't mind it, thank you. I can't thank you enough. There were several pots of dishes on the table, which were delicious and appetizing. Fortunately, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki didn't have big appetites, so there was enough food for Chen Yuan as well. After Yang Sweki finished eating, Zhang Yao asked her to go to the bedroom to rest. Zhang Yao and Chen Yuan were still eating at the table. Why did you suddenly want to come over to my place today? Zhang, you don't mean you don't want me here, do you? What are you talking about? Of course I welcome you. Zhang Yao finished and opened a bottle of beer, pouring some into Chen Yuan's glass. You should be fine having a little, right? Chen Yuan nodded, of course it was fine. Was I the type of person who got drunk after just one drink? By the way, Zhang Gu, when are you planning to go back to school? Zhang Yao, soon, I'm taking care of the kids. After a few more days, I'll go back to school too. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Yao suggested that Chen Yuan stay a little longer. Chen Yuan said that was fine. By the way, Chen Yuan, can you help me find a place to rent near the school? Chen Yuan asked curiously, isn't there a dormitory at the school? Why do you need to rent a house? Zhang Yao replied, I have Sweki now, and she will go to school too. She and I won't be going to the same school, so it will be a bit inconvenient for us to meet. So I'm thinking of renting a house between the two schools, so it will be more convenient for Sweki and I. Chen Yuan felt like he was being forced to accept a ration. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Chen Yuan, you are really a good brother, you take the trouble. After Chen Yuan heard this, the sour feeling in his heart also faded. You can also tell your brothers if you have any difficulties. After all, you are a family man now. Zhang Yao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder after hearing this, his eyes moved. Then thank you, brothers. I won't trouble you unless I have no other choice. Chen Yuan pouted, okay, just don't be polite with your brothers. Chapter 37 Moving to a new home, a new atmosphere. Chen Yuan stayed at Zhang Yao's house for a while in the afternoon, and then went straight back to school to help Zhang Yao find a suitable rental house nearby. Thanks to Chen Yuan's efforts, he really found an apartment. Chen Yuan quickly sent this news to Zhang Yao, brother Jiang, the house you asked me to help find is located in Jiangnan Mansion. Yes, we'll move to Jiangnan Mansion? The apartments there seem to be very nice, but the rent must be quite expensive, right? Chen Yuan replied that the rent was not cheap, but the landlord happened to be the cousin of a friend of his. With my persuasive skills, I managed to get the rent down to 2,000 yuan. Brother Jiang, you know that a fully furnished apartment like this costs more than 2,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yao smiled, I'll treat you to a big meal next time. I'll pack up and move in. Chen Yuan was shocked, so soon? Sweki is almost fully recovered now. Chen Yuan was delighted, okay, I'll tell the guys the good news and we'll get together for a meal. Zhang Yao ended the conversation and told Yang Sweki about the move. Yang Sweki nodded, saying that she was happy to move to Jiangnan Mansion. The environment there is really nice. By the way, have you told your aunt about this? Zhang Yao nodded, saying that he had just sent a WeChat message to his mother, and she knew about it. She also said that she would not go to work at the company tomorrow, and would help us move. After dinner, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki began packing. Zhang Yao, do you want to take this with you? No, you can buy a new one when the time comes. What about this? You don't need to take this either. Although this is a move, you can use what you can use, and throw away what you can't use. After packing up the bedroom, they started packing up the bathroom. Except for the essential toiletries, the rest can be bought new. Sweki took a break, and they could pack together again when their mother returned. It was hot and muggy in the summer, and the two of them were sweating after only a short while of packing. Yang Sweki wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded, and took an electric fan to blow on it. While taking a break, Zhang Yao opened his phone and placed another order for some necessities online, which would be delivered to their new home in a few days. Not long after, Zhang's mother also returned. Zhang's mother helped to fold the summer coolers, and Zhang Yao and their clothes and bedding were all vacuumed using a tool and placed in the closet first. Yang Sweki heard the noise coming from the bedroom and the living room and went over curiously to take a look. Everything in the bedroom had been packed, and even the pots and pans in the kitchen had been tidied away. She couldn't help but admire Zhang's mother's efficiency, having tidied everything up in such a short time. Auntie, you've worked hard. Do you want some water? Zhang's mother nodded with a smile, saying, well, I am a bit thirsty. Yang Sweki brought a cup of warm water and handed it to Zhang's mother. After drinking the water, Zhang's mother sat on the sofa and blew on the fan. Zhang Yao, what time do you want to move tomorrow? Mom, probably after lunch tomorrow, we plan to move to Jiangnan Mansion. Okay, then I'll help you move tomorrow, and then I'll go back to the office. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Yao said gratefully. At a little after 8 in the morning, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki got up and washed up. The packed luggage was neatly placed in the living room. Xiao Jiang, why are you getting up so early? Zhang Jia was a little shocked to see the young couple get up so early for the first time. Yang Sweki smiled and said, Zhang Jia, we're moving today, that's why we got up so early. Moving? Yes. Zhang Jia smiled and said, that's good, don't worry, I'll take good care of your daughter at home. Sister Zhang, when we have time, we will also take the baby to our side. After all, as parents, we will miss our child too. You can take the little girl during your holidays or rest time. After Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki finished breakfast, they continued to check to see if there was anything else they had forgotten. Time passed bit by bit, and after lunch, they began to carry their luggage downstairs. Yang Sweki took the luggage and struggled to carry it out of the room. Zhang Yao felt that Yang Sweki was a girl and could not bear to let her carry the heavy luggage, so he took the luggage from her hands. You can just carry the lighter things, let me carry the heavy luggage. Yang Sweki's face turned red, especially as Zhang's mother was still nearby, which made her very embarrassed. She whispered, I can carry these things. Zhang Yao laughed, but I still can't let you carry it, where do you have the strength? Zhang Yao took the luggage and moved it quickly and steadily, and soon moved everything downstairs. Several people together moved all the luggage into the trunk of the car, which was stuffed full. Fortunately, Zhang's mother bought a car with a large trunk, which barely fit. After arriving at Jiangnan Mansion, Jiang Yao asked along the way and looked for a while to find out where Building 18 was. The three helped to carry the things upstairs. There weren't many things, and it was over after 2 or 3 trips. When they arrived at Building 18-2, the door was open. Jiang Yao opened the door and put the luggage inside. Jiang's mother found a mat and a quilt and made the bed ready, so that the young couple could rest easily. Sweki, you rest for a while, Jiang Yao and I will go tidy up outside. Jiang Yao handed young Sweki the air conditioning remote control. Here, this is the air conditioning remote control. It's very hot, you need to turn on the air conditioning before you can sleep. Young Sweki yawned and did not refuse Jiang Yao's kindness. She really needed to rest, and after giving birth to her child, she became more easily fatigued. Jiang Yao and Jiang's mother turned their heads and walked out of the room. Once outside the room, Jiang Yao gently closed the door. Jiang Yao looked at the things in the living room, took a deep breath, and turned to look at his mother. Mom, there is another room over there. You can go rest if you want, I can clean up by myself. How could your mother let you clean up by yourself? How long will it take you to clean up all this stuff by yourself? You'll be exhausted. It'll be faster if we do it together, so hurry up and clean up. Jiang Yao and Jiang's mother sorted the kitchen items and the bedroom items. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao's clothes were placed in the second bedroom first, and the kitchen items were simply placed in the new kitchen. After the two had finished sorting, they roughly categorized the items, and Jiang Yao would sort the smaller items later. Time passed quickly, and it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang's mother finished packing the last few items and went back to work at the company. Chapter 38 Getting Married Young to the School Beauty. Jiang Yao was lying on the sofa, tired and resting with his eyes half closed. There was a knock on the door, and Jiang Yao opened it to find Chen Yuan and a few of his dorm mates there to see him. Chen Yuan enthusiastically came forward and patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've missed you." Wang Zihao excitedly echoed, "Yes, yes. Brother Jiang. We all miss you." Wang Zihao was so excited that his voice filled the hall. Jiang Yao immediately made a hand gesture to silence him and whispered, "There are people sleeping in the bedroom, so keep your voice down." Wang Zihao immediately understood and then replied apologetically, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I spoke a little too loudly just now." Jiang Yao knew that he hadn't meant to do it on purpose, so he didn't care. "It's fine, just keep your voices down." Chen Yuan nodded. "This apartment in Jiangnan Mansion is not bad, I can see that the surrounding environment and facilities are very good. If it weren't for my mother not letting me live off campus, I would also want to live outside and be more comfortable." Chen Yuan's family is considered relatively wealthy, but they are strict, so he listens to his family more. Wang Zihao and Brother Ma were looking around the surroundings, full of envy. They are both the kind of people whose parents send just enough money for living expenses, and they can't afford to rent a place outside. Ma Go is the more composed one among the group. After thinking for a while, he said, "Jiang Yao, the rent for this house is not cheap, right? If you run out of money, you can borrow from us." Wang Zihao also agreed, "That's right, you have a wife and child now, so if you run out of money, just let us know. We can help you out if we put our heads together." Chen Yuan nodded, "That's right, after all, we've been friends for many years. These days are actually not easy." Wang Zihao and Brother Ma don't have much money for living expenses either, and although Chen Yuan's family gives him a little more, it's just enough to get by. Especially since Wang Zihao usually saves money by eating frugally and using the same cell phone for years. Jiang Yao's eyes were moved, and he smiled and said, "Thanks to Chen Yuan's help with the bargaining, the rent for this house is now 2,000 a month. My goodness, it's such a bargain." Wang Zihao and Brother Ma exclaimed in unison. Chen Yuan was beaming with pride, "I've saved Jiang Yao a huge sum of money, and you must thank me properly." "Okay, I won't forget this." Jiang Yao looked at his friends in front of him and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help. Wherever I'm needed in the future, I'll definitely help. Even if we become rich, let's not forget each other." Chen Yuan was moved by Jiang Yao's words, "We'll be good brothers for life." "Yes, good brothers for life." Wang Zihao and Brother Ma nodded seriously. After having a few cups of coffee in Jiang Yao's living room, Chen Yuan and the others said goodbye to Jiang Yao. As the three left the residential area, Wang Zihao and Brother Ma talked about the house's interior decoration, which was really classy. Without spending hundreds of thousands of yuan on decoration, it would definitely not have achieved such an effect. "The environment here is really good, I hope I can afford to buy a house like this in the future." You're thinking too much. With house prices being so high here, how could an ordinary person afford it? Oops, I was just talking. Chen Yuan laughed, then said, you should work hard in the future, it's good to have a goal. The people discussing it nodded in unison. Yes, you'll have to get married in the future, and you really have to think about buying a house. By the way, did Jiang Yao buy a house after marrying Yang Shuahua? Chen Yuan is familiar with Jiang Yao and knows the situation of their family. It is a family of quite good means. Jiang Yao's family is not bad, and his parents should help him buy a house. Wang Zihao and Ma Ge suddenly and coincidentally envied him. My goodness, I really envy Jiang Yao now. He married the school beauty queen at a young age and his family is also quite well off. Alas, envy is useless, it's all fate. Let's just go to school and work hard. Chen Yuan didn't envy him too much. After all, his family was also quite wealthy, and besides, comparing yourself to others will only make you tired. You don't need to envy Jiang Yao, just work hard and live your life. Wang Zihao laughed after hearing this. Chen Yuan, you're talking so eloquently now, I almost don't recognize you. Chen Yuan laughed haha, and said weirdly, where is that? Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Get to know each other better? After hearing this, Wang Zihao pretended to be about to throw up. I'm a straight man. The mood of joy returned as the group began to fight and play around again, just like good brothers. Most people are ordinary people who need to rely on their own hard work to achieve their life goals. While good brothers are happy for Jiang Yao, they are also a little sad, but mostly they sincerely wish him well. It is very convenient to take a taxi in this area, so the group decided to find a place nearby to eat snacks after some thought. Chen Yuan thought about the seafood platter recently and his appetite was aroused. Do you want to eat the seafood platter? I can treat you. Both of them had no objections. They quickly hailed a Didi nearby and arrived at a seafood restaurant. It so happened that they happened to run into Gao Wenwen and her boyfriend Suanbua eating seafood at the same seafood restaurant. They were accompanied by several good-looking peers of the same age, both male and female, who were presumably students. Ma Gu and Wang Zihao were both of the plain and honest type, while Chen Yuan was a bit chubby. None of the three looked as good as Jiang Yao, and naturally they all looked ordinary and unattractive. Of course, if they could drive a luxury car or something, they would naturally be more attractive. There were 8 or 9 men and women on the other side, while Chen Yuan only had 3 on his side. As soon as Chen Yuan and the others had sat down, they heard Gao Wenwen talking to her boyfriend. Gao Wenwen spoke in a pretentious tone, Anbua, I have a small appetite and can't eat too much. Can you help me eat more later? Suanbua looked adoring, of course I can, you girls like to keep fit and don't like to eat too much. Thank you baby, you're amazing, I love you the most. After Gao Wenwen finished speaking, she looked at Suanbua with adoring eyes. Chen Yuan and the others almost vomited from disgust at watching Gao Wenwen's pretentious performance. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel aggrieved for his brother. Before Wang Zihao and Brother Ma could stop him, he ironically said, Yo, isn't this Gao Wenwen? This time, the boyfriend you brought is different from the last one. You've changed boyfriends again, no wonder you're the school beauty, you're so devious. Gao Wenwen's face changed, and she scolded, Chen Yuan, you fat guy, what are you talking about? Gao Wenwen's little sister followed suit, choking, yeah, you fat idiot, what kind of sense of existence are you looking for? Chen Yuan hated it when people called him fat, and he clenched his fists to control his emotions. Seeing his best friend being called a fat idiot, Wang Zihao couldn't sit still either. Are you two ice in a deep well, with no upbringing at all? Your parents should take you back and discipline you properly. Otherwise, let them out and they'll disgust other people. Brother Ma also stood up and said to the boys who were with Gao Wenwen, my advice to you, my friends, is to stay away from these women. They're all women with ugly bodies and no substance at all. When Gao Wenwen and my brother started dating, she was attracted to my brother's good looks and money. Anyone without money is not worthy of dating Gao Wenwen, and she dumped my brother. This woman is a vain and stupid woman. Gao Wenwen was furious, you're full of shit. Gao Wenwen's girlfriends were also furious. After all, they had actually insulted them for only having a pair of ugly skin bags. They immediately asked the boys at the same table for help. Are you just going to stand there and watch them bully and insult us girls? The boys and the girls actually didn't know each other well, they had just been dragged along to dinner. The boys looked at each other, and one of them even asked Brother Ma, are you serious or not? Brother Ma was about to reply when Chen Yuan shouted angrily, Gao Wenwen, you know very well that you did all these things yourself. You just dumped my brother because you didn't think he was rich enough, and now look at the boyfriend you've got now. If he wasn't rich, would you still be with him? I'm telling the truth, and if I'm lying, may I be hit by a car and drown in my own vomit. Gao11, do you dare swear that you didn't do any of these things? Suanbo was beside her, and there was finally some change in his calm face. Suanbo's eyebrows were knitted together, his eyes sharp, and his face had become very ugly. It was obvious that he had already begun to get angry. Suanbo turned his head and questioned Gao11, is what he said true? Do you really only like me because I'm rich? Gao11 was about to cry in anger, her eyes red and tearful. Gao11 replied with a face full of grievances, of course not, I really like you. How can you doubt my sincerity towards you? I'm so disappointed. Suanbo didn't react after hearing this. Suanbo was trying hard to calm himself down, after all, this incident had a really big impact on him. One of the boys suddenly asked, is your buddy's name Jiang Yao? Chen Yuan replied, yes, my brother's name is Jiang Yao. The boy nodded, and this Jiang Yao is indeed quite handsome, but didn't they break up because their personalities didn't match? Gao11 was stubborn, yes, we broke up because our personalities didn't match, it's not at all what he said. Chen Yuan sneered, you women really have a hard mouth. If you don't find this excuse, are you going to tell everyone with drums and gongs that you broke up with my brother because he wasn't rich enough? At the time, Gao11 and Jiang Yao's breakup actually had a big impact at school, because both of them were popular figures. Many people were speculating about what had caused their breakup. After the breakup, Jiang Yao focused all his attention on young Sueki and the baby, and simply ignored other people's opinions. Later, it was Gao11 who took the initiative to say that they had broken up because of personality differences, and that ended the gossip. After all, Gao11 couldn't say that she had dumped Jiang Yao, because after all, Jiang Yao also had a small group of fans at school. Gao11 didn't want to get herself into trouble, so she could only explain it like this. So it was a peaceful breakup, which was good for both of them and more dignified. Moreover, Gao11 also enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by Jiang Yao, and she had a good reputation. Suanbo's face looked bad, and he got up and left. I won't treat you to this meal. If you want to stay and eat by yourselves. Leaving Gao11 and the several men and women present dumbfounded. They didn't expect Suanbo to be so disrespectful as to just leave. These men and women were all invited by Gao11, saying that her boyfriend was treating them to dinner. They didn't want to waste the meal, so they followed her here to eat together. Now that the host had left, they didn't feel like staying to continue eating. Everyone was a poor student, and a meal at a seafood restaurant wasn't cheap, so they quickly left. After Suanbo left, the men and women followed suit. Gao11 was left sitting at the table alone, looking embarrassed. Gao11 felt like she had had a really bad day, running into this kind of thing. Great, now her new boyfriend is angry with her, too, and she's lost face in front of so many people. Gao11 was so angry that she glared viciously at Chen Yuan and the others, picked up her bag, and was about to leave the restaurant. At this time, the waitress, who looked sweet, saw what was happening and quickly stopped her. Miss, the food you ordered will be served soon, you can't leave. The waitress kept a polite smile. Gao11 snorted, the food hasn't been served yet, has it? I want to cancel it now. After hearing this, the waitress smiled and replied, Miss, we are not allowed to cancel after ordering. The food will be ready soon, you can sit down and wait. At this time, the people around also heard the movement on Gao11's side and discussed, this beautiful woman looks so good, but why is she so unreasonable? Where did she order some food and then want to return it? Exactly, she looks good but her character is not good, and it won't last long. Gao11 heard their discussion and was so angry that her face turned white. Finally, she could not hold back any longer and yelled, what is it to you? If you like to meddle in other people's business so much, why don't you become a policeman? The people around her were taken aback by her words, thinking to themselves, forget it, it's not their business, I don't bother arguing with people like her. Gao11 tried to leave, but the waiter wouldn't let her go. In the end, Gao11 had to take out her money to pay the bill and leave. Chen Yuan and the others laughed at Gao11's predicament, their chests heaving with laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The school beauty queen was left alone in the restaurant to pay the bill. How could this be so funny? Chen Yuan finished speaking and burst out laughing again. In particular, just now, Wang Zihao even filmed Gao11 arguing with someone else. Now Gao11 is going to be in trouble. She is going to be humiliated. Chen Yuan and the others got together and decided to send this video to Jiang Yao. They wanted their good friend to have some fun too. After all, this kind of thing is really funny. Chapter 39 Young Sweki is too good a wife and mother. She has moved into her new home. Chen Yuan's face showed mockery, and his tone was full of disgust. It is because of people like Gao Wenwen, who are vain and love admiration, that love has changed its taste nowadays. If I had known, I should not have praised Gao Wenwen as if she were a fairy in the beginning. In fact, she is not even as good as young Sweki's little finger. Exactly, I don't know if Gao Wenwen's face has been altered. I always feel that her nose looks strange, a bit too high and straight, especially like the way my second aunt's nose looked after she had it done. But she must have gone to a doctor with subpar skills, because her whole face gives off a plastic smell. Wang Zihao is the most capable of insulting people among the three, and he started to scold Gao Wenwen. After hearing this, Brother Mai nodded in agreement and said, yes, Gao Wenwen's nose is a bit too high, and it looks a bit out of place with her facial features. After scolding her, Wang Zihao took a breath and poured himself a glass of water. Forget it, I'm not going to scold Gao Wenwen anymore. This woman has too many flaws, and my mouth is tired of scolding her. Chen Yuan snickered. Wang Zihao, you should have scolded Gao Wenwen to her face just now. Making this woman look like a fool is the only way to vent our anger at Jiang. Wang Zihao laughed. I was thinking the same thing, but the scene was so intense just now that I didn't find the opportunity to scold her for a while. Ma nodded and patted Wang Zihao on the shoulder. Wang Zihao, you really are Jiang Yao's good brother. No matter what, we're all in the same dormitory, and we can't let a woman bully our brothers. The others nodded in agreement, all agreeing with Brother Ma. The brotherly bond in college is very pure, and they are very loyal. Chen Yuan thought about it for a while and decided to make a voice call to talk about it with Jiang Yao. Hey, Jiang Ge, the three of us are in a seafood restaurant right now. Guess who we just met? Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. Who did you meet? How would I know? Chen Yuan gave a mysterious smile and said, hey, we ran into your ex-girlfriend, Gao Wenwen. Oh, that's all? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After saying this, Jiang Yao was about to hang up. No, I haven't finished yet. Don't hang up so quickly. Hurry up and say what you have to say, I have to continue cleaning up the room later. Chen Yuan quickly described what had just happened in vivid detail. Afterwards, he sent the video he had just taken to Jiang Yao. You mean, just now, Gao Wenwen was left behind by her boyfriend, and she lost face in front of her friends. Afterwards, she even had to pay for the meal herself. That's really interesting, Gao Wenwen should be furious. Chen Yuan laughed. Yes, that's the thing. You have no idea how down and out Gao Wenwen was just now. Brother Jiang, did you watch the video I just sent you? Gao Wenwen is a beautiful schoolgirl, and she can argue with passers-by. She has no image at all, she is really embarrassing. Jiang Yao nodded, and his tone was obviously a lot happier. I've said it before, sooner or later this woman will crash. Isn't that day here already? But I already have Sweki now, so in the future you don't need to tell me about Gao Wenwen's affairs. Chen Yuan, okay Jiang Ge, we know. Isn't this hilarious? That's why I'm telling you. By the way, Jiang, you should go back to school soon, right? Wang Zihao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but take Chen Yuan's phone and say, Jiang, you should go back to school soon. The guys miss you a bit too. And most importantly, you can see for yourself how Gao Wenwen crashes and burns. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, I got it. Nothing else, I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, Jiang Yao's mood also became very good. After all, he had long been unhappy with a woman like Gao Wenwen. Having such an ex-girlfriend, Jiang Yao felt like a stain on himself. Jiang Yao tidied up all the things in the kitchen, as he had to cook dinner that night. He also tidied up the living room a bit, as it was inconvenient to walk around. Yang Sweki slept for a couple of hours in a daze, and when she turned her head, she noticed that there was no one next to her. When she walked into the living room, she noticed that Jiang Yao was still tidying up. Jiang Yao, why are you still tidying up? You've tidied up long enough, you can do it tomorrow. Jiang Yao yawned, okay, I'll finish this and then I'll go take a shower. I feel a bit uncomfortable with all this stickiness on me. There was a bathroom in the master bedroom, but that was the room where Yang Sweki was resting, so Jiang Yao thought about it and went to the other bathroom to take a shower. It was very convenient to take a shower in the summer, just rinse yourself off with water and then wipe yourself dry. As for washing your hair, it's even simpler, just blow dry it a little and it's dry. After all that hard work, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yao wanted to lie down on the bed to rest for a while, play with his phone for a while, and watch some TikTok videos. But then he thought about the fact that he hadn't cooked dinner yet, and so he didn't lie down to rest. Yang Sweki looked at him and said, "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" Jiang Yao put down his phone and said, "No, I still need to cook dinner later." "Jiang Yao, you've had a long day too. Let's order takeaway for dinner tonight, and you rest for a while." Jiang Yao thought about it and felt that he was indeed a bit tired. He nodded, "Okay, I'll play with my phone a bit more and then go to bed." After a while, Jiang Yao felt that his eyelids could hardly hold back the sleepiness, so he quickly put down his phone and went to bed. An hour later, Jiang Yao woke up feeling much more energetic and his mind was very clear. Sure enough, this is the benefit of rest. Jiang Yao walked out of the bedroom and found that the table in the living room was already set with food. There was shredded pork in a soy-based sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried meat with chile, and a bowl of rice. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was sitting at the table, and asked, "Sweki, did you order this takeaway? It's quite a feast." Yang Sweki nodded. "I know you like tomatoes and meat, so I ordered a bit more." Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, and a complex emotion spread through his heart. He never expected Yang Sweki to even know what he liked to eat. This could only mean one thing: Yang Sweki must like him too. Thinking of this, a smile blossomed on Jiang Yao's face. "Then I must eat a lot, to be worthy of this meal you've invited me to." Yang Sweki nodded with a smile. Jiang Yao wasn't picky about food, and soon finished eating everything on his plate. This well-decorated house is really comfortable to live in. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, it's more than enough for them. After dinner, Jiang Yao cleaned the table and took the trash bag downstairs. "Sweki, I'm going downstairs to take out the trash and pick up a delivery." Yang Sweki, Jiang Yao bought several deliveries, all of which were necessities of life, such as tablecloths, trash bags, toilet cleaning tools, and more. When he got downstairs, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded when he saw all the deliveries in the fengchao cabinet after taking out the trash. Looking at such a large box, Jiang Yao was puzzled. He didn't seem to have bought anything this heavy. What about the text message reminding him to pick up the delivery? Jiang Yao checked the information on the delivery box, the home address and phone number, and found that this was indeed his delivery. Luckily, the apartment building Jiang Yao rented had an elevator. Jiang Yao carried it in with great difficulty and then moved it into the house. Jiang Yao opened the delivery box and saw that there were actually a juicer, rice cooker, and air fryer inside. Who bought these for his home? This is too kind. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment and asked his mother on WeChat if she had bought them for him. Jiang's mother sent him an emoticon of a nod. Jiang Yao smiled and sent his mother an emoticon of a bear bowing to say thank you. Next, Jiang Yao moved all the things into the kitchen and arranged them neatly. Chapter 40 Dog food is being scattered. We are already married and are a legal couple. After Jiang Yao finished arranging things, he looked at the clock and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. It was still bright outside. Thinking that he could take Yang Sweki downstairs to take a look at the neighborhood, he told her to get up and go for a walk. "Sweki, you tidy up and go downstairs with me to take a look at the neighborhood." When Jiang Yao said this, Yang Sweki looked up at him and said, "Okay, just wait a minute." She changed her clothes and walked over to him, and saw that Jiang Yao had already tidied the living room. The living room was spotless, the floor was clean and tidy, as if it had been waxed, reflecting a bright luster. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up, and she admired Jiang Yao even more. Normally, many boys don't like doing housework, but Jiang Yao is different. Not only is he a good cook, but he is also good at cleaning and tidying up the house. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's changed clothes and said, "Why are you wearing so little? Although it is hot now, you are still relatively weak, so you should be careful not to catch a cold." Yang Sweki blushed and said, "Okay, we're just going for a walk and we'll be home soon." Jiang Yao thought about it and agreed. He didn't say anything else. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki walked into the elevator, pressed the button for the downstairs floor, and the elevator was about to close. Just then, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked in. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Yao in the elevator. Her curious eyes scanned Jiang Yao's body, and then she saw Yang Sweki next to Jiang Yao. She hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Are you students from around here?" Jiang Yao smiled slightly and said, "Yes." This smile made the beautiful woman a little bit moved. "So you are classmates? We have already got our marriage certificate, we are a legal couple." Yang Sweki couldn't help blushing when she heard Jiang Yao's introduction. "Ah. You got married so young. Congratulations to you then." The tone and expression of the beautiful woman could not hide her disappointment. Just as Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were about to get out of the elevator, the beautiful woman called out to Jiang Yao as if she had remembered something. "By the way, I'm also a student nearby. I'll be living on the same floor as you, so if you need anything, just let me know." Jiang Yao let out a small "oh" and said, "Okay, thanks." The beautiful woman couldn't help but shake her head when she saw Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki walking away. She sighed, "Such a handsome boy, and he's getting married so young. But with that girl, it seems like a match made in heaven. It really makes people jealous." In the community, Jiang Yao also met a high school classmate, but they weren't very familiar with each other, so they exchanged a few greetings and went about their own business. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki shopped for a while, then went to a nearby mall to buy some fruit and snacks. After buying them, Jiang Yao carried a large bag of things home, while Yang Sueki followed him. Although on the way back, Yang Sueki offered to help Jiang Yao carry the things several times. But Jiang Yao refused her without hesitation. "I'm a man, this stuff is not heavy, you don't need to help me carry it." Yang Sueki had to accept it. It's true that Jiang Yao is quite manly, taking care of her in many ways. He doesn't let her do any heavy work, and even cooking and washing the dishes are mostly taken care of by Jiang Yao, but he doesn't complain either. When they got home, Jiang Yao put the fruit milk he bought in the fridge. Yang Sueki suggested, "I'll make breakfast tomorrow morning." "You haven't tried my cooking yet." Jiang Yao thought that was a good idea. "Okay, but just make something simple, not too much." Yang Sueki nodded, "Okay, whatever you say." Jiang Yao looked at the bathroom, used boiling water to rinse the bathtub, and then wiped the surrounding tables and chairs with a rag. After tidying up, Jiang Yao sat on the sofa to rest. He was sweating profusely from the busy work, and his back and waist were sore from fatigue. He was ready to take a shower and go to bed later. Yang Sueki saw Jiang Yao in this state and felt extremely distressed. She took a fan and fanned him. "Do you want to go back to the bedroom to rest for a while? There is air conditioning in the bedroom." Jiang Yao shook his head. After sweating, it is better not to blow directly on the air conditioning. It is not good for the body. "I will cool down after a rest." Feeling the breeze from Yang Sueki's fan, Jiang Yao also felt that his body was not as hot. Jiang Yao stood up and said to Sueki, "You don't need to fan me. I'm going to the bathroom to rinse my body." Yang Sueki obediently nodded and returned to the bedroom. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and rinsed himself briefly with warm water before returning to the bedroom. He saw Yang Sueki lying in the bed with her mobile phone in her hands, and smiled. "Sueki, don't stare at the screen for too long. Your eyes will get tired if you do." Yang Sueki looked up at Jiang Yao and said, "Okay, I'll just keep looking at it for a little while longer, then I'll get some rest." "Jiang Yao, what do you want to eat in the morning?" "Anything is fine, I love whatever you cook." Yang Sueki looked at Jiang Yao, her eyes shining. "Okay, I got it." Yang Sueki's cheeks were as red as the evening sky, with a hint of charm and tenderness that made people want to get close to her. Time passed unknowingly, and soon it was 12 midnight. Jiang Yao yawned, went to the bathroom, then turned off the lights and went to bed. Chapter 41 Here are 200,000 yuan, go ahead and spend it. The next day, Yang Sueki got up early to prepare breakfast. Every day, she saw Jiang Yao working so hard, running around, and her heart ached a little. After giving birth, her health had improved a lot. So she wanted to do something to repay Jiang Yao for taking care of her during this time. Yang Sueki takes the ingredients for breakfast out of the refrigerator: ham, chopped green onion, milk, eggs and flour. She adds half a bowl of flour to a bowl, breaks 3 eggs into it, adds ham, chopped green onion and 250 milliliters of milk, and stirs until there are no lumps. The delicious and nutritious omelette is ready. Yang Sueki feels that eating just an omelette for breakfast seems a bit dry. Opening the refrigerator, she saw the 8 treasure rice in the refrigerator and decided to make another 8 treasure porridge. She cleaned the 8 treasure rice, poured it into the rice cooker, added the right amount of water, and let it simmer until cooked. A hearty breakfast was ready. Yang Sueki looked at the time and realized it was already 9 a.m. It would not be good for her stomach if she didn't eat breakfast. Yang Sueki was about to knock on the door to let Jiang Yao get up and eat breakfast. The door in front of her opened and Jiang Yao appeared in front of her. "Good morning, Sueki. Did you say you've made breakfast?" "No, we can go out for breakfast if it's not ready." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki with a smile on his face. Yang Sueki nodded, saying that it was ready and that she was just about to knock on the door to remind you to eat breakfast when you happened to get up. Jiang Yao laughed, saying that it was just in time, as he was a little hungry himself, and they could have breakfast together. Jiang Yao looked at the egg pancakes and the 8 treasure porridge set out in front of him. It looked very filling. Jiang Yao was a little shocked. He had originally been prepared to just have a simple breakfast. He had not expected Yang Sweki's breakfast to be actually quite good. Jiang Yao took a bite of the egg pancake, his eyes lit up, and he took several more bites. Sweki, you have fried these egg pancakes until they are crispy and tender. How come you are such a good cook? I never noticed before, but you can cook. Yang Sweki felt a little embarrassed. It was my mother who told me to learn how to cook. She said that if you can cook, you can eat less takeaway food. Jiang Yao laughed. Then your mother is right, it is healthier to cook your own food. After saying that, Jiang Yao saw that Yang Sweki had not eaten much of the omelette and had put it down. He frowned. Sweki, why didn't you eat more? Are you not hungry? Yang Sweki was drinking her kanji, and was warmed by Jiang Yao's sensitivity. This omelette is a bit hot, I'll let it cool down a bit before I eat it. Jiang Yao nodded, and continued eating his breakfast. After they finished eating, Jiang Yao suggested that he cook lunch for them at noon. Yang Sweki didn't object. After all, she actually liked the food Jiang Yao cooked. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Yao was busy at the stove, wearing an apron, while Yang Sweki looked on, holding a radish. She had once fantasized about this scene. Jiang Yao served the food and fried another braised fish. In addition, he made pork rib soup. The pork rib soup had red dates and soybeans in it and smelled very good. In the dining room, Yang Sweki helped with the bowls and chopsticks and the soup ladle. Eat up, Sweki. Yang Sweki smiled sweetly. Okay, thanks. Jiang Yao found it funny. Why do you keep saying thank you to me? Yang Sweki sipped the pork rib soup, which tasted delicious and was sprinkled with a little chopped green onion. Jiang Yao, wait a minute. Yang Sweki went to the bedroom with a light step and then returned. In her hand was an additional bank card, which she handed to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was stunned, his eyes full of questions. What do you mean? Yang Sweki pursed her lips. You rented this house and bought all these groceries, which must have cost a lot of money. I have some money here, take it. Jiang Yao was touched by Yang Sweki's actions. They had gotten back together because of their child, and their relationship was a bit ambiguous. If he had to say how he felt about Yang Sweki, he definitely liked her, the way guys like pretty girls. Because of the child, the feeling of liking her is even stronger. But Jiang Yao is still not quite sure about Yang Sweki's thoughts. Is she only willing to compromise and stay with him for the sake of the child, or is there another reason? However, the fact that she is willing to give him money shows that she has full trust in him. Jiang Yao pushes the money back. I can't accept this, it's only right that I take care of you. Yang Sweki replies, but you are only a student, it's a bit unfair to let you bear all this on your own. I will find a way to make money, don't worry. Yang Sweki was shocked. You still have to study, how will you make money? Jiang Yao understood what she was thinking and smiled. I have my own way, but it must be a legal way. Yang Sweki was relieved. Oh, that's good. She shook her head. Although you want to make money now, there will be many expenses in the future. I have 200,000 here, you can take it. Jiang Yao was a little shocked. My god, 200,000? From Yang Sweki's tone, it sounded like 200,000 yuan was a trivial amount. How did Yang Sweki have so much money? From the way she said it, it sounded like she was being generous. And the phrase here's 200,000 yuan, go ahead and spend it sounded like she was trying to support him. Jiang Yao had had a lot of pocket money since he was a child, and over the years, he had also had more than 100,000 yuan in his bank account, so he wasn't really short of money. How did you get so much money? My parents gave me a dowry, and last time they gave me a bank card. Yang Sweki replied calmly. Jiang Yao was shocked. This is your dowry. Then why did you give it to me? Yang Sweki smiled. I was just afraid that you would run out of money, so I lent it to you, and you can pay me back when you have money again. Jiang Yao was a little moved, but he didn't need Yang Sweki's money right now. Keep the money yourself. I'll talk to you again if I really run out of money. Yang Sweki let out a sound. After dinner, Jiang Yao received a call from his mother. Have you eaten lunch? Did you cook anything for Sweki? We ate lunch. Right. Mom, why don't you care about me more? Why should I care about you? Aren't you doing well? Sweki needs care now, so it's only right that I care about her. After a pause, Zhang's mother added, little girl was very well behaved today, and sister Zhang even gave the baby a bath. Did Xiao Nan Nan miss me and Sweki? Yes, she cried a lot after you left, but we calmed her down. We will go back to see her in a few days. Although they had only been away from home for a few days, Zhang Yao was constantly thinking about Xiao Nan Nan. Yang Sweki didn't say anything, but she often found herself daydreaming. Zhang Yao also knew that she was missing her child. Zhang's mother quickly reminded them, you should just focus on your studies. You can come home after a while. I and sister Zhang will take good care of little girl. Your father will be back soon, and you can bring Sweki home then. Zhang Yao nodded, okay, take care of yourselves. Zhang's mother smiled with relief, don't worry, and take care of yourselves too. Chapter 42 Zhang's mother came to the door to deliver the car. Zhang Yao was shocked. The family's things were packed one after the other for a day or two. One day, Zhang Yao was shopping in the mall and passed by a flower shop selling flowers. He hesitated for a moment and went in. He remembered that Yang Sweki liked these kinds of flowers and plants, so buying some to take back or buying some potted plants to put in the house would be beautiful and good for the eyes. But he didn't know much about these things, so after the owner's introduction, he bought a pot of jasmine, which girls like, and prepared to put it in Yang Sweki's bedroom. He also bought a pot of succulents to put on the balcony and a pot of clivia in the second bedroom. Let's just buy these 3 pots for now, and come back if we need anything else. No problem, you can come back to our store if you need anything in the future. Zhang Yao returned home, arranged the potted plants, and his mood improved. I bought some jasmine flowers and put them in your room. If you like them, I can buy some more later. Yang Sweki is very happy. Great, thank you. Zhang Yao bought some crabs at the supermarket and is going to make spicy crab for Yang Sweki. In the kitchen, he first declares, this is the first time I've made spicy crab. I learned from watching a video. If it's not delicious, don't hate it. Yang Sweki shakes her head, no, I'll eat whatever you make. The kitchen is equipped with an intelligent hood, so there is no need to worry about the smell of cooking oil. Zhang Yao follows the instructions in the video while Yang Sweki watches and occasionally lends a hand. After eating the spicy crab, both are full of satisfaction. Yang Sweki gives Zhang Yao a thumbs up and says, Zhang Yao, you're really amazing. You can do it just by watching the video. After dinner, Zhang Yao was responsible for washing the dishes, while Yang Sweki wiped the table with a rag. Do you want to watch a movie? Sure, but you have to recommend one. Yang Sweki was overjoyed. Zhang Yao, you don't know how bored I am, I'm tired of playing on my phone. Zhang Yao smiled and said what he had in mind. We can turn on the TV in the living room while we eat. In addition, I plan to buy a projector and put it in your bedroom, so you can watch movies more conveniently. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up. Zhang Yao, you are so good to me. But you can just buy a cheaper one, not too expensive. Okay, I'll look. So the two of them looked all over the shopping platform for a projector brand. In the end, after looking around, they chose the projector in the official flagship store. It is a brand with more positive reviews and is still trustworthy. There is after-sales service and they also give away things like tripods and curtains. The price is also moderate and acceptable. It should arrive tomorrow. Yang Sweki is looking forward to it and goes to rest with joy in her heart. Today's weather is good for sleeping, and Zhang Yao follows and goes to rest as well. On the other side, Zhang's mother drives in the direction of Jiangnan Mansion. Before going, Zhang's mother was thinking about whether to call Zhang Yao, but then she thought, forget it, they are probably still sleeping. After all, it rained a little today, so it's a good night's sleep. After an hour, Zhang Yao was awakened by the doorbell. When he opened the door, it was his mother. Mom, why are you here? I've come to give you a car. Zhang Yao was a little excited. Mom, why are you suddenly giving me a car? I begged you before, but you wouldn't buy it for me. Zhang's mother took a sip of water and said slowly, but you're married now, aren't you? It's not convenient without a car, so your father and I decided to get you a car. Zhang Yao was shocked. So that's the advantage of getting married. If I'd known, I would have married earlier. Zhang's mother handed Zhang Yao a document bag, which contained some relevant documents and invoices for the purchase of the car. The car is already parked in parking space 88 in your community parking lot. Zhang Yao tried to calm his excitement and looked carefully at some of the information about the car. Wow, Mom, you're so generous to have bought me the Audi A6. This Audi A6 is the latest model, and the top-of-the-line model on the market costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Zhang Yao had also thought about buying this car when he had money in the future. Zhang Yao couldn't contain his excitement and really wanted to go to the parking lot right away to see the car. And when he has time, he can take it out for a spin. But when he thought about the light rain outside and the fact that young Sweki was still asleep, he decided to wait. "Mom, thank you so much." Zhang Yao gave his mother a big hug. He felt so happy now. "Zhang Yao, don't get too excited. This is also conditional." Zhang Yao was a little confused. "What conditions?" "Of course, you have to live a good life with Sweki, otherwise you will lose the car." Zhang Yao's mother was a little helpless with her silly son, who didn't do anything she wanted. Zhang Yao nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "I will definitely be good to Sweki, don't worry." Zhang Yao's mother nodded and said, "Where is Sweki?" "Where is she?" "She is sleeping right now, she hasn't woken up yet." "Okay, do you have a room here for me to rest in? I'm a little tired from the trip." Zhang Yao pointed to the second bedroom. "Mom, you can go to sleep in the second bedroom for now. It's all tidied up. I'm going to make dinner, too, so you can have dinner with us when you wake up." Zhang Yao's mother nodded and closed the door to rest. Yang Sweki woke up groggily after dinner was done. In the living room, Zhang Yao was setting the table. Yang Sweki rubbed her eyes and asked, "Zhang Yao, how long have I slept?" "You've been asleep for 3 or 4 hours. "Oh, that long? Why didn't you wake me up?" "I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you." Zhang Yao finished, then beckoned Yang Sweki over to the table to eat. "Oh, by the way, my mom is here and is sleeping in the second bedroom." Yang Sweki sweetly nodded. "So should I wake up my aunt and ask her to come eat?" Zhang Yao shook his head. "No need, I've left some food for my mom, we'll eat first." Yang Sweki nodded. "That's fine." After dinner, Zhang's mother had not yet woken up. The two of them sat on the sofa and watched TV. Chapter 43 Zhang Yao got a house and a car. Zhang Yao thought about it and told Yang Sweki about Zhang's mother giving him her car. Yang Sweki was a little shocked. "Your parents are really good to you, giving away a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars." "My parents only have me as a child, and they only gave me the car because they see that I have a family now. My mother really loves you, and she even told me that if I don't treat you well, she will take the car back." After she finished speaking, Zhang Yao felt a little jealous. Now his own parents are focusing all their attention on their daughter-in-law, and they don't care about him at all. Who is really his biological child? But then he thought, being nice to his daughter-in-law is also being nice to himself, and his jealousy dissipated. "Let's go, I'll show you the car in the parking lot." "Okay." Yang Sweki slowly followed behind Zhang Yao, and the two arrived at the parking lot. Parking space 88 was a brand new, luxurious black Audi A6 with 5 seats. This Audi A6 incorporates Audi's exclusive technology and further enriches the luxurious configuration. It is characterized by luxury, dynamism, and maturity. Zhang Yao had also discussed with Chen Yuan and the others in the dormitory that if they had money in the future, they would buy this kind of car that was cost-effective and had class. It had only been less than a year since then, and Zhang Yao never expected to own this car. He had to say that this gift really hit the spot. He wasn't familiar with the systems in the car, but fortunately Zhang Yao had already got his driver's license, so he would soon be able to get the hang of it. Yang Sweki sat in the passenger seat, looking at the interior of the car. The interior was spacious and comfortable, with simple but elegant decorations, giving a feeling of comfort and luxury. "Zhang Yao, your mom bought you a car, it feels so good to touch." "Ha, my mom really has good taste." Zhang Yao laughed, and continued to study the system structure of the car. On the other side, Zhang's mother had already woken up and saw the WeChat message Zhang Yao had sent her on her phone. The message roughly said that Zhang Yao had left her dinner and that they were now looking at cars in the parking lot. After reading it, Zhang's mother smiled with relief. She went into the kitchen, opened the lace cover and saw the meal Zhang Yao had prepared for her. After finishing her meal, Zhang's mother felt a bit hot. She took a fan and fanned herself. After such a long time, they still hadn't returned, so Zhang's mother thought about calling Zhang Yao. "Hello, Zhang Yao, why haven't you and Sweki gone home yet?" Zhang Yao was reversing into a parking space. He had just been unable to resist and taken Yang Sweki for a few spins in the car. "Mom, I'm just about to take Sweki home." "Okay, that's good. Hurry back, I still have something to tell you." Okay, we'll be right back. Jiang Yao hung up the phone and turned to Yang Sweki. My mom wants us to go home early. Then let's hurry up, your mom probably wants to talk to us about something urgent. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao quickened their pace on the way home. When they opened the door, Jiang's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Jiang's mother hadn't seen Yang Sweki for a while and said, Sweki, you're getting more and more beautiful, which is great. After Yang Sweki recovered, her face was rosy like a peach, her skin was as smooth as jade, and she looked like the morning sun in early summer, full of vitality and energy. Yang Sweki gave a sweet smile and poured a cup of warm water to hand to Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother shook her hand. I'll do it myself, don't burn yourself, your hands are more delicate. Auntie, it's my duty to pour you some water. Jiang's mother laughed. Sweki, you and Jiang Yao have already got your marriage certificate. Why don't you change the way you address me? Or is it because you don't like Auntie? Yang Sweki was a little shy. Auntie, you're so nice, of course I like you. It's just that I'm not quite ready to call you that yet, can you give me some time? Jiang Yao also chimed in, saying that Sweki is a bit shy and that she will change the way she addresses her in the future. Jiang's mother was naturally overjoyed to see the young couple singing from the same hymn sheet. Good, I know. This time I've also brought a gift for you. Mom, didn't you just give me a car? What else do you need to give? Jiang Yao was shocked. What other surprise was Mom going to give him? Mom, are you going to give? Yes, I'm going to give you a house. A house. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki shouted out at the same time. Yes, I've also brought the property ownership certificate for the house. Jiang Yao tried hard to calm down his excitement. Mom, has our family really become rich? You've given us a car and a house today, I'm really surprised. Jiang's mother shook her head and said, our family hasn't become rich, don't worry. You still can't rely on your parents, you still have to rely on yourself in the future. Jiang Yao. Is this how his mother sees him? Yang Sweki laughed out loud. Jiang's mother continued, your father and I have discussed it and decided to sell the other house in the family and buy you a bigger new one. After all, you now have a daughter-in-law, and you can't not have your own house. But we'll only pay the down payment for you, and you'll have to pay the mortgage yourself in the future. We've considered that you don't yet have the ability to earn money, so let us help you pay the mortgage for now. Jiang Yao suddenly realized, but he was still very grateful to his parents. Now that his parents were getting old, it was already very difficult for them to do this for him. He also had to grow up quickly and not let them down. Thank you, Dad and Mom, I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang's mother nodded, we are very happy that you can think this way. But the most important thing now is for you to take care of your own little family. Your father and I don't need you to worry about. Jiang Yao's mother handed him the property ownership certificate and added, for now, the house is in my name, but when you have time, you and I will go to the property rights registration department to complete the transfer procedures. Jiang Yao nodded, okay. After Jiang Yao's mother left, he sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the property ownership certificate and car keys. Yang Sweki was a little puzzled by Jiang Yao's expression. Aren't you happy that your parents bought you a house and a car? Jiang Yao shook his head, I'm just too happy, so I feel like it's a dream. Yang Sweki felt a little funny and lightly covered her mouth. She smiled, with a faint smile in the corners of her eyes and mouth. Jiang Yao, you don't have to worry about the mortgage. Jiang Yao had a black face with question marks. Why? Because I'll pay it off with you. Jiang Yao's heart stopped instantly, as if time had also frozen at that moment, and only the emotion of shock surged in his chest. What a great trust it is for a girl to be willing to pay the mortgage with you. Jiang Yao shook his head and said, you'd better not help me pay it back. Save your money and spend it on yourself. Be good to yourself. Yang Sweki immediately refused. I have my parents to help me, and I will earn money myself in the future. It makes me feel more at ease to help you pay the mortgage. Besides, that place will be my home in the future, and it will be easier for you if I contribute a little. Jiang Yao's face softened, and he was convinced. Okay, if you help me pay off the mortgage, I'll give you half the house. Yang Sweki didn't seem to expect Jiang Yao to say that, and she couldn't help but blurt out her thoughts. What about your parents? My parents definitely agree. My mom even sent me a message to tell you that you can have half the house in the future. My parents really like you, and our family will take care of you. Yang Sweki suddenly felt a little moisture in her eyes. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but her lips were upturned, with a hint of a happy smile. At this moment, she felt truly lucky. Chapter 44. Thanks for being so blind, our Jianggu is now a winner in life. Before falling asleep, Zhang Yao couldn't help posting an emotional status update. Today is a good day, everything I want can come true. He then posted a photo of his car keys and property ownership certificate. The next day, Chen Yuan and the others were shocked when they saw this post in their moments. Wow! How did Jiang suddenly have a car and a house? Exactly, it's only been a short time, and he already has a car and a house. Chen Yuan suddenly noticed the car keys Zhang Yaoxian had posted. Oh my god, it's the latest Audi A6 model, which I've been eyeing for a long time. Wang Zihao was taken aback. Zhang has really struck it rich. Could it be that he bought it himself? Buy it? No way, where did he get the money? Zhang Yao was renting a house a while ago, how could he have money to buy a house? Brother Mai nodded, indeed, it should be Zhang Yao's parents who gave it to him. In recent years, the economy of Chaoyang City has developed rapidly. The planning of real estate and commercial streets has already begun nearby, the surrounding environment is getting better and better, and house prices are rising rapidly. Now, it is really difficult to buy a house on your own in the city. Most people have to work hard to achieve the dream of owning a house and a car. Suddenly, Zhang Yao became one of those people with a house and a car. The others felt a little sad. They hadn't had breakfast yet, and the three of them were getting a little hungry. Chen Yuan's stomach was rumbling, so he asked, "Do you want to go to the cafeteria together for breakfast?" "I'm really hungry." Wang Zihao nodded, "Me too, if I don't eat soon I'm going to faint." Ma Gu didn't mind either. The three of them walked to the cafeteria and ordered some breakfast from the student window, including meat buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Wang Zihao's appetite was whetted by the smell of the meat buns. The meat buns in the canteen were really delicious, I could eat 3 or 4 in one go. Chen Yuan and brother Mai nodded in unison and continued eating their breakfast. It so happened that Gao Wenwen and her little friend Zheng Xiaowei were sitting near Chen Yuan's table having breakfast. Alas, the chef in the canteen is just so-so. The bun skin is hard and it hurts my teeth when I bite into it. If it weren't for the convenience of eating breakfast in the cafeteria, I wouldn't even want to eat it. Zheng Xiaowei agreed, saying, "Yes, the chef's skills are far inferior to the cook your family hired. Your family's cook is really good, and I can't stop thinking about the food after I go home from your house." Gao Wenwen and her sister's voices were a little loud, and Chen Yuan and the others couldn't help rolling their eyes after hearing them. Wang Zihao said helplessly, "What a small world. How did we run into Gao Wenwen again? Who knows? Let's just say we're unlucky. Forget about them, let's eat." The group was drinking soy milk when they heard Gao Wenwen and her sister talking again. "Wenwen, does Su Anbo take care of you now?" "Of course. Men are like that. Just coax them a bit." I took the initiative to explain to Su Anbo these past few days, and once his anger subsided, we quickly made up. Anbo said he wanted to buy me a bag as compensation for mistreating me. At this, Gao Wenwen covered her mouth and laughed. Zheng Xiaowei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Wenwen, you're still amazing. You guys made up so quickly. After this, Su Anbo will be head over heels for you. It's a good thing you dumped that Zhang Yao, he's no match for Su Anbo. You see, Su Anbo is not only the school hunk, but also comes from a very wealthy family. Having a boyfriend like that is really something." Gao Wenwen smiled proudly, "Of course, I've always had a good eye for boyfriends." Gao Wenwen and Zheng Xiaowei were speaking very loudly, and the content of their conversation was heard clearly by Chen Yuan and the others. After hearing this, Chen Yuan and the others couldn't sit still. Chen Yuan put down the soy milk and turned his head and said, "Gao Wenwen, when you talk about other people's bad things, you actually speak so loudly, are you afraid we won't hear you?" Wang Zihao was also full of anger. Yes, you actually said that my brother is not as good as Su Anbo. You really have your eyes on your butt, you have no taste." Gao Wenwen and Zheng Xiaowei's faces changed. They didn't expect the content of their conversation to be heard by Zhang Yao's roommates. Gao Wenwen snorted, "You're Zhang Yao's friends, so you're obviously going to speak in his defense. So what if we say that Zhang Yao is no match for Su Anbo? He's a bunch of losers, no wonder he's never had a girlfriend. Zhang Yao is a little better than you, at least he comes from a decent family and is good looking, but that's no match for Su Anbo." Chen Yuan was furious, "You're full of shit, Zhang is a winner in life. Zhang Yao has not only married the school beauty, but also has a car and a house. Do you know who his wife is? She is 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Wang Zihao also agreed, yes, you are simply not her match. Ma Ge let out a puff of air from his nose. Yang Sueki, Zhang Yao's girlfriend. On the forum, the school beauty scored you, and you lost to Yang Sueki. Are you as pretty as her? You're just a plastic surgery face. Gao Wenwen is angry. It's true that she had plastic surgery, but she only had her nose done, and the rest is all original. Damn it, stop calling her a plastic-faced woman. She roared, when I was with Zhang Yao, Yang Sueki was nowhere to be found. How could Yang Sueki be with Zhang Yao? That's really laughable. Zheng Xiaowei agreed, yes, I know that Yang Sueki too. She is indeed very pretty. But Yang Sueki and Zhang Yao are completely unrelated. If you're going to lie, at least make it convincing. Chen Yuan laughed and said, you don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. Yang the school beauty queen already gave Jiang a daughter, did you know that? Wang Zihao laughed and said, to be with Yang the school beauty queen is something that many people dream of. Not to mention that Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki also had a child together. Brother Ma looked envious. Indeed, Yang Sueki must really love Zhang Yao, otherwise she wouldn't have given birth to his child at such a young age. Gao Wenwen looked doubtful. I don't believe it. Did Zhang Yao give you guys some kind of benefit? So that you'd help him brag? Zheng Xiaowei mocked, yeah, who would believe that Yang Sueki gave birth to Zhang Yao's child? You guys shouldn't brag so falsely. Gao Wenwen didn't believe it either. Could it be that Yang Sueki fancied Zhang Yao because he was good looking? That was impossible too. Chen Yuanqi laughed and showed Gao Wenwen his phone directly. These were photos and videos of Yang Sueki and the baby. These were photos that Zhang Yao had taken when he was at home, of Yang Sueki playing games with the baby and the two of them getting along. Because they were so memorable, Zhang Yao couldn't help but take more photos. Gao Wenwen looked at the photos and videos with a suspicious look, could it be true? But Gao Wenwen had never heard Zhang Yao mention Yang Sueki before, so how could the two of them suddenly have a child? Zheng Xiaowei cut in, where was Zhang Yao? Why wasn't he in the photos and videos? Zhang Yao was in the next photo. In the next photo, Zhang Yao was holding the baby, and there was a girl next to him. She is wearing loose-fitting long-sleeved trousers and a cable knit cap, so it is obvious that she is wearing this for the postpartum period. From the half of her face that is visible, it can be seen that this girl is very beautiful, and her eyes are full of happiness. Gao Wenwen has seen Yang Sueki's photos before, and this girl is indeed Yang Sueki herself. But how is this possible? Gao Wenwen doesn't want to believe it, after all, this is too unbelievable. Zheng Xiaowei's heart skipped a beat, could it really be Yang Sueki herself? Chen Yuan took the phone in one hand, so now you believe it, right? Not all girls are like you. Wang Zihao said with a sigh, some people just don't have good taste. Now Jianggu has the school beauty for a wife, and a car and a house, he's the winner of life. Ma Ge nodded, yes, the future is definitely going to be great. Chen Yuan stood up, let's go, so we don't get our fortunes affected by some people. Wang Zihao nodded and said even more exaggeratedly, hurry up and go, if you don't go now, you'll be affected by the bad luck. I was thinking about getting a good job and making a lot of money after graduation. Brother Ma didn't say anything. He was the most honest among the three and not good at arguing with people. By the way, we have to wish Gao Wenwen to find someone even richer in the future. Wang Zihao, right, after all, Suan Boy is not rich enough, there are even richer ones. Let's pray that Gao Wenwen can get the rich guy to look at her, so that she can go lick him. After saying that, the three of them left, fighting. Chapter 45 The projector arrived, and Yang Sueki sent a surprise. Wenwen, don't believe them. They may not be deliberately making up stories to anger you. These poor guys are just trying to pretend to be cool to save face. Gao Wenwen shook her head and frowned, saying, this could be true. The photo is indeed of Yang Sueki herself. Zheng Xiaowei widened her eyes, no way. How could Yang Sueki be with Zhang Yao? And have a child with him? Gao Wenwen was at a loss for words. She felt like someone had beaten her to the punch, and she felt a strong sense of defeat. Zheng Xiaowei reassured her, it's fine. Even if it's true, what's the big deal? It just shows that Yang Sueki is stupid. Gao Wenwen nodded, thinking that she had a point. Yang Sueki is so beautiful, what kind of man couldn't she find? But she chose Zhang Yao and had a child with him. Ha, Yang Sueki will regret this someday. Gao Wenwen was so upset that she didn't feel like eating breakfast anymore and got up to leave. Back here, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki have just finished lunch and are taking a nap. At 2 p.m., the delivery boy calls Jiang Yao. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao says quietly, yes, this is Jiang Yao. Who is this? I'm the delivery boy. The projector you bought on the platform has arrived. Are you in Building 18, Unit 18 too? Yes. I'll deliver it to you in about 10 minutes. Okay, thanks. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao took the projector from the delivery boy and walked to the door of the master bedroom. Sweki, the projector is here. Yang Sweki was asleep, but immediately woke up when she heard that the projector had arrived. Opening the door, Yang Sweki saw the projector in Jiang Yao's hand. Well, the projector is a bit tricky to install, so why don't we wait until tomorrow? Yang Sweki's happy smile froze instantly, as if she had been poured cold water on, and she had to compromise. Okay, then let's wait until tomorrow, it'll be quick anyway. Although Yang Sweki said this, there was obviously some loss in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. Jiang Yao was a little soft-hearted. How about I install it for you now? Yang Sweki's eyes lit up, but she still stubbornly said, no need. Jiang Yao nodded, so wait. Yang Sweki quickly said, no need to wait until tomorrow, you can install it now. After she finished speaking, Yang Sweki saw Jiang Yao's smirking expression and pouted, Jiang Yao, are you deliberately teasing me? Why are you like this? Jiang Yao burst out laughing, no, I'll go get the scissors and open the package. There are instructions in the package, and it's very convenient to install, but it's a bit troublesome to adjust. Jiang Yao tried several times but failed, so he had to go to the platform to find customer service. Customer service replied that they could arrange for a home installation service, but Jiang Yao refused. In the end, customer service sent Jiang Yao an installation video. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yao finally got it right. Yang Sweki was full of excitement, and she could finally watch a movie. Do you want to watch a movie with me? Jiang Yao nodded, okay, let's watch it together. This is a domestic romance movie that lasts an hour and a half. Jiang Yao felt something was missing while watching the movie. Sweki, would you like some fruit? There are grapes and strawberries in the fridge. Which one do you want? I want strawberries. Yang Sweki likes strawberries, so she chose them. Jiang Yao got up and went to the fridge to get a box of strawberries and wash them. Jiang Yao handed Yang Sweki a plate of washed strawberries. Yang Sweki noticed that they were relatively large and her heart was filled with sweetness. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and reminded her, Sweki, although the projector I bought is less harmful to the eyes than the TV, you shouldn't watch it for too long. We can only watch movies for an hour or so a day, or it will hurt our eyes. Yang Sweki ate the strawberries and gave a sweet smile, okay, I know. Jiang Yao looked at the time and started to prepare dinner, and Yang Sweki helped him. After dinner, Yang Sweki took a jewelry box and smiled at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao curiously asked, what is this? This is a gift I want to give to my aunt. Open it and take a look. Jiang Yao opened it and was surprised to find it was a jadeite necklace. This piece of Hutian jadeite is pure in color, with a rich green hue, lustrous and warm like jade. Jiang Yao couldn't help but say in his heart, it's beautiful. The jadeite necklace sparkled resplendently under the lights. Your mother has been taking good care of me recently, and I thought that elders generally like this kind of jade jewelry, so I bought it. Jiang Yao didn't know much about jewelry, but he could tell that the jade was pure in color and should not be cheap. You want to give it to my mother, so you should give it to her in person next time. I think my mother will be very happy. Yang Sweki gave a sweet smile and nodded. That evening, Jiang Yao called Jiang's mother. What's up? I'm eating right now. Mom, Sweki has a surprise for you. What is it? Jiang Yao gave a mysterious smile and said, you'll find out when you come. Jiang's mother was at a loss. Okay, I'll come over to your place tomorrow and discuss the baby's first month celebration with you. Chapter 46. When the baby girl arrived, Yang Sweki gave her a jadeite necklace. The next day, Jiang's mother arrived at the apartment rented by Jiang Yao with the baby girl in her arms. When Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki saw the baby girl, they said excitedly, Baby girl, mommy and daddy miss you so much. Mom, let us hold the baby for a while, we haven't seen her for a few days. Jiang's mother smiles kindly, don't worry, Sweki, you hold her first. Yang Sweki holds the baby in her arms, her face full of motherly love. My dear daughter, have you missed your mommy? Are you angry with me for not seeing you for a few days? Little Nan Nan opened her cherry lips and smiled sweetly, her two little hands grasping Yang Sweki's clothes. Little Nan Nan is very happy to see her mother hugging her. John's mother comforted young Sweki, saying that little Nan Nan is very obedient and sensible, and she won't blame you. Yang Sweki nodded with tears in her eyes. John Yao watched little Nan Nan from the side and was also very moved. Becoming a father, John Yao realized that the most beautiful face in the world is his daughter's smiling face. John Yao suddenly remembered something and gave a mysterious smile. Oh, right, Mom, Sweki wants to talk to you about something. John Yao's mother was even more curious when she saw her son's mysterious smile. Sweki, what do you want to talk to me about? Young Sweki reacted, took out a jewelry box from the bedroom, and said, Auntie, I want to give you this. I hope you like it. John's mother was taken aback. She took the jewelry box that was handed to her and opened it. Wow, this jadeite necklace is so beautiful. Seeing that Auntie really likes it, young Sweki also had a smile on her face. Auntie, try it on. This necklace is quite long, so you should be able to wear it. John's mother had a slender and elegant neck. The pearl necklace she was currently wearing looked like it had been there for years. It's really beautiful. John's mother looked left and right, completely satisfied. This jadeite necklace is really beautiful. Although John's mother has also come into contact with jewelry, there is no woman who doesn't like it. Young Sweki's jadeite is pure in color and glows in the light, which is something that artificial jadeite cannot compare to. Auntie, this is for you. John's mother shook her head and took the necklace off and returned it to young Sweki. This necklace is too valuable. It's not convenient for me to wear it to the office normally. Besides, if I knock it against something and lose it, that would be a shame. Sweki, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but you should take it back. Yang Sweki, however, insisted on giving it to John's mother. Auntie, just take it. You can wear it if you like, or leave it if you don't. I'll buy you another one later. This is also a token of my appreciation. John's mother shook her head. You keep it. It's not for me. John Yao was standing nearby, watching them argue. He spoke up. Mom, this is Sweki's way of showing her appreciation, so please accept it. Young Sweki agreed, saying, Yes, Auntie, don't be polite with me. John Yao hesitated for a moment, then took the jewelry box and said, Thank you, Sweki. Yang Sweki had been holding her granddaughter for a long time and her arms were a little sore. Seeing this, John Yao took the baby from Yang Sweki's arms. He suddenly noticed that the place where the baby had received the vaccination had grown a bump. What was going on? John Yao was about to call the doctor. John's mother quickly explained, This is a normal reaction after the baby has received the vaccination. This kind of reaction means that it was successful. After about 4 weeks, a pustule will form and break, and after 10 weeks, it will start to scab over and eventually turn into a small red scar. You had one when you were little, too. John Yao, look at your arm. John Yao looked at the small scar on his arm and suddenly realized. He hadn't thought about it before because he was in a hurry. Young Sweki looked at it and said, My little girl will form a pustule after a while, so we have to be careful. John Yao nodded. Indeed, it was getting hotter and hotter. The weather had been getting hotter and hotter these past few days, and it was impossible to go without the air conditioning for a while. John Yao took out the finished meal. Let's sit down and eat first. After the three of them finished eating, they were all covered in sweat. In particular, young Sweki was covered in sweat, which made it even more inconvenient to feed the baby. During this time, the wound on young Sweki's stomach itched, and the sweat made it even itchier. Yang Sweki always wanted to scratch, but she couldn't, which made it even more uncomfortable. John's mother suggested that Sweki should wipe off the sweat from the scar area as soon as possible after sweating. Also pay attention when wearing clothes normally, not too tight, to reduce irritation to the local skin. John Yao echoed, Sweki, try to wash your hair and bathe as little as possible. If it's really uncomfortable, you can wipe your body with hot water. Okay, I'm going to change my clothes. Young Sweki wiped her body and changed into loose-fitting clothes, and she felt much fresher. John Yao threw young Sweki's clothes into the washing machine, and young Sweki lay on the bed, feeling emotional. Wow, I feel so comfortable all over now. Sometimes, young Sweki can still be quite childish. John Yao was afraid that young Sweki would get hot, so he held her in his arms and fanned her. Mom, you go take a nap after lunch. We can talk about anything in the afternoon. John's mother yawned. Okay, I'll go to the second bedroom and take a nap. Okay, Mom, you go take a nap. I'll go back to the bedroom and take a nap. Luckily, John Yao was attentive and had prepared a baby cot at home long ago. Jiang Yao gently placed the sleeping little girl in the baby cot and then closed his eyes for a nap. Chapter 47, Taking the baby's first month photo. After the nap, Jiang's mother told Jiang Yao that Jiang had gone back to her hometown because of family matters, and that Jiang Yao would be taking care of the baby for the time being because she was also busy. Jiang Yao nodded, beaming with joy. After thinking for a moment, Jiang's mother added, "It's going to be hot soon, so you should eat less spicy food, otherwise it'll make you feel hot and bothered. And since the baby hasn't been drinking milk formula, you should give her more water and remember to dust her with talcum powder after bathing." Jiang Yao was given careful instructions by Jiang Yao on everything his mother could think of. "You don't have to wait until the full moon to hold the banquet. Your father and I have already discussed the date. But we haven't decided where to hold the banquet yet." Jiang Yao was about to reply when Jiang Mu continued, "Let's hold it here. I have more relatives and friends here, and it's more convenient for them to come here." Jiang Yao. "I'll send you a list of guests who will come to the banquet. You find a nice hotel and make the reservation. You can also invite your classmates and friends from your side to come over. The more people there are, the merrier." Jiang Yao nodded. "Should we take some photos of the baby's first month?" Jiang's mother smiled and nodded. "Of course we should. Here is the contact information for a photography studio that I asked a friend to recommend. You should take the baby there to have some photos taken sometime." Jiang Yao took the business card that Jiang's mother handed him. It had the phone number and address of the studio. "Okay, it's getting late, so I'll go home first." Jiang's mother finished and drove off. In the living room, Jiang Yao looked at the business card in his hand and made a phone call. "Hello, is this Angel's Shadow Children's Photography Studio?" "Yes, how may I help you?" "We'd like to have a set of photos taken for our baby's first month. What packages do you have?" "Sir, I suggest you come to our store for a detailed introduction. It's hard to explain over the phone." "Okay, we'll come by now." "That's fine." Jiang Yao hung up the phone and saw that Yang Sweki had already woken up. "Sweki, the baby girl is having a 1-month birthday party, and we need to take her 1-month photos now. I have already contacted a baby photography studio, so you change your clothes and come with me to have a look." "Okay, just wait for me for a moment." Yang Sweki turned around and went back to the bedroom to change her clothes. Yang Sweki changed into a long pink dress and tidied her hair up a bit, looking elegant and refined. It was about 3 p.m. when they arrived at the photography studio. Jiang Yao was holding his daughter in his arms, and Yang Sweki was by his side. They looked like a happy family of 3. The staff saw Jiang Yao and his family arrive and greeted them warmly. There was a man and a woman. The man talked to Jiang Yao. The woman talked to Yang Sweki about the baby, praising her daughter endlessly. Although the baby was quite thin when she was born, she has since been fed well and is plump and rosy. And with Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao's good looks, the baby is naturally even cuter and prettier. While they were talking, the male staff member took out various framed photos of the baby. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki looked at the photos and noticed how much the baby had changed. When she was born, she looked like a little monkey, but now she is already a plump little cutie. She has grown up so quickly. We have packages for 1-month-old photos, 666, 888, 999, and 1388. Here is a collection of various photo albums of 1-month-old babies taken by our photographers. You too can take a look and consider having a set of photos taken for your baby." Jiang Yao felt that the price was reasonable when he heard the price. Opening the photo album, they saw that the little angels were simply adorable, and their hearts were melted. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki couldn't wait to have their baby photographed. The results would definitely be very, very cute. In the end, Jiang Yao chose a package for 1,388 yuan, which also included a baby's hairbrush. Jiang Yao asked, "When can we start the shoot?" "We can start now. We just called the staff, and they have already selected the clothes and set the scene." The team at their studio was very cooperative, setting the scene and delivering the clothes. There is nothing for Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to do, the staff is ready. Soon the staff delivered the clothes. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki carefully checked the quality of the clothes, making sure that they would not hurt the baby or cause allergies due to poor material. "Don't worry, these have all been sterilized at high temperatures and the materials are fine, you can rest assured. You can tell the texture is very soft by touching it, it won't hurt your baby's skin." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were relieved. After the staff had set everything up, they asked Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to help the baby change clothes. The first set was a little girl wearing a little white lace dress with a pair of white feather wings on the back. The background is a blue sky with white clouds. Little Nan Nan is sitting on the ground, with Cupid's arrows on her little feet. The photographer clicks away, and the staff help to pose the baby. Soon this group is finished and the next set of scenery and clothes are changed. The little girl sat on a thick cushion, with a pink bow tied on her head, and a red apple prop in her hand. The little girl was very cooperative and looked really cute. The staff kept praising the little girl for being very obedient and sensible, and not making any trouble at all. Next, the little girl was asked to sit in the middle of a bed of flowers, with a flower crown on her head. Halfway through, the little girl got hungry, so Yang Sweki took her into the room to feed her. After feeding the little girl, Jiang Yao looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, and it was time for dinner. The staff member laughed and said, "You can go out and eat first, and we'll continue shooting after you're done." Jiang Yao nodded and took Yang Sweki and the little girl out to eat. After dinner, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki continued to bring Xiao Nan Nan back for the shoot. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki also participated in the next few sets of photos. The whole family is very photogenic, and it makes people very envious. In the evening, Xiao Nan Nan was more active. She yawned, pouted, and smiled with her mouth open, all of which was captured by the photographer, who frantically pressed the shutter button. After the photo shoot, Jiang Yao helped the little girl change her nappy. After all the hard work, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki sat gleefully in front of the computer, helping the little girl choose her photos. "Can we have a copy of the negatives for these photos?" Of course. The two of them were also torn when choosing the photos, as the little girl in every photo was so cute, it made it hard for them to choose. "This photo is so cute, let's choose this one." "Oh my, this little girl's smile is so healing, let's choose this one." "Look, this photo is also pretty good." After a long time choosing photos, the staff recommended a special offer to them. "If you book our 100-day photo session, we can give you some photo frames for free, so you can put them in your bedroom or living room." Although this activity is indeed a marketing ploy, the staff's service attitude and skills are very good. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were very satisfied with the photographer's photography skills and finally booked the 100-day photo shoot, paying a deposit. After selecting the photos, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki took the baby girl home by taxi. Back home, Yang Sweki leaned back on the sofa, squinting her eyes. "Let's take a break for a while. I want to go out for a walk tonight." Yang Sweki hasn't been out for a long time and wants to go out for a stroll. "Okay, then we'll go out for a stroll in the evening with the baby in the stroller." Yang Sweki doesn't respond, she's already asleep. Jiang Yao has also fallen asleep. It's exceptionally quiet in the room at this time, everyone is sleeping soundly. When he wakes up, Jiang Yao sees that it's almost time and calls Yang Sweki to get up and go out for a walk. Yang Sweki yawned and got up from the sofa. "Oh yes, the doctor said you should go to the hospital for a checkup after the confinement." Yang Sweki froze for a moment. The doctor did seem to say that, and we were also told to bring the baby along for the checkup. So the two of them decided to go to the hospital early the next day. Jiang Yao pushed the stroller and Yang Sweki took the elevator to the neighborhood for a stroll. Chapter 48 Lost in the Community. Classmate, did you really have a baby together? After a stroll around the nearby shopping mall, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki felt that there was nothing to see, and they might as well go home early and lie on the sofa playing with their phones. They had bought quite a lot, and the two of them were carrying full bags. Jiang Yao thought he should remember the way back, but he didn't expect to actually have forgotten. Yang Sweki followed Jiang Yao, and she couldn't remember the way either. "Oh no, we're really lost. This, 16th building? Shouldn't it be 18th building? 18th building might be in front of it." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki excitedly walked around to have a look, and, 20th building. Jiang Yao picked up her phone and turned on the navigation app, but the map didn't show the exact location of the buildings. Jiang Yao looked disappointed. "Sigh, let's just keep looking, and if we meet someone we can ask for directions." Fortunately, at this time of day, there were still many people just returning home from work. Yang Sweki saw a girl walking ahead of her and quickly walked over to ask for directions. "Young lady, do you know where building 18 is?" The girl turned her head and, with wide eyes, asked excitedly, "Are you Yang Sweki?" Although Yang Sweki didn't know the other person, she still politely greeted her. "Are you?" "I'm a sophomore in the broadcasting department at Peking University. It's normal that you don't know me, but I know you." The girl was holding a cup of iced coffee, and Yang Sweki looked a little envious. "It turns out that you are a classmate. We are lost. Do you know how to get to Building 18? I know where Building 18 is. Just follow me and I'll show you. Great, thank you so much. Just wait a minute, I'll get someone to come over. When Jiang Yao pushed the stroller and Yang Sueki walked together to the girl, she was stunned in place, as if she had been struck by lightning. After a while, the girl couldn't help but ask, "Goddess, are you really together?" Yang Sueki didn't want to answer, after all, they were just strangers. But out of politeness, Yang Sueki still nodded. Everyone outside says that you already have a child, so is the baby in this stroller yours? Yang Sueki saw the girl's face written with a strong sense of gossip, and replied coldly, "Yes, this is our child." Yang Sueki's tone was cold, with a sense of distance. In the eyes of outsiders, she was just a cold and aloof school beauty, who didn't show her emotions. In fact, Yang Sueki was only passionate about things that interested her, and she didn't care about things that didn't interest her. Jiang Yao listened from the side, and he also couldn't understand it in his heart. Why are some people so nosy? Why do they keep prying into other people's private lives? Can't they just mind their own business? But Jiang Yao didn't forget about asking for directions, so he said gently, "Beauty, can you take us to Building 18? The girl responded, "Sorry, I'll take you there now." The girl sipped her coffee while cautiously surveying Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao. She was right, the school beauty was still so slim after giving birth. As for Jiang Yao himself, he is much more handsome than the rumors say, and he looks fresh and somewhat sunny. While pondering, Yang Sueki stopped and said, "Thank you, we'll go first when we get there." The girl quickly apologized to them. "I'm sorry for asking you that question just now, it was a bit abrupt." Yang Sueki shook her head, "It's fine." The girl waved goodbye, "Bye, goddess." "And God." Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki nodded with a smile, "Bye." When they got home, Jiang Yao put the vegetables and fruit he was holding into the fridge. "Sueki, are you hungry? Do you want some supper?" Yang Sueki was holding her baby girl while breastfeeding, and she felt sweet inside when she saw that Jiang Yao was so concerned about her. "I am a bit hungry after shopping, so you can just make me some noodles." Jiang Yao busied himself in the kitchen for a while, and then came out with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "This noodle really smells good." Yang Sueki was drooling at the smell and picked up the chopsticks to eat. "Wow, you make such a delicious noodle, I can eat 2 bowls." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki with a smile on his face, "Little glutton, eat slowly, don't burn yourself." Jiang Yao also picked up the chopsticks and tasted the noodles. The taste was really not bad. Yang Sueki ate 2 bowls of noodles and a lot of vegetables. After eating, Yang Sueki lay on the sofa with a satisfied look on her face, but with a somewhat sad expression. "I've gained 10 pounds since giving birth, Jiang Yao, do you think I'm fat?" Jiang Yao looked at her for a moment, and said, "No, you're just right now. You used to be too thin. A girl shouldn't be too thin, it's better to have a little meat on your bones." Yang Sueki blinked, "Are you serious? Do you think I eat too much?" Jiang Yao shook his head. "You're still breastfeeding, so it's normal to eat a bit more. Besides, if you're not happy with your figure, you can wait until you've finished breastfeeding and then think about losing weight or something. Anyway, whether you're fat or not, I think you look pretty good, so don't feel any pressure." Yang Sueki felt much happier after hearing this. "Then I'd better wait until after I've finished breastfeeding before I lose weight." Jiang Yao felt that nowadays girls are too demanding on themselves, and they only look good when they are as thin as a stick. In fact, in the eyes of boys, girls with a little bit of flesh on them are healthier, at least they don't have to worry about suddenly fainting when going out on a date together. Jiang Yao was tidying up the kitchen, and Yang Sueki was poking her head through the kitchen door, looking a little pitiful. "Jiang Yao, is there anything at home that can help with digestion?" Jiang Yao washed the dishes. "Are you full and not feeling well?" Yang Sueki felt a little embarrassed and blushed as she said, "My stomach is bloated, but I can't go to the bathroom." Jiang Yao found it funny. "Next time, eat less. I'll go to your bedroom and see if I can find some indigestion tablets." Yang Sueki pouted, "It's not because you cook so well that I ate so much." Jiang Yao. So she ate too much and has to blame herself. Yang Sueki's train of thought is just so strange, sometimes Jiang Yao doesn't know what to say. "There doesn't seem to be any at home, so I'll go downstairs to the store and buy some for you." "Okay, remember to buy me the sweet stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets, I don't want the bitter ones." "Okay, then wait." As soon as Jiang Yao left the house, Yang Sueki couldn't help but laugh as she lay on the sofa. Jiang Yao is quite nice to her. Just now, his expression of helplessness mixed with affection made Yang Sueki's heart feel like it was dipped in honey, full of sweetness. When Jiang Yao returned from buying the digestive tablets, he saw Yang Sweki lying on the sofa, slowly massaging her belly. You're back? Yes, here are the sweet digestive tablets you wanted. Chapter 49 Jiang Yao's cooking is so delicious that Yang Sweki is always full. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Yang Sweki went to the hospital for an empty stomach checkup. Jiang Yao put the baby in the car's car seat. After Jiang Yao had carefully checked that everything was okay, he drove to the hospital and arrived in 30 minutes. They arrived early, and after registering Yang Sweki and her daughter at the hospital reception desk, they just had to wait for their turn. When it was Yang Sweki's turn, the doctor prescribed an ultrasound and other tests, including blood tests. Then it was a matter of queuing up for the tests and collecting the reports. The tests for her daughter were routine, checking things like weight and height to see if they were up to standard. After the little girl finished the examination, Yang Sweki was still waiting in line to be examined. Xiao Nan, have you finished the examination yet? Jiang Yao nodded and sat outside the ultrasound room holding the little girl while waiting with Yang Sweki. This examination mainly checked Yang Sweki's physical condition after the month of confinement to see if she had recovered to her pre-birth state. There were many people waiting for their checkups, and they all cast curious glances at the young couple, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, who were extremely good-looking. In particular, their daughter was especially cute, which made everyone around them envious. On the wall outside the ultrasound room, there were also many color ultrasound photos of the babies. Yang Sweki wanted to see the color ultrasound photo of their daughter. Jiang Yao, where did you put the color ultrasound photo of our daughter? Jiang Yao replied, it's in the drawer of our bedroom. If you want to see it, I'll go back and find it for you. It was Yang Sweki's turn to go in for the examination. She came out 10 minutes later, still holding the report in her hand. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the hospital office of the obstetrics department by elevator. Dr. Liu? Dr. Liu was writing medical records at the computer. He looked up when he heard the sound and said, hey, your wife has been eating well during her confinement, she seems to have gained weight. Back in the maternity ward, no doctor didn't know Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. Not only were they young parents, they were also exceptionally good-looking. Dr. Liu, here's my report. Please take a look. After reading the report, Dr. Liu said with a smile, your recovery is going well, but you should continue to take care of yourself when you get home. You should avoid eating certain foods. You should also pay more attention to your wound, and avoid getting it wet to prevent infection. You can also rub iodophor on it when it's fine to help disinfect and sterilize it. By the way, you still can't lift heavy objects. Usually, your child should let your husband hold him more often, and you can feed your child in bed. When your body recovers, your relative will come too. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao were relieved. As long as everything was normal, that was fine. They arrived at the hospital at 9:30 and it was now 11:30. Yang Sweki's stomach was growling with hunger. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the hospital cafeteria for breakfast. The aunt serving the food remembered Jiang Yao and said enthusiastically, the one next to you is your wife, she's so pretty, you're quite lucky. Jiang Yao is good-looking and easy to remember. Plus, Jiang Yao is a college student and father, which is hard to forget. After they finished eating, they were ready to go back. It was hot at this time of day, with the sun blazing overhead. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki quickly took their daughter home before their skin was burnt. When they got home, they were both exhausted. Jiang Yao had just sat down for a while when he remembered that he hadn't made lunch yet, so he quickly got up and went to the kitchen to cook. At noon, Jiang Yao simply stir-fried 2 dishes, and soon the rice was ready. Wow, Jiang Yao, how come you cook so well now? Jiang Yao laughed and said, maybe it's because I've cooked a lot, so my cooking skills have improved. Yang Sweki nodded, it was indeed possible. But it was also your own talent, unlike me who can make simple kanji but not complicated stir-fries. Jiang Yao reminded her, don't eat too much, or you'll need an antacid again. Yang Sweki was also helpless, I don't want to, but I only eat too much because your cooking is delicious. Jiang Yao laughed, so it's my fault you ate too much? Yang Sweki raised the corners of her mouth and said in a playful manner, yes, I'm blaming you. If your cooking was less delicious, I wouldn't have eaten too much. Jiang Yao. But you're a good cook, so you'll definitely make money if you open a restaurant in the future. I'll definitely give you free advertising and help you promote it everywhere. Thank you, but I don't have any plans to open a restaurant. Oh, that's too bad. No, I'll just cook for you in the future and not let anyone else eat it. After saying this, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with a smile on his face, which made Yang Sweki too shy to look at him. After finishing the meal, young Sweki felt a little full, but fortunately she didn't feel uncomfortable. I'll take a walk around the house, which will help my stomach digest. Jiang Yao tidied up the kitchen and walked into the living room to see young Sweki taking a wobbly walk around the living room. How is your body? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Sweki shook her head. It's okay, my stomach doesn't hurt now. Jiang Yao sat on the sofa to rest, when suddenly his phone received a photo sent by his mother. It was a picture of the people who were invited to the baby's first month celebration. There were about 20-30 people, so 3 or 4 tables would be fine. Jiang Yao had the number of people, so he called to book the hotel. The price for a table with a set menu was 1,200. Hello, do you need us to make a baby PPT for your baby's full moon banquet? Your hotel also provides this kind of service, so we will follow your arrangements. Okay, our staff has already added you. Please approve it on your end, and you can communicate with us on it for any follow-up questions. Jiang Yao quickly agreed to the friend request and sent some carefully selected photos of the baby. Young Sweki was looking at the sleeping baby with a happy face. Suddenly her phone rang. Young Sweki looked at the number and realized it was her best friend Tang Qingyue. Hello, yeah, why are you looking for me? Can't I look for you when I'm not busy? I sent you a message on WeChat, why didn't you reply? Yang Sweki opened WeChat and saw that Tang Qingyue had indeed sent her a lot of messages, but she hadn't seen them because she didn't really use WeChat. Sorry, I haven't been using WeChat much lately, I didn't see the messages you sent. Okay, I forgive you. What are you doing now, little fairy Sweki? Why haven't you been chatting with me lately? It's been a long time, I miss you so much. I've already booked my flight, I'll come visit you in a few days, don't say you don't want me. Yang Sweki replied promptly, if you miss me, you can come find me. Tang Qingyue had originally just wanted to see Yang Sweki's attitude, but she didn't expect Yang Sweki to agree right away. Tang Qingyue also readily agreed, saying, okay, then, I'll be there tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens. But you don't need to come pick me up, I'll go find you. Could you please send me the exact location? Yang Sweki sent the location, and Tang Qingyue hung up the phone immediately after getting what she wanted. Yang Sweki. Chapter 50 Tears. You and the baby will have my company for the rest of your lives. After hanging up the phone, Yang Sweki turned to Jiang Yao and said, a close friend of mine is coming to the baby's 1-month celebration, and my parents are out of town and can't come this time. Jiang Yao nodded, okay. Jiang Yao stared at Yang Sweki, who was looking at the baby with a troubled expression, making it hard for her not to be distracted. Yang Sweki smiled and asked, why are you looking at me? Jiang Yao answered this question very seriously, because you look good. Yang Sweki smiled sweetly, and in a businesslike exchange of compliments, you also look very handsome. Of course, Jiang Yao knew this, because many people praised him in this way. But this was said by Yang Sweki, and Jiang Yao felt a strange feeling in his heart. Then for a long time, the two of them didn't speak. Yang Sweki was sorting out the baby's clothes, and Jiang Yao helped her sort them out. He wanted to say something several times, but Yang Sweki couldn't bear to see him suffer. Jiang Yao, what's on your mind? With a great effort, Jiang Yao said, let's go buy wedding rings tomorrow. Yang Sweki was stunned and blurted out, why do we need wedding rings? Jiang Yao's expression changed slightly. We've already got our marriage certificate, don't you want to? Yang Sweki hurriedly explained, no, I do. I'm just a little curious why you suddenly brought up buying a ring, but I would have brought it up with you anyway. Jiang Yao thought Yang Sweki didn't want to, and it surprised him. Jiang Yao smiled and said, let's go buy the wedding ring early tomorrow then. Yang Sweki blushed at the suggestion, a little coquettish, okay, whatever you say. Yang Sweki had trouble sleeping that night, and so did Jiang Yao. In the dim light, the two lay face to face and spoke at the same time, me. You. They were so in sync that Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. Sweki, you go first. After a short pause, young Sweki thought for a moment and said, can you tell me about your relatives? I want to know more before the baby's 1-month birthday. Jiang Yao's father, Jiang Fu, had an older brother. The two brothers did not get along and basically stopped seeing each other after Jiang Yao's grandmother passed away. A few years ago, they would still exchange a few phone calls during the Chinese New Year holidays, but now they don't even do that anymore. About a year ago, my father was in a car accident and the two men reconnected. My uncle even paid my father's medical expenses at the time, which surprised us. Later, the two brothers resumed contact and their relationship improved somewhat. My uncle's family also runs a business and lives a pretty good life. He and my aunt had 2 children, a boy and a girl, but when I was in junior high school, my aunt passed away due to illness. Afterwards, my uncle became quiet and withdrawn, not keen on interacting with people. Young Sweki looked back at the list of invitees and it didn't seem like they were there. My mother's side of the family has an older sister and an older brother. My mother is the youngest. My grandmother told me that she used to be very pretty and many people liked her, but in the end she chose my father. My eldest aunt married outside the family and has a good relationship with my mother, but my uncle's side of the family doesn't have a good relationship with ours. My uncle and my eldest aunt greeted my mother this time, saying that they couldn't make it and would make up the gift later. Yang Sweki let out a sound of surprise. Is your grandfather still alive? Zhang Yao replied, after my grandmother passed away, my grandfather grew old and fell ill. My mother took care of my grandfather alone and was too busy to do anything else. Later, my father also helped take care of him, but my grandfather still passed away when I was in high school. Grandparents loved me very much, and I saw my grandfather off when he passed away. When I was young, I always told my grandfather that when I grew up, I would make a lot of money and buy him a big house to live in, but my grandfather didn't wait for me to grow up. Zhang Yao felt very sad. His grandparents really doted on him. They would buy him whatever he wanted to eat. Sometimes, even if his parents didn't want Zhang Yao to eat something, his grandparents would secretly give it to him. Before he died, his grandfather lay on his deathbed, holding Zhang Yao's hand. His eyes were already clouded and lifeless, but he still said, Zhang Yao, I'm going to leave now. I'll bless you and keep you healthy. My dear grandson. You must listen to your parents and be a good, filial and sensible boy. Grandpa is leaving. Grandpa is reluctant to let go of Zhang Yao. Even though Grandpa Mingming is lying on his deathbed and has no strength to speak, he suddenly recovers when he sees his beloved youngest grandson. Zhang Yao still remembers when his grandmother passed away. It was very sudden and she did not leave any last words. He thinks that since his grandmother doted on him so much, she would definitely have told him the same thing as Grandpa. Zhang Yao's grandparents had passed away when he was in elementary school. Zhang Yao didn't have a deep impression of them, if he had any impression at all. It was when his grandmother brought him chicken soup, and he was naughty and wouldn't drink it. Then he watched his hunched-over grandmother coax him over and over again. At that time, for some reason, this memory has been preserved by Zhang Yao to this day. Zhang Yao has always remembered the figure of his grandmother. Yang Sweki could tell that Zhang Yao was having a hard time, so she took his hand and said, Your grandparents and great-grandparents are all dead, but their love for you will always be with you. In the future, I and the baby will be with you forever. In the darkness of the night, Yang Sweki's eyes were shining, as if there were a sea of stars in them. Zhang Yao smiled back, thinking about Yang Sweki and the baby, and his heart always became soft. He is now a family man, with a lover to spend his life with and a child that is flesh and blood. Yang Sweki lay over and hugged him, whispering, If you're sad, just cry, I won't laugh at you. Zhang Yao asked sullenly, Sweki, why do you think I'll cry? I'm not going to cry, I'm mature and stable. Yang Sweki cooed softly, because your expression just now was very sad, you must be very sad. That night, the two hearts gradually drew closer and became more familiar with each other. Chapter 51 Buying wedding rings, Yang Sweki changed her name to husband. There is a jewelry counter on the first floor of the shopping mall near the community. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki entered the store, and the beautiful jewelry salesperson greeted them with a smile, saying, You are here to buy wedding rings, this way please. When the beautiful saleswoman saw Zhang Yao pushing the baby, she was taken aback for a moment, and said, Wow, what a cute little baby. There are many young couples who come to the counter to buy rings, but it is still rare for young couples to come with their babies to buy rings. The beautiful saleswoman asked Zhang Yao, Do you have any requirements for the price and style of the wedding rings? Zhang Yao smiled and said, I don't know much about rings, it's mainly about what my wife likes. Yang Sweki smiled sweetly, Do you have any rings that we can look at? I'd like to get an idea first. The jewelry salesperson nodded and took out some wedding rings for them to choose from. Yang Sweki looked around, from the style of the rings to the price, hoping to find a pair of rings that she would be satisfied with. Excuse me, could you show me that pair of silver wedding rings? Beauty, this pair of rings has a simple and elegant style, and it suits hands like yours. Yang Sweki tried it on and the ring added a dazzling effect to her slender fingers. But she wasn't really very fond of it, so she looked for something else. Suddenly, Yang Sweki saw an elegant and chic pair of rings with some letters engraved on the exterior. Zhang Yao, come and have a look. Do you like these rings? I think these rings are quite nice and they are also very convenient to wear. Let me try it on for you. Jiang Yao also likes this pair of rings, mainly because they look very elegant. Yang Xueqi tries them on herself and is very satisfied, but feels that the ring size seems a little tight. Can I exchange it for a larger size? The beautiful saleswoman smiles and replies, this is a size 11 pair of rings. I'll exchange it for a size 12, and you should be able to wear it. Yang Xueqi nods and says, how much do you sell this pair of rings for? 9,999. The fable is that your love will last a long time. Yang Xueqi frowned and said, this pair of rings is a bit expensive. Jiang Yao walked up to her and took her hand. It's okay, we'll only get married once in this life, so it doesn't matter if it's expensive. Yang Xueqi nodded, okay, whatever you say. Okay, may I ask if you would like to pay by card or code? By card. Okay, thank you for your patronage, and I wish you a lifetime of happiness together. As they walked out of the boutique, Yang Xueqi looked at the busy intersection, a little dazed. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Xueqi with a smile, and said, honey. Yang Xueqi was taken aback, and then smiled shyly, hubby. Jiang Yao said, in the future, please give me lots of advice. Yang Xueqi's stunning face was beaming with a bright smile, in the future, please give me lots of advice. Let's go shopping and go home. We'll have a big meal today, I'll cook whatever you like. Anything you cook, I'll like it. While waiting at the traffic lights, Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi discussed the menu while waiting. On the other side of the driveway, two very beautiful girls were sitting in a taxi, and one of them accidentally saw Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi crossing the street. Oh my god, Wenwen, look at those two people, they're Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi, and Jiang Yao is even pushing a stroller. Gao Wenwen was chatting on her phone when she was startled by the little girls. Zheng Xiaowei was excited, look. Those two people are Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi. I've seen them many times, I'm definitely not mistaken. Gao Wenwen froze for a moment and stuck her head out to look. At that moment, the green light turned to green, and one person turned right, while the other kept going straight. Gao Wenwen immediately saw Jiang Yao pushing a baby stroller, accompanied by a girl. Zheng Xiaowei widened her eyes. Did you see that? That girl is Yang Xueqi. It really is Yang Xueqi herself. She is so pretty, it's hard to mistake her. Gao Wenwen heard her friend's affirmation and asked, are you sure you saw her clearly? Zheng Xiaowei nodded vigorously, it's definitely Yang Xueqi, I didn't make a mistake. Gao Wenwen's heart sank, her face looked ugly, then let's go up and have a look. Forget it Wenwen, Jiang Yao and the others have already gone far away. Besides, it's a hot day, it's not worth running around. Gao Wenwen had to nod, okay then. Wenwen, don't be sad, in the long run, they will definitely break up. Gao Wenwen was doubtful. What did she say? Zheng Xiaowei's tone was certain. Wenwen, think about it. Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi are still so young. They must have gotten together because they were hot-headed. After a long time, if they meet someone better, they will definitely break up. Gao Wenwen felt better in her heart when she heard her little sister say so. Well, let's hurry up and go to the restaurant for dinner. It's really hot in this heat, and the makeup on my face is smudging. I need to do some touch-ups when we get there. When they got home, Jiang Yao went into the kitchen to prepare a big meal. Yang Xueqi lay in the bedroom, blowing on the air conditioner. She didn't know if she had walked too much, but her thighs felt very sore. She decided to lie down and rest for a while, and it would feel better later. If Tang Qingyue hadn't called, Yang Xueqi would have fallen asleep. Little Fairy Xueqi, I'm in your neighborhood now, where is building 18? I've been looking for ages and can't find it. Your neighborhood is like a maze, and I'm about to pass out from the heat. Tang Qingyue thought that Yang Xueqi's neighborhood should be similar to her own, but after looking for ages, she still didn't know where building 18 was. And besides, Tang Qingyue wanted to ask someone for directions, but she had to wait a long time before she met an old granny. The old lady was a bit hard of hearing, so Tang Qingyue had to be patient and keep repeating herself, Grandma, where is building 18? The old lady couldn't hear her at all, so in the end Tang Qingyue had no choice but to call Yang Xueqi. Little Fairy Xueqi, you'd better come and get me quickly, it's so hot that I'm going to faint even with an umbrella. Yang Xueqi felt much better, so she said, okay, just wait for me, I'll come downstairs to meet you right away. Tang Qingyue gave a little smile and said, okay, you come and get me. Tang Qingyue wasn't so angry anymore. She had been looking for building 18 for most of the day and hadn't found it, which made her feel quite unhappy. Yang Xueqi walked downstairs and looked everywhere for Tang Qingyue's figure. Finally, she found her. Yeah, if you turn around now, you can see me. Tang Qingyue was suspicious. So soon? Sweki, don't lie to me, I'm turning around now. Okay. Wow, Sweki, you really came. After saying this, Tang Qingyue ran towards young Sweki with a face full of joy. Young Sweki looked at Tang Qingyue and thought, yeah, it's not appropriate for you to come empty-handed. Do you want to go to the fruit shop and buy some fruit? Tang Qingyue smiled and said, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? Young Sweki smiled and said, just buy a nice fruit basket with a few kinds of fruit in it. Tang Qingyue let out a little gasp. Do you want me to go with you to buy the fruit? Tang Qingyue shook her head, no, you just wait here for a moment. I see that there is a fruit shop at the entrance of your community, I will come back for you soon. After Tang Qingyue had walked away, Yang Sweki made a phone call to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, my best friend is coming to our house later, remember to cook a lot. Jiang Yao let out a little gasp, okay, there are a lot of dishes at home anyway. Should I clean up the second bedroom? Prepare some toiletries and things? Yang Sweki smiled slightly, no need, Yaya doesn't live with us, she booked a hotel. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, then I'll listen to you. By the way, we got married and got a marriage certificate, can we change the way we address each other? Wife. Yang Sweki's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she blushed as she touched the ring on her finger and said, husband. Chapter 52 You really had a baby in secret, scaring everyone. Yang Sweki bought some photo wall invisible nails online, and just received a delivery notification. Looking outside at the scorching sun, Yang Sweki thought about asking Tang Qingyue to pick up the delivery. Yang Sweki called Tang Qingyue, yeah, are you buying fruit outside right now? Tang Qingyue's tone was flat, what's up? Today's temperature is close to 35 degrees, and the sun is so hot in the middle of the day. She walked in high heels for several minutes before arriving at the fruit store. Tang Qingyue was afraid that she couldn't hold back and wanted to scream. It's a sin, she and Yang Sweki are a sinful relationship. That yeah, I have a delivery, could you pick it up for me at the delivery station at Jiangnan Mansion? I've already sent you the pickup code, thanks. Tang Qingyue let out a long sigh as she watched the words end of call appear on the screen. What sin did she commit in a previous life to make her and Yang Sweki such good friends? Tang Qingyue walked as gracefully as she could under the scorching sun, holding an umbrella in one hand and a fruit basket in the other. When she arrived at the courier station, Tang Qingyue quoted the pickup code, 24105. The other boss looked at Tang Qingyue. Although she couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing sunglasses, she could tell from her aura and figure that she must be a beautiful woman. The other boss handed her the delivery box. Is her name Shuer? Tang Qingyue nodded and said with gritted teeth, yes, that's her. She clutched the delivery in her arm and went inside the Jiangnan Mansion community. Yang Sweki stood in the hallway and, in a daze, saw a figure approaching. She squinted and took a closer look, and it was Tang Qingyue. Yang Sweki sent a message, continuing to walk forward, I'll be in the corridor on your left. Tang Qingyue followed the prompt message and finally saw Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki took her own delivery and didn't have the slightest intention of helping her carry things. The moment they entered the elevator, Tang Qingyue ground her teeth, Sweki, you really are my best friend. Yang Sweki smiled and said, you'd better be nice later. Tang Qingyue laughed, Yang Sweki, you're begging me. Ding, the elevator opened. 18-2. Tang Qingyue heard a voice and went over to see. A handsome, tall man was standing in the doorway, arms folded, greeting them. Wife, this is your best friend, right? Yes, this is my best friend, Tang Qingyue, and this is Jiang Yao. In front of her best friend, Yang Sweki was embarrassed to call him husband. This man gave Tang Qingyue a feeling of a good family man, and he exuded charm with every move. Tang Qingyue did not miss the term wife. At this time, she thought it was just a term of endearment used in the course of a relationship. Tang Qingyue was still satisfied with Jiang Yao, he was handsome, could cook, and seemed reliable. Yang Sweki now had a rosy complexion and her figure was a little rounder than before. Maybe Yang Sweki has become like this because she has been fed by this boy. Tang Qingyue is a standard beauty, long hair, tall, and delicate and beautiful features. But compared to Yang Sweki, she lacks a stunning beauty, and Tang Qingyue's figure is a bit flat, but she is good at dressing up so it is not obvious. Jiang Yao nodded slightly and said hello. Tang Qingyue's eyebrows slightly raised, hello, I am Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue handed the fruit basket to Jiang Yao, saying, this is the fruit I bought for you, don't mind it. Jiang Yao smiled and said, thank you, please come in. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that the fish was still cooking in the pot in the kitchen, so he hurried back to check on it. Honey, I'll go back to the kitchen and get busy. Go ahead, you've worked hard. Tang Qingyue pursed her lips. Sweki, why didn't you say to me that you've worked hard? Yang Sweki saw that Tang Qingyue did not enter the room, so she went in first. Remember to close the door. Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue breathed out through her nose. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled the strong aroma of food and saw this luxuriously decorated and upscale home. Tang Qingyue took off her high heels and put on a pair of brand new women's slippers, and she casually placed the fruit basket on the coffee table in the living room. Yang Sweki was unpacking the parcel, so Tang Qingyue sat down on the sofa. The decoration is quite good here. Did you rent this place together, or did he buy the house? Tang Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw the ring on Yang Sweki's finger, and she said with interest, "You have a strong sense of ritual. You wear a ring after just falling in love, and he even calls you his wife. Did you ask me here so that I could eat dog food? Tell me about him. How did you meet? How long have you been together? How many people are in your family? Hey, I'm talking to you, so stop unpacking. By the way, is he an only child? What's your family's situation like?" Yang Sweki stopped and looked at Tang Qingyue. "Come, I want to show you a treasure." Tang Qingyue's eyes widened. "Oh my, you have a treasure in your house. What treasure? Let me see." She followed Yang Sweki to the master bedroom, stood in front of the crib and looked at it in awe. Tang Qingyue asked Yang Sweki incredulously, This is your family's treasure?" Yang Sweki was full of pride. "Of course, this is an irreplaceable treasure." Tang Qingyue's mind was still in shock. Where did this one come from? Yang Sweki was speechless. Wasn't the answer obvious? Could it be that the little girl just appeared out of thin air? The next second, Tang Qingyue suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, could it be that you gave birth to this child? You both have a child?" Yang Sweki saw that the little girl was obviously shocked, and her heart ached. "Can you keep your voice down? There are children here." Tang Qingyue came back to her senses. "Okay, I'll keep my voice down. While you were gone, were you giving birth?" Yang Sweki nodded, then checked the baby's diaper, which felt like it had a smell. Tang Qingyue was at a loss for words to describe her feelings at this point. Her expression was complex. "You really gave birth quietly and then surprised everyone." Tang Qingyue felt the need to remind her best friend of something, and was about to ask for the whole story. But she saw Yang Sweki sniffing at the baby. "What are you doing?" Yang Sweki looked at Tang Qingyue seriously, and said, "Do you smell anything in the air?" Tang Qingyue hadn't reacted yet, so she did as she was told, and said with confusion, "It seems to smell a bit stinky." Yang Sweki nodded. She was sure that her baby had pooped. But this time, her baby didn't cry. The next second, her baby started to squirm. Yang Sweki asked Tang Qingyue to help her. "Go to the bathroom, there is a small pink basin inside, get me a basin of clean warm water. There is also a small square towel on the hook, so you can bring that over too." Tang Qingyue reacted, "Okay, right away." Next to the crib is a countertop for changing the baby's diaper, and next to the countertop are baby supplies such as diapers and wet wipes. Yang Sweki spread the diaper mat on the countertop, picked up the baby, and opened the ears of the diaper. Chapter 53 The dog food has landed in her face. Tang Qingyue, who was carrying a small basin, was stunned when she saw this scene as soon as she came out of the bathroom. She saw Yang Sweki holding a smelly diaper and sniffing it while checking it. Tang Qingyue suddenly reacted. No wonder Yang Sweki asked her to smell the stink, because every time the baby poops, it is necessary to check whether it is normal and whether there are signs of diarrhea. Yang Sweki handed the soiled diaper to Tang Qingyue, who took the small basin from her and washed the baby's bottom. Tang Qingyue almost screamed, as if she was holding a time bomb in her hands, spinning around in place and looking for the trash can with a worried face. "Where is the trash can? I'm going to collapse, where is the trash can?" Yang Sweki was amused by her fussing, but the trash can was right at her feet. Tang Qingyue looked closely and saw it was indeed the trash can. She threw away the diaper in her hand and hurried to the bathroom to wash her hands. "Yang Sweki, you did that on purpose." Yang Sweki skillfully changed the baby's diaper. "Come help." "No, you know I get a headache whenever the baby cries." Yang Sweki sighed, "I had a C-section and my wound hasn't healed yet, so please help." Tang Qingyue was wondering what to do when she noticed Yang Sweki lying on the bed with a U-shaped pillow behind her. "What are you doing?" I'm breastfeeding. Come here and help me hold the baby. Tang Qingyue pulled the corners of her mouth up. Okay, for your sake, I'll help you. Tang Qingyue went around, flustered, how to support. Is this it? After stabilizing the baby's body, Yang Sueki began to feed the baby. Tang Qingyue looked at Yang Sueki and drooled with envy, exclaiming, Sueki, your baby is really blessed, and has never lacked food since childhood. Yang Sueki gave her a look and said, your future baby will also be very blessed, having its mother's airfield since childhood. Tang Qingyue's face darkened. This was her sore point. Her baby girl was so cute when she drank milk, her little feet kicking around. Her tiny hands waved in the air, as if she was having a great time drinking milk. Tang Qingyue felt all warm and fuzzy when she looked at her. After all, no one doesn't like cute little angels. Sueki, what on earth is going on with you two? Yang Sueki told Tang Qingyue the whole story. Your story is like a romantic movie, full of twists and turns. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Tang Qingyue's expression suddenly became serious. Did you marry him because of the baby? Or because you also love him? Yang Sueki answered honestly, both. At the beginning, I did marry him because I wanted to give the baby a complete family. But during the time we spent together afterwards, I found that he has now become much more mature and stable, and is a good man worth trusting for life. And the reason we broke up in the first place was either because we didn't love each other anymore or because he and I weren't mature enough. I have to thank the heavens for letting us get back together. I'm so happy now. Tang Qingyue couldn't help but remind her, but you guys just got back together, you can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Yang Sueki understood what Tang Qingyue meant. Time reveals the heart, and she understood Jiang Yao's character. Yes, but I feel that he is the one I'm looking for. In the past, you would always ask me what kind of guy I like, but then I realized that he is the kind of guy I like. I am very happy every day with him. Tang Qingyue felt like her teeth were about to rot. Sueki, I know you have decided on him now, and you won't change your mind no matter what anyone says. I hope you have made the right choice. If he does something to hurt you in the future, I will definitely stand by you. Yang Sueki was moved. I thought you would keep on persuading me. Tang Qingyue laughed. You've already had a child and received your marriage certificate. What else can I say? I can only wish you happiness. And you asked me to come here, didn't you want me to see that you're very happy? I'm not stupid, I'm very clever. Yang Sueki smiled and said, we're doing pretty well now, and I believe our lives will get better and better in the future. Tang Qingyue saw that she was now a little woman completely immersed in happiness, and she didn't want to say anything to dampen her spirits. So, do your parents support your marriage? Yang Sueki nodded. My parents are quite happy with him, especially his mother, who is also a very nice person. There are no conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which has also put my mother's mind at ease. Tang Qingyue laughed upon hearing this. That's good, your parents also approve of you. That also eases my mind a lot, after all, your parents have already vetted him for you. It shows that the boy is indeed quite good, and as long as you are happy, that's all that matters. In the kitchen, Jiang Yao cooked a few more dishes and set the table, but Yang Sueki and the others didn't come out. Jiang Yao wondered what kind of secret they were whispering about, and why they were taking so long. He knocked on the door, dinner's ready. If you don't come out to eat, the food will get cold. Tang Qingyue opened the door. Sueki was breastfeeding, so they would come out to eat in a minute. Jiang Yao walked in and saw that the baby had already eaten most of her meal, so he took out a new breast milk pad and put it on. He picked up the baby and gave her a burp, doing it very skillfully. Jiang Yao, the baby's nails need cutting. The baby hasn't had her nails cut since she was born. Jiang Yao nodded, I'll buy a set of tools for the baby later and cut the little girl's nails when I have time. Every time the little girl burped, Jiang Yao would deliberately call Dr. Liu and ask, how is the baby doing with breastfeeding? She's doing quite well. She has quite a strong grip when breastfeeding, and she poops well too. Then you should keep your child warm and cover him with a small quilt when he sleeps. If the baby has no gastrointestinal problems and poops well, it means that the baby should have eaten too much. My daughter drinks milk to the full every time, and she has liked dry rice since she was little. Jiang Yao burps his daughter and his wife, you and your friend go to dinner first. Yang Sueki smiles and says, wait for you, we'll eat together. Yang Sueki then went to the bathroom to wash her hands and change her clothes. Tang Qingyue, huh? She's hungry now, okay? And she's still a guest. Yang Sueki changed her clothes, and Jiang Yao was also finished with his work. Sitting down, Jiang Yao first helped his wife pick food and pour soup. I don't know what kind of food you like, because Sueki is breastfeeding now, so I made the food relatively light. Tang Qingyue looked at the dishes, which were full of color, fragrance, and taste, and her heart was a little more satisfied with Jiang Yao. Yang Sueki smiled, saying to her that Yaya was not a picky eater, and that she usually ate casually and had a more common taste. Tang Qingyue rolled her eyes and replied in a strange tone, "Yes, I usually don't picky eat." Yang Sueki now has a husband and has already forgotten her friends for the sake of her lover. Chapter 54 Spreading the dog food, you have to pay the others. Tang Qingyue tasted a bite of Jiang Yao's stir-fried dish and her eyes lit up. This is good, it's really delicious. Yang Sueki was full of pride. Of course, Jiang Yao's cooking skills were not inferior to those of the chefs outside. This is really spreading the dog food. How are people supposed to live? Tang Qingyue shifted her body to avoid seeing Yang Sueki's smug face. Yang Sueki offered to help her eat, probably thinking that she hadn't had enough of the dog food and wanted more. "Yeah, try this lobster, it really tastes delicious, come and try it. And this cold cucumber salad, it's so refreshing and tasty this summer, come on. This is Jiang Yao's specialty. I've put some in your bowl, you must eat it." Tang Qingyue didn't want Yang Sueki's care, but Sueki insisted, saying, "I can do it myself, don't help me." Tang Qingyue had been eating a low-fat diet and going to the gym in the afternoons so that she could wear pretty clothes in the summer. She had finally lost a little weight, and she didn't want to put it back on. "Mom, this really tastes delicious." After eating, Tang Qingyue felt a lot of remorse. She recalled how she had sweated and struggled to lose just 1 pound, and how she had tired herself out like a dog every day at the gym. This meal had made all her hard work over the past while come to nothing. She wanted to cry, she really wanted to cry. "Tomorrow is the baby girl's first month celebration, and as a member of my family, you need to dress appropriately." Tang Qingyue let out a little gasp, and seeing Yang Sueki walking around the living room to help her digest her meal, she joined her in silence. "So, do I need to give your baby girl a red envelope?" "Of course you do, otherwise why would I have asked you to come over? It's just a small token of your contribution, isn't it?" "Yang Sueki, where's your conscience when you say things like that? I'll help your baby girl save the money you give. So how much do you think is appropriate? Name a number. How about 2,888? Okay, I can think about it." Jiang Yao came out of the kitchen and saw the two beauties strolling in the living room. At noon, Yang Sueki was sleepy and wanted to take a nap. "What about you, are you going back to the hotel to rest?" Tang Qingyue looked at the scorching sun outside and said, "I'd rather sleep in your second bedroom." Yang Sueki pointed at the sofa in the living room and said, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa in the living room?" Tang Qingyue once again accused Yang Sueki of having no conscience, and in the end, Tang Qingyue followed Yang Sueki to the master bedroom to sleep. "It's great that you are now much more cheerful than before. I can feel that you are truly happy now." Yang Sueki smiled and said, "In the past, I always felt that entering into marriage would bind me and make me feel unfree, but now I don't feel that way. It still depends on what kind of person you marry and what kind of life you lead." Tang Qingyue sincerely felt happy for Yang Sueki. "Tell me who will be at the full moon banquet tomorrow and what the situation is like in your husband's family." In the afternoon, Jiang Yao started to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Tang Qingyue said that she was dieting and had to cook dinner herself. Yang Sueki was still breastfeeding and felt at ease eating heartily every day. Anyway, she would eat whatever Jiang Yao cooked and would lose weight after breastfeeding was over. For dinner, Tang Qingyue made a fruit salad and a low-fat meal. It had chicken breast, boiled broccoli, a few tomatoes, half a chicken egg white, and a little purple rice. Tang Qingyue was very satisfied with the low-fat meal she made, but when she saw the dinner the two of them were eating, she suddenly felt like she was living a life of deprivation. She was eating low-fat meals that didn't fill her up, and they were even worse than grass. "Let me try a bite, just to check the taste." "Give me a bite of that too." "It tastes all right." "I'll have another bite." In the end, Tang Qingyue did not hold back from eating, as these meals were too delicious to pass up. After dinner, Tang Qingyue came back to her senses and regretted it deeply. "Why didn't you stop me more? I ate so much again today, I might be gaining weight again." Yang Sueki was speechless. "I did try to stop you, but you just kept eating. What could I do?" Tang Qingyue rolled her eyes. "You just said something, and you call that stopping me?" It was after 6 p.m., and it was still light outside. Usually, at this time of day, they would take their little girl for a stroll in the neighborhood. The baby stroller had a mosquito net, so the mosquitoes couldn't get in. Tang Qingyue changed her clothes, put on a hat, and followed them downstairs in her high heels. There were many people walking around downstairs at this time, and they occasionally greeted each other when they met someone they knew. Tang Qingyue waved her hand and said, "You guys carry on walking, I'm going back to the hotel first. By the way, I'm going to the nearby bank to withdraw some money, I'll give the baby a red envelope tomorrow." The two of them slowly walked around the community several times, and it took almost half an hour. Yang Sueki held a fan in her hand, fanning Jiang Yao on one side and the baby on the other. There were so many mosquitoes tonight, I saw several flying around just now. Jiang Yao was wearing long sleeves and long pants, so the mosquitoes couldn't bite him. On the contrary, Yang Sueki is very attractive to mosquitoes. Here, take this fan and fan yourself. We'll go to the small supermarket in front and buy some wind and mosquito repellent. Yang Sueki didn't expect there to be so many mosquitoes today. She was wearing long pants and shorts, but the mosquitoes were focused on her legs and biting her. The two of them went to the supermarket, where the smell of mosquito repellent was very strong. Forget it, we'd better not buy mosquito repellent or wind and mosquito repellent, as they can easily irritate the baby. That's what I was thinking. Boss, I'd like to buy a bottle of Shishui. On a chair in the supermarket, Jiang Yao asked Yang Sueki to sit down. He took out a small bottle of Shishui and applied it to the mosquito bites on her body. This mosquito is really something, the swollen bumps are big and swollen. How do you feel about the effect now? Yang Sueki gave a sweet smile. This effect should be pretty good. When I was a child, my mother would put Shishui in my bathwater. It can be used to treat prickly heat and eczema, and it also helps to keep mosquitoes away. Jiang Yao nodded, and after applying it, he waited to see if Yang Sueki still itched. If not, he would go back and apply iodine or something. Yang Sueki walked for a while and found that she no longer itched. That was indeed quite effective. The weather was relatively cool a few days ago, but today it is stuffy. I think it might rain. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yang Sueki clicked on the weather forecast. The weather forecast said it would rain the next day. And the rain suddenly started in the middle of the night. After breakfast the next day, Jiang Yao began packing Xiao Nan's baby supplies. She put the diapers, baby powder, and small change of clothes that the baby would need into the backpack. There were also spare diapers in the car, just in case. The diapers the baby wears can be used up easily, so you should always have some extra on hand. Jiang Yao's mother called and said, "Jiang Yao, our relatives and friends will probably arrive around 11 o'clock. Jiang Yao nodded and said, "Okay, Mom, we're also getting ready to go out. After I go out, I'll give them a call and ask them to prepare the food first." Jiang Mu, that's good, then we can just eat when our relatives arrive. The weather gods are on our side. It rained in the middle of the night yesterday, and today is cloudy. The weather is cooler on a cloudy day, and with the occasional breeze, it feels very pleasant. Chapter 55 The lively full moon banquet began. Jiang Yao was packing things away, and Yang Sueki was also selecting the right clothes to make a good impression. Since Yang Sueki was still breastfeeding, she finally chose a pink chiffon blouse, paired with blue denim wide leg pants, and a pair of flat pumps. Yang Sueki had previously considered buying cosmetics that could also be used by pregnant women, but in the end she did not choose to do so for the sake of her baby's health. So she left the base makeup on her face unpainted, simply drew a light eyebrow, and applied lipstick to her lips. A girl can go without makeup for anything, but eyebrows and lipstick are still necessary to add color to the face. It is also amazing to say that after many pregnant mothers become pregnant, their skin will become dull and yellow, and some will even develop spots. However, Yang Sueki's skin is even better than before she became pregnant, so she usually just needs to moisturize it a little. Her current state can be described as being in great shape, with a rosy complexion and radiant glow, and her skin is also very smooth and delicate. Yang Sueki turned around in the mirror with satisfaction. Apart from the fact that her figure is a little rounder than before, nothing else has changed. Yang Sueki finished packing and called Tang Qingyue. "Are you ready to go? Let's go to the hotel together." Tang Qingyue was putting on makeup at the dressing table. "I'll be ready in a minute. I'll wait for you guys at the hotel entrance." "Okay." Jiang Yao glanced at Yang Sueki and said, "You look very pretty today." Although Yang Sueki had only done a simple job of packing, she still looked stunning. Yang Sueki, who had been praised, smiled and said, "Thank you. Let's go." At the hotel entrance, Tang Qingyue was dressed exquisitely and fashionably, and she was holding an exquisite bag in her hand. Zhang Yao's car was parked by the roadside, and Yang Xueqi shouted at her, "Get in the car." After Tang Qingyue got in the car, Yang Xueqi sniffed and laughed, "Yeah, I didn't expect you to not use the kind of perfume you usually use. This perfume is light, and it won't affect the baby." Tang Qingyue said proudly, "You bet, I did my homework in advance." Tang Qingyue handed Yang Xueqi the bag in her hand and said, "Take a look." Yang Xueqi picked up the bag and opened it to find a large suitcase inside. Upon opening it, she saw bundles of money inside, about 100,000 yuan. "Wow! Why did you give so much?" Tang Qingyue laughed and said, "As your best girlfriend and the godmother of your child in the future, it's only right that I give you a little gift." Yang Xueqi was touched inside, and said, "Thank you." Zhang Yao was concentrating on driving and didn't notice the commotion on their side. Arriving at their destination, Zhang Yao parked in the parking lot in front of the door. Zhang Yao got out of the car and took the stroller from the trunk, and carried the baby girl down from the car's baby safety seat. In addition to these, he also brought a backpack. Zhang Yao had already reserved a seat, and asked for a large private room, which would be more convenient. Tang Qingyue followed in high heels, took off her headphones, shook her long hair, and asked the staff, "Excuse me, where is the bathroom here?" "Hello, go straight ahead and turn right at the intersection, and you will see it." "Xueqi, I'm going to the bathroom first, I'll be right back." Yang Xueqi hurriedly reminded her not to get the compartment number wrong. Zhang Yao parked the stroller in the corner of the compartment. The baby girl had already woken up, so Yang Xueqi went over to feed her. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock, so Zhang Yao called Zhang's mother. "Mom, are you almost here? We're rushing over here, and we'll be there in about 20 minutes. Okay, hurry." Tang Qingyue finished using the bathroom and walked into the private room, choosing a seat in the corner. "Have the others arrived yet?" Zhang Yao replied, "They should be here in about 20 minutes. Do you want something to drink?" Tang Qingyue shook her head, "No, I don't want anything to drink. If I drink now, I won't be able to eat later." She had already decided that she wanted to eat a lot later. After all, this was Yang Xueqi's baby's first month celebration. If she still doesn't eat anything, it would be too disrespectful to Yang Xueqi. So Tang Qingyue could only reluctantly temporarily suspend her weight loss plan. Zhang Yao looked at Yang Xueqi, who was still breastfeeding her baby, and said, "Xueqi, you sit here first, I'll go to the door and see if my parents are here." It so happened that Chen Yuan and his friends came in a group and bumped into Zhang Yao at the door. "Brother Jiang, which private room are you in?" "Bafang Blaikai." Chen Yuan then took the opportunity to slip 3 red envelopes into Zhang Yao's pocket. "This is a little something for the baby, don't say it's not enough." Zhang Yao didn't refuse, "Thank you, you go ahead and sit in the private room, I'll wait here for my parents." As soon as Chen Yuan and his friends entered the private room, they saw a beautiful woman in addition to the stunning Yang Xueqi. Yang Xueqi introduced, "This is my best friend, Tang Qingyue." "Yeah, these are Zhang Yao's good friends, Chen Yuan, Wang Zixiao, and Brother Ma." Yang Xueqi had a breathtaking beauty, with impeccable features. Tang Qingyue was not as stunning, but she was also a beautiful woman, and she had distinctive eyes. Tang Qingyue smiled and greeted them, "Hello." Chen Yuan smiled affably, "Hello, beautiful." Wang Zixiao and Brother Ma also greeted her, but since she was Yang Xueqi's best friend, they didn't dare to be too forward. Chen Yuan asked, "Beauty, are you from here too?" Tang Qingyue shook her head, "No, I'm from City A. I'm here for the baby's first month celebration." Chen Yuan asked again, "So, what year are you in college? Are you also a junior?" Tang Qingyue nodded, "Yes, I'm a junior like Xueqi." Tang Qingyue looks like someone who has been spoiled by their family since childhood, with an air of poise and character in everything she does. It is clear that her family's financial situation should be quite good. On the other side, Zhang's mother and father, as well as the elders who are on good terms with Zhang Yao, have also arrived. It is now the summer holiday for children, so some elderly people have brought their grandchildren along. Zhang's mother does not look well, as she has been a little tired from being busy with work at the company these past few days. "You go in first, I want to sit down and rest for a while." Zhang Yao asked the waiter to take them to the private room first, and took care of Zhang's mother herself. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, I'm just a little tired, I'll be fine after a rest." Zhang's mother had dressed up a little today and was wearing the jadeite necklace that Yang Xueqi had given her. She was already very good looking, and a little bit of dressing up made her even more elegant. After a few minutes of rest, Zhang's mother recovered and couldn't wait to see her granddaughter. It's already July, and many of the guests are still out of town. Zhang's mother thinks about it and decides to wait until her granddaughter is 7 or 8 months old to hold another party. Zhang's father introduces young Sweki to Zhang's mother, saying that she is the same age as Zhang's mother, so she is Zhang's aunt, and that he is the same age as Zhang's mother, so he is Zhang's uncle. Zhang, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful, your son is really blessed. Your daughter-in-law is young and has already given your family a child. She is clearly a lucky charm for your son. She will give you another boy, which will make a nice wordplay. Your son and daughter-in-law are both talented and good-looking, so your granddaughter will definitely be as beautiful as they are when she grows up. Chapter 56 A lively feast to celebrate Zhang Yao's new home. The guests gradually took their seats and the feast began. A projection screen is hung in the private room, on which there is a loop of Xiao Nan Nan's portrait photos, along with a message of good wishes. The overall style of the decorations is very warm and welcoming, with colorful balloons and ribbons everywhere, which the children they brought along love at first sight. Yang Sweki smiles, politely answering the elders' questions. Yang Sweki's family situation. Zhang Yao's parents are very satisfied, and just say that their son is lucky to have married such a good wife. At the dinner table, someone asked about Yang Sweki's parents. My aunt and uncle like to travel after they retired, and they are currently away from home. They really wanted to come to the baby shower, but they couldn't make it, otherwise they would definitely have come. As for me, I'm a junior in college, the same age as Sweki. At the dinner table, Tang Qingyue acted as Yang Sweki's family member and answered their questions with a smile. Yang Sweki only needed to focus on eating and not eat too much spicy food. Zhang Yao and Zhang's mother used serving chopsticks to serve her food from the left and right, and Yang Sweki looked satisfied and happy as she ate. During this period, Zhang's mother had to call Zhang Yao almost every few days to check on Yang Sweki's health and how she was taking care of her daughter. Seeing Yang Sweki's rosy complexion and good looks, Zhang's mother let out a sigh of relief. Auntie, don't just look at me, eat more vegetables. Zhang's mother laughed and said, Sweki, you still call me auntie? Shouldn't you change your address? Yang Sweki was taken aback, blushed and called her mother, which made Zhang's mother very happy. Sweki, you've suffered, your father and I will make it up to you later. The sweet and sour fish here is the restaurant's signature dish, and it tastes delicious. Zhang Yao was busy helping young Sweki pick up the fish. Auntie Gao teased, look at how much Jiang loves his wife. He's been helping Sweki pick up food the whole time, afraid that she'll get hungry. Then she continued, you guys should learn from Jiang. When you get a girlfriend, you have to be gentle and considerate. Most girls nowadays want a good man who knows how to treat them warmly and thoughtfully. You have to learn to be good to people, and you should hurry up and find a girlfriend too. At the other table sat Tang Qingyue, Chen Yuan, Wang Zihao, Brother Ma, and a few children. The two youngest were only about 6 or 7 years old, and were at the age where they were mischievous and full of pranks. The two children were running around the private room with balloons and streamers, and every time they passed by Tang Qingyue, they bumped into her several times. Finally, Tang Qingyue could no longer hold back and grabbed one child by the wrist. Tang Qingyue forced a smile and said to the child, you sit in your seat and eat properly, don't keep running around with the balloons, it's not good if you fall over. The other child was so scared by Tang Qingyue that it ran to its grandfather. The one in Tang Qingyue's hands was also scared, but it had to nod obediently in order to escape. Tang Qingyue was very satisfied with her intimidation technique, so she turned her head and continued eating her vegetables. However, after a few minutes, the two children started playing again, and Tang Qingyue was so angry that she didn't know what to do. The adults of these two children obviously couldn't control them either, and they were happily sitting on their own seats eating. Chen Yuan was sitting next to him. Do you want to switch places with me? His seat was in the corner, with a cupboard behind him for chopsticks, cups, and other supplies. Chen Yuan sat down and let the children's antics not affect him. Tang Qingyue nodded and got up. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuan smiled. It's normal for children at this age to like to be naughty, especially boys, who are more stubborn. We can only be a little more patient. Tang Qingyue nodded absent-mindedly as she sipped her orange juice. At this time, most people have already finished eating, except for some elders who are still continuing the conversation, so they can only go home after the conversation ends. Xiao Jiang, where is the house your parents bought you? Your father said that the house is beautifully decorated there. Is it close to your home? If it's convenient, can you show us? We just want to take a look, we have nothing to do anyway. Auntie Gao also agreed. Xiao Zhang's house is really beautiful, you'll see when you go there. Then we'll go and have a look later, Xiao Jiang. I'll just sit and rest for a while, and then go in the afternoon. Jiang Yao nodded. That's fine, I also want to see what the house my parents bought me looks like. After talking for a while, it was time to leave as the meal was almost finished. There was still a lot of food on the tables that hadn't been touched. Auntie Gao asked if it would be a waste to throw it away and if they could take it away in a box. John's mother nodded and said that they could take it away in a box. Waiter, can we take this food away in a box? The waiter replied, yes, you can take it away in a box. I'll go get some boxes for you. John's mother said, yes, we want to take it away in a box. Could you get us some more boxes? The waiter went to get the takeaway boxes, while John's mother and Auntie Gao discussed what to pack. This beef stew, and this stir-fried crab in red sauce. Soon, everything on the table that could be packed was packed. Auntie Gao carried the takeaway boxes, thinking how delicious these things were. It would be a shame to throw them away. They could be reheated when they got home, and being thrifty is a virtue. When they got to the car park outside, everyone was curious and came over to see what car Jiang Yao was driving. Wow, this is a nice car, and it's got plenty of space. I think Lao's son bought his son a car like this one. I just don't know if it's the same model. I heard it cost over 100,000 yuan. Having a car is so much more convenient. You can go anywhere in the neighborhood really quickly. Jiang Yao puts his little girl into the baby seat, and the other parents and grandparents are amazed. Or is it that people nowadays enjoy life and invent things in different ways? That's right, life is much more convenient nowadays. After looking around, everyone wants to go see Jiang Yao's new house. Wang Zihao and his friends still have to go back to class in the afternoon, and it's already late. Brother Jiang, we'll go back to school first, and come visit you again when we have time. Uncle and Auntie, we're leaving now, we still have class in the afternoon. After saying their goodbyes, the two of them took a taxi back to school. When they arrived at the residential area, they got into the elevator. As soon as the baby got in the elevator, she started to cry, probably because she was hungry. Once they arrived at their new home, Jiang Yao's mother asked him to entertain the guests while she helped Sweki take care of the baby. It was also the first time Jiang Yao had seen his new home, so he followed everyone around, looking at this and that. Everyone was very satisfied with the decoration and praised Jiang's parents for their good taste. Everyone envies Jiang's parents, who have everything arranged for them as parents, and don't have to worry about it in the future. This golden chandelier is really nice. Look at these floor tiles, they're very easy to clean and don't show dirt. Oh, and nowadays, who needs to clean the floor? Young people nowadays buy those robot vacuum cleaners, and just let them go around the house every day, and the floor is clean. The house has good lighting and is comfortable to live in. Jiang Yao graduated from junior high school and didn't stay at home much in high school or university. Back then, high school students all had to live in school and study late into the night. When he went to university, Jiang Yao didn't go home much either. The university wasn't particularly close to home, and every summer and winter vacation he hung out with Chen Yuan and the others. Jiang Yao only has a relatively strong impression of a few nearby families. Jiang Yao boiled water for everyone to drink. Jiang, you don't need to boil water, we're not thirsty. Yes, don't go to the trouble, we'll just sit here for a while and then leave. Jiang, you've matured, you'll run your own family well in the future. In the master bedroom, Jiang's mother held her baby girl so that Yang Sweki could breastfeed her. Sweki, you're still too thin, you need to eat more while you're still breastfeeding. Mom, I know. Jiang Yao has been making me eat a lot. I'm relieved to hear that. You can always tell Jiang Yao to do things. He's young, so he should do more work. John's mother spoke sincerely, and Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. Chapter 57 Counting the red envelopes. Jiang Yao, I will keep every penny I earn in the future for you to manage. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 p.m., and it was time to go. John's mother was reluctant to let her go and repeatedly told them to take good care of her. Before leaving, John's mother suddenly remembered something and handed Yang Sweki a bag. This contains the red envelopes for the baby's first month that I and my relatives and friends gave to her. Keep this money for yourself and don't let Jiang Yao know. Jiang Yao, who was at the door, laughed and said, Mom, you're talking too loud, I know everything. John's mother snorted, what can you do even if you know? John's mother looked at young Sweki kindly and said, Sweki, we'll go back first. Rest at home, let Jiang Yao do the hard work, and take care of your health. Yang Sweki saw John's mother to the door, and John's mother told her to go back and rest. I'll see my parents off, I'll be back in a while. Yang Sweki nodded, okay. At this time, Chen Yuan had already taken Zhang's father and the others down in the elevator. Tang Qingyue stood behind young Sueki and said with a smile, "Bye, uncle and aunt. Be careful on the way." Zhang's mother gave a slight smile and said, "Okay, bye." As soon as Zhang Yao and his mother left, Tang Qingyue laughed and said, "Your mother-in-law is very nice to you, and your father-in-law also seems kind. I can see that they care about you quite a bit." This made Tang Qingyue feel relieved, at least she didn't have to worry about her best friend being wronged. Young Sueki nodded, "Yes, my in-laws are both very nice. By the way, what are your plans next?" Tang Qingyue said reluctantly, "Alas, I have to go back to school, I'll come visit you again when I'm free." Then she laughed again, "I'm calling you because I'm free these days." Young Sueki looked at her and said, "Then take care of yourself, let's keep in touch when we're free." Tang Qingyue raised an eyebrow, "Let's keep in touch when you have time?" Young Sueki looked apologetic, "I'm sorry, I didn't do the right thing before." In fact, Tang Qingyue knew that during the time young Sueki disappeared, she was busy giving birth to a baby and taking care of the baby, and her anger had long since subsided. She even felt a little heartache for young Sueki in her heart. After all, she was a first-time mother, and it was still quite hard. "Since you've apologized, I'll reluctantly accept it. Take good care of your health, after all, you still have to take care of the baby. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, it's always good to have someone care about you." Yang Sueki nodded, she now had a good home, and she also wanted her best friend to be happy. You should find a boyfriend soon, I also hope you are happy." Tang Qingyue shook her head like a rattle, "No, I'm quite happy being single right now." In the elevator, Zhang's mother praised her son for doing a good job taking care of Yang Sueki and the little girl. Zhang's mother suddenly gave a mysterious smile and handed Zhang Yao a computer bag. "There's something very important in this computer bag. Wait until you get home to open it." "What is it?" "You'll know when you open it." Zhang Yao nodded dumbly, "Okay." Zhang Yao waited with Zhang Mu and the others at the entrance of the residential area until they got on the bus before turning around and going home. Chen Yuan came over with a hee laugh, "Zhang Gu, your wife's best friend is very pretty." Zhang Yao gave him a look, "Are you trying to woo her?" Chen Yuan he laughed at this, "I have this idea, I want to give it a go." Although Chen Yuan seems to be a bit simple and honest, he is actually quite clever. At least he doesn't hesitate when he wants to do something. Whether it succeeds or not, he just does it. Zhang Yao laughed, "I can't help you with this. After all, if Yang Sueki finds out about this, I'm afraid it will cause misunderstandings." Chen Yuan laughed, "I didn't ask you for help, I was just telling you about it." Zhang Yao knew that Chen Yuan understood his situation, and he was very happy. Chen Yuan had known him the longest and understood Zhang Yao's character and temperament the best. Back at the new home, Tang Qingyue got up and said, "You're back, I'll go back to the hotel to pack first." Zhang Yao was changing his shoes, and Chen Yuan behind him didn't move. "Won't you stay for a few more days?" Tang Qingyue shook her head and said, "No, I still have some things to do over there. I'll come back to visit you guys when I'm free." She went to the master bedroom to say goodbye to the little girl. "Godmother is leaving, I'll come back to visit you again some other day. I'll buy you new clothes and delicious food, okay?" Little girl's soft and cute face with a sweet smile is very cute. Tang Qingyue can't help but reach out to pinch her little face. Yang Sueki slaps her hand away, "What are you doing?" Tang Qingyue looks aggrieved, "I just want to touch little girl's little face, she looks so cute." Yang Sueki was speechless. "You weren't petting her, you were pinching her." Before leaving, Tang Qingyue had a private chat with Zhang Yao. She simply told Zhang Yao to be good to Yang Sueki and not to let her down. If he bullied Yang Sueki in the future, Tang Qingyue would break Zhang Yao's legs with a stick. "Sueki, I'm leaving first. I've already warned Zhang Yao to treat you well, I don't think he'll dare to treat you badly." "Well, thank you. You take care of yourself too, and let's keep in touch when we have time." "Don't worry, I'll contact you when I have time." Chen Yuan is already standing at the door, "Let me walk you back to the hotel." In front of Yang Sueki and Zhang Yao, Tang Qingyue couldn't refuse Chen Yuan, so she said, "Okay, thank you." After closing the door, Yang Sueki watched Tang Qingyue's figure as she left from the balcony, feeling a little blocked in her heart. Zhang Yao went over and put his arm around her, "Don't be sad, I and the baby will always be with you." After a while, Yang Sueki saw the figures of Chen Yuan and Tang Qingyue getting further and further away. Yang Sueki still had the bag that Zhang's mother had given her. "Take this, you take it." Zhang Yao shook his head, "This is from my mother to you, it's yours." Yang Sweki tilted her head. Did you really give it to me? Jiang Yao laughed out loud. Of course it's really for you. Not only this, but every penny I earn in the future I will let you keep. Yang Sweki was touched inside, and was a little moved. Are you serious? Jiang Yao asked in return. Yes, why would I joke about this? There were several red envelopes in the bag, each with the initials of the name written on the back. One of the red envelopes was bulging, and the name was not written on the back. This should be from Jiang Yao's parents. Yang Sweki opened it and saw that there were 60,000 yuan inside. She looked at Jiang Yao and said, Your parents gave you too much. Do you want to return it? Jiang Yao was silent for a moment and then said, No, this money is also a token of my parents' good intentions. Just keep it. Yang Sweki let out a sound and continued to open the red envelopes. These are all gifts that will have to be returned in the future, and they all have a lucky number of 666, while Auntie Gao's family gave 999. These red envelopes add up to more than 9,000, plus 60,000. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that Chen Yuan and the others had given them red envelopes in their pockets. Their red envelopes add up to 6,000. At this time, Yang Sweki took out a half-sized box, which was the red envelope that Tang Qingyue gave to the little girl. Opening it, Jiang Yao saw bundles of money and counted it to be 100,000. Good guy, your wife's best friend is really rich. His wife is also rich. Yang Sweki sorted the money while thinking about her plan. We'll save this money for our daughter first, and use it as her education fund in the future. Jiang Yao nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Chapter 58. Let's open a mala hotpot restaurant. Back at the apartment in the Jiangnan mansion, Jiang Yao set the alarm clock and got up in an hour to make dinner. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed to rest for a while, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered the computer bag his mother had given him. Thinking about this, Jiang Yao suddenly lost all sleepiness, and got up quietly and left the room. Jiang Yao opened the computer bag and found a file bag inside. Opening the file bag, he found some documents related to the procedures for opening a shop. Jiang Yao couldn't hold back his excitement, and called his mother. Mom, why did you suddenly give me a shop? Jiang's mother, you're already a junior in college now, and you need to start doing something. Your father and I are giving you this small shop for your own good, so that you can try your hand at running a small business. Your father and I were also at your age when we were learning about business. Hearing the good intentions of his parents, Jiang Yao's excitement gradually subsided. Jiang Yao nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you, Dad, I'll do well on my own. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao looked at the shop documents in his hands and fell into deep thought. His mother had offered him a 40 square meter shop located on the famous commercial street on Wenhuo Road. Now known as the Snack Food Street, it sold all kinds of food. The location was not far from here, a 20-minute drive away, just behind the school. It was just 3 blocks away from the back gate of the school. Business was good on that street, and shop rents were getting higher every year. In the past, during holidays or weekends, the 4 of them would often go to that food street to eat, and if there was no space at the back, they would order takeaway. In short, many students at the school had patronized that food street. Yang Sweki had even joked before. Jiang Yao's cooking skills were good enough to open a restaurant, and before he hadn't thought about it, but now with this shop, it was different. Jiang Yao calmed down and then called Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? I just saw Tang Qingyue off at the airport and am walking out of the airport. What's wrong? Jiang, is there something wrong? Come over to my place, I need to talk to you. Okay, I'll take a taxi over to your place now. Just wait a minute. Jiang Yao started preparing dinner. After dinner, he planned to go to the shops and think about what kind of business to start. Yang Sweki hadn't woken up yet when Chen Yuan arrived. Jiang, what did you want to see me about? Let's talk in the kitchen. I'm cooking dinner. Okay. In the kitchen, Jiang Yao busied himself with a spatula. When Jiang Yao spatulaed the pot, the whole pot caught fire, and Chen Yuan was so scared that he hid far away. At the sight of this skillful movement, Chen Yuan knew that the person in front of him was no longer the original Jiang Gu. His cooking skills have improved a lot. Chen Yuan has never seen him operate like this before. Not bad, Jiang Gu, you're a great cook now. Jiang Yao turned off the stove, went to wash his hands, and then got down to business with Chen Yuan. What are your plans for the future? Have you started looking for an internship? Chen Yuan let out a sigh. I want to, but I haven't found the right one yet. Wang Zihao and brother Ma both found internships recently and will start working soon. Seeing them full of energy makes me quite envious. Unlike me, who just eats and sleeps all day, sleeps and eats, and plays a few games when I have time. If Prince Hao and brother Ma heard this, they would definitely think that Chen Yuan is a Versailles and be angry enough to beat him up. It's true, I've been thinking about starting a business lately. But as you know, I don't have the time right now. I still have to take care of my children and my family. So I'm looking for a partner, and since you don't have anything to do you want to do it with me? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Great. Actually, I've been thinking about starting a small business, too, but it's too hot right now, and I don't want to do it alone. Zhang Yao smiled and asked, what kind of business were you thinking of? Chen Yuan laughed, I was thinking of buying a cart and selling things like sago soup or fooding pork slices. What about you, Zhang Gu? What kind of business do you want to do? Zhang Yao thought for a moment, I'm going to sell malatang. Chen Yuan was taken aback, then to do that, you need to rent a shop. Zhang Yao nodded, yes, I have a shop now, it's over there in the food court. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, Zhang Gu, you have a shop? Zhang Yao nodded, there's a small shop, as for the rest, don't ask, to put it simply, do you want to work with me? Chen Yuan nodded repeatedly, of course I'm willing, I'll work for you. Zhang Yao laughed, that's not necessary, we'll split it proportionally, but you'll have to work a bit harder because I have to take care of the family. Chen Yuan nodded, it's okay Zhang Gu, I can bear hardships. He rubbed his hands together, never mind whether this business can make money or not, without the rent, this business will do well sooner or later. Brother Jiang, should we tell Wang Zihao and Ma about this? Wang Zihao and Ma have both found internships that are hard to come by, and the benefits are not bad. According to Zhang Yao's understanding of them, they will not give up their jobs as long as the business is not yet profitable. You go and talk to them and ask if they are willing to do business together. Chen Yuan went to the balcony excitedly to call them. As expected, neither of them agreed, saying they would consider it later. Chen Yuan sighed with some disappointment. Zhang Yao went over to comfort him, saying, Wang Zihao and brother Ma both had a hard time finding their internships. If you were in their shoes, you wouldn't agree to suddenly quit your jobs and come work with us either. And you know Wang Zihao's family isn't rich, so he just wants to earn money quickly to help reduce the burden on his family. And brother Ma's internship pays well, and there's still room for him to advance in his position. Chen Yuan felt better after hearing this, and he thanked Zhang Yao, saying, Brother Jiang, thank you for thinking of me when something good happens. Zhang Yao smiled, saying, we're all brothers. After dinner, Zhang Yao called Yang Sueki to wake up, honey, wake up, we still have to go out after dinner to take care of some things. Yang Sueki stretched and yawned, she was used to Zhang Yao's way of addressing her and she enjoyed it. What things? Zhang Yao laughed, to deposit our daughter's money into her bank card. Yang Sueki slapped her forehead, oh, right, I almost forgot about that, I'll get up now. Zhang Yao gave her a hand, I'll go help you serve the rice, by the way, Chen Yuan is here, we still have some things to do later. Yang Sueki nodded, okay, I'll clean up and come out for dinner. Chen Yuan had already served the rice. Zhang Yao, your cooking is really good now, I couldn't resist and stole a piece of beef earlier, it was so delicious that I almost swallowed it. I'm now full of confidence in our spicy hot pot restaurant, this business is definitely going to be a hit. Seeing Chen Yuan's silly smile, Zhang Yao also laughed. At the dinner table, Yang Sueki learned that Zhang Yao was going to open a spicy hot pot restaurant, and that the money didn't need to be saved for now. Zhang Yao picked up some meat and put it on her chopsticks, but she said, save it up. I have money on hand. Let's eat first, or the bank will be closed. Yang Sueki let out a sound, and asked again, are you really rich? Zhang Yao nodded, and Yang Sueki was relieved. You can rest assured, I really do. Chen Yuan is a foodie, and his mind is all about eating. He said directly that Zhang Yao's fried dishes were so delicious. If it's delicious, you should eat more. There's a lot of rice in the pot, and you'll be able to eat as much as you want. Chapter 59 Yang Sueki, Zhang Yao, I support you no matter what you do. After dinner, Yang Sueki went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China near the community to apply for a card. Zhang Yao went directly to the counter to deposit the money and handled the matter before the staff went off duty. Chen Yuan sat in the car looking after Xianan, waiting for Zhang Yao and the others to get in the car. Chen Yuan asked doubtfully, Brother Jiang, why does your car not have any smell at all? It's not like some cars that have a very strong smell when you buy them. Especially after you turn on the air conditioning, the smell is even more overpowering. Chen Yuan was quite moved, thinking back to when the four of them had gone to get their driving licenses together, and Zhang Yao had been the first to get a car. When they arrived at the food street, it was bustling with activity at this time of day. One thing that was inconvenient was that parking in the vicinity was a long way away, and sometimes it was not even possible to find a parking space. Zhang Yao pushed the stroller as he walked along the food street with Yang Sueki. The pair's good looks attracted frequent glances from passers-by. In particular, when they saw the baby in the stroller, people around them couldn't stop talking. Yang Sueki hadn't been at Yanda for long before she found out she was pregnant with a baby of her own, so not many people at the university had met her in person, and most of them had only known her from photos. But a beautiful woman like this is always going to make an impression. Look, isn't that Yang Sueki, the school beauty queen? Let me see, it looks like it really is her. Who is that guy next to her? He's quite handsome. Isn't there a rumor that Yang Sueki, the school beauty queen, has married a guy and has a child? It can't be that guy next to her. It looks like the rumor is true, but they look so good together. Yes, the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they really look good together. Here we are, this is the place. On the left and right sides of this storefront, there is a milk tea shop and a hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yao took the key and opened the rolling door. Inside were two opposing doors with a lock on top. Opening the door, the inside was clean and tidy, and the area was large enough. There was a kitchen for cooking, a place to go to the bathroom, and a small room for people to rest. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this place looks great. I think it's perfect for making spicy hot pot." I remember there was a shop selling spicy hot pot in front of this place. The taste was average, but the business was quite good. Our taste is definitely better, especially since Jiang Gu is now a master chef. You'll definitely have a lot of repeat customers in the future. Zhang Yao looked around as he walked, asking Yang Sueki, what do you think of this place? Yang Sueki nodded with a smile, it's pretty good, I'll support you no matter what you do. Zhang Yao laughed, looking at her, so you're not afraid that I'll lose money in business and have to pay you back? Yang Sueki didn't think so, there are both profits and losses in business, it's normal. If everyone was afraid of losing money in business, how would it ever get off the ground? Zhang Yao laughed, and discussed with Chen Yuan to find someone to make a design plan. They aimed to open the shop when the school year started. It's already July, almost a month away, and school is about to start. Chen Yuan was sweating from the heat, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jiang, you just make the decisions on this, I'll listen to you anyway. We'll buy a freezer at the back to keep the food, and this will be the cash register, and the rest of the space will be tables. Oh, and we need to buy an air conditioner, otherwise no one will come in on such a hot day. After looking around, Zhang Yao saw an advertising design shop near the parking lot. Zhang Yao pushed the stroller into the shop and communicated with the owner. How much is it to make a storefront design? The specific price depends on the actual situation. Is your store nearby? Yes, our store is nearby. I'll ask my friend to show you around. The shop is run by a husband and wife. After the owner and Chen Yuan left, the wife asked them to have some water and started chatting with Zhang Yao. This is your daughter, right? Oh, she's so cute, about a month old, isn't she? So you're all students here, that's great, you can go to school and get married and have a baby at the same time, without missing out on either. You're going to start a small business here, that's really good, the malatang is really delicious. When you open your shop, I'll definitely come and support you. It's really hot out, drink lots of water, drinking drinks won't quench your thirst. Half an hour later, the boss returned on an electric bicycle. The boss told Zhang Yao that the drawings would be ready in about 2 days, and that they could be designed according to Zhang Yao's wishes. On the way home, Zhang Yao went to the fruit shop and bought some fruit. When they got home, Chen Yuan went to help wash the fruit, while Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki busied themselves with feeding the baby and changing the diapers. After they were done, Zhang Yao and Chen Yuan sat in the living room chatting. Yang Sueki ate fruit while listening to their conversation. It's probably just waiting for the design plan to come out, and then I need to study the market. I need to find out what ingredients other people use in their spicy hot pot restaurants, what freezers they use, and so on. Chen Yuan's father knows a lot of people in the industry, so I'll ask him to ask his friends about the renovation. As for the types of ingredients, I'll find out more about them in the next few days, and I'll make sure to give you a clear picture of the prices and ingredients. It's getting late, so I'll go home first. Jiang, if you need anything, call me. With something to do, Chen Yuan also came to life and went cheerfully to work. Chen Yuan's family was well off, but when he was a child, Chen Yuan's health was not very good, which scared Chen Yuan's parents. Later, Chen Yuan's health slowly improved, and Chen Yuan's parents also took their reputation lightly. As long as their child was healthy, nothing was better. Chen Yuan never had any work-related anxiety because his parents never pushed him to go to work. But when his best friends started to get busy one after another, Chen Yuan also felt anxious. He suddenly felt that he was useless and idle all day long. No matter what he did, he always had to find something to do. Chen Yuan is a person who is usually carefree, but once he has something to do and a goal, he can always get things done. This is the conclusion Jiang Yao has reached after knowing Chen Yuan for many years, so he feels that Chen Yuan is actually quite reliable. Yang Xueqi finished eating the fruit and was about to wash up and go to bed. The two lay on the bed and watched a movie for a while. What do you want to watch today? How about we watch a movie by Stephen Chow? Okay. The two sat on the bed, and Yang Xueqi ate peanuts while watching the movie with relish. Eat less peanuts, they're easy to get a stomachache from. Here, have some strawberries. Yang Xueqi gave a sweet smile, obediently put down the peanuts and took the fruit plate from Jiang Yao's hands. Here, you've worked hard, let me feed you some strawberries. Jiang Yao ate the strawberries Yang Xueqi fed him, and I'm your what? There's no one else here, so call me husband and listen. Yang Xueqi was embarrassed by his behavior, blushing, husband, don't tease me anymore. Okay, then you'll listen in the future. Jiang Yao's heart was sweet after hearing this. The two of them watched half of the movie, and Yang Xueqi's head leaned on Jiang Yao's shoulder. Tired? Then let's go to bed early? I'm not tired. 10 minutes later, Yang Xueqi fell asleep, and Jiang Yao watched the rest of the movie alone. Chapter 60 Marriage Pressure, Chen Yuan, Alexander. Chen Yuan's electric bike battery has been draining too much power in recent days. He had originally planned to replace it, but forgot about it every time. Chen Yuan thought that it was actually convenient to scan the QR code to ride a bike, and it was fine not to use the electric bike. His family now has a set of rental housing, a new house, and an old house where the family of 3 currently lives. Chen Yuan's mother said that once Chen Yuan gets a girlfriend, they can start decorating the new house, and they can move in after they get married. His mother is watching a TV show about rural mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law. The show is all about trivial family matters, and the plot is as melodramatic as it gets. But Chen Yuan's mother likes it, and she watches it every night, even though she has no one to watch it with. There's your favorite braised noodles in the kitchen. Do you want some? Chen Yuan changed his shoes and sat on the sofa. I've already eaten. Where's Dad? When she mentioned this, Chen's mother got angry. Your father has probably fallen into the toilet. Just then, Chen's father came out of the bathroom. How did I fall into the toilet? You took your phone into the bathroom with you and stayed there for more than half an hour. Why don't you just live in the bathroom? The phone is so pretty, why don't you marry it? The phone can sleep with you and play with you. I think you should let the phone cook for you and do your laundry. Chen's father sat down in a bad mood. I just used the phone to read the daily news headlines. On the contrary, do you like these melodramatic TV dramas so much? Chen's mother was furious when she heard that it involved herself. What's wrong with me loving TV dramas? Can't people have hobbies? At least I don't play with my phone while I'm on the toilet like you. Chen's father was not convinced. You can't do that because of the circumstances. If the circumstances allowed, how about I install a TV in the toilet for you? This sentence made Chen's mother so angry that she almost fainted. She turned her head and vented her anger on her son. You father and son are no good. What sins have I committed in my life to meet you two disasters? Chen Yuan looked innocent. What does it matter if they quarrel? Obviously I didn't do anything. Chen's mother snapped, if you were more capable, you would have found me a daughter-in-law and we would have had a grandchild, and I wouldn't be bored watching your mother's dramas. Your father wouldn't have taken his phone to the bathroom and played with it for more than half an hour, and people would think he was trying to have a second child. Your father and I are at an age where we should be resting, but we still have to worry about you. Chen's father glares at him and says, watch your mouth. Chen's father turns his head to look at Chen Yuan and nods in agreement. Although your mother's words are sometimes unpleasant to hear, this matter is indeed your fault. Who told you to find us something to do? Chen Yuan. What's the matter with you? It's his fault if there's no harmony in the relationship and the family. Chen Yuan sighs, takes out his phone, opens the photo album, and pulls out Tang Qingyue's photo. The couple looked at the photo closely, and their anger instantly subsided, and they reconciled. This girl is pretty, what's the matter, you fancy her? This girl looks classy at first glance, but she is a bit too skinny, she needs to eat more and put on some weight. Chen Yuan said, this is Zhang's wife's best friend, I met her at the full moon banquet today, she is a junior at university in City, studying acting. I quite like her, I want to give it a go. The couple both beamed with satisfaction when they heard this. They gave their full support to their son's pursuit of love. Oh, and one more thing, Dad, I want to do some business with Zhang, and open a Mala Tang Tang restaurant. Chen's father was pleased to hear this. How much is it going to cost? Do you want me to help you find a shop? Zhang Yao, Wang Zihao, and brother Ma had all met Chen's father before. From freshman year to the present, Chen's father has always had a good impression of Zhang Yao, and Zhang Yao has also taken good care of Chen Yuan. Now Zhang Yao is married with a child, and has a house and a car. This came as a surprise to Chen's father, and he couldn't find out anything by asking his son. Chen Yuan is a man of honor, and he didn't even tell his own parents about Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki. You don't need to pay anything. There is some decoration work to be done on the shop front, so I want you to ask your friend if he knows anything about it. Chen Yuan's father was surprised. You two are partners in a shop, so how can you not have to pay? Are you hiding something from me? Chen Yuan laughed. Zhang has a shop on the food street behind our school, which is a snack street. Chen Yuan's father was shocked. Where did he get a shop? Chen Yuan shook his head, he hadn't told me about it. Anyway, Zhang is a very low-key person, so I guess his parents gave him the money. The couple looked at each other in confusion. So what kind of business are you going to do? Spicy hot pot. There's only one place selling spicy hot pot on that food street, and the taste isn't very good. I'll tell you what, Dad, Zhang's cooking is pretty good, so there'll definitely be repeat customers. I have a feeling that our spicy hot pot restaurant is going to be really popular. In the end, Chen's father agreed to help with the renovation. It was just a matter of calling a friend. Lying in bed unable to sleep, the couple speculated. Could it be that Zhang Yao's family was originally very wealthy, but they just kept a low profile? Men and women sometimes have completely different views. Why do you care so much about other people's business? Anyway, I quite like Zhang Yao, he seems reliable. I feel quite at ease with our son working with him. Besides, it's good for young people to have adventures. Let our son do whatever he wants. Besides, he doesn't have much to do now, he can't just play games at home all the time. By the way, what do you think of that Tang Qingyue girl? I think she's quite nice. What do you say, should we start renovating the new house now? Then, if they get married, they can move in. Father Chen, it's too early to think about that, there's no telling if it'll work out. No, I think we should think about it more. That girl looks elegant and has a high level of aesthetics. The decoration style will definitely have to be based on the young people's ideas, otherwise the style we like will be a bit outdated. Do you think when they get married and have children, we should let them have 3 children? I don't know if they would like that. Chen's father, my goodness, why do you think so much? You think about it yourself, I'm going to sleep. Hey, how can you sleep? I'm still discussing this with you. I can't count on you for such an important matter as my son's wedding, I'm the mother, I'm the one to rely on. Chen Yuan, lying in bed, sent a message to Tang Qingyue to see what she had posted on her moments. Some things, you just have to try. As it turned out, these messages all fell on deaf ears, but Chen Yuan didn't care, there was still plenty of time. After sending a goodnight emoji, he had a busy few days ahead of him.